Chapter 15. Winter followed fall and brought with it brutal cold, howling winds, and relentless snow. Despite it, Malik pushed physical training. Battles, he told Fallon, didn't wait for balmy spring. She learned to fight with a sword in one hand, a knife in the other. And when Malik tripled himself in an illusion, how to fight multiple foes. She died often. But she learned. She rode Grace for pleasure, and Layok for the thrill and the practice, as rider and mount must be won in battle. Armed with sword and a small shield, she fought Malik on horseback. Snow blew in sheets while the throaty wind whirled it, and again charmed steel rang against charmed steel. The seasoned Gwydian charged, reared, pivoted with a fearlessness Fallon admired and respected. Layok exceeded even that skill, Fallon knew, just as she knew her mount's disadvantage was his rider. She'd get better. Swords clashed, their ringing muffled in the curtain of snow. All the hours she'd wielded the sword, all the buckets of water she'd lifted, carried, had given her a sinewy strength. Despite the cold, exertion warmed her muscles. And with an eye and skill she hadn't possessed only a few months before, she slipped past Malik's guard, struck his heart. He only nodded. Again, he said, this time conjuring the illusion of a battle raging around them. Warriors on horseback, on foot, arrows winging, fireballs blasting. Gwydian charged, Malik's sword flashed. But she was ready. She blocked him with the shield, and hammered at him while Layok drove Gwydian back. Despite the war cries, the screams of the dying, she heard Malik's laboring breaths. And with her honed young strength struck blow after blow, then swept out with her shield, striking to send him tumbling from his horse. He landed in the trodden snow with a thud. Grinning, she leaned forward against Layok. You gonna call Uncle this time? That's the third time in an hour I've. Her grin faded as he only lay, eyes closed. Oh shit. She leaped off her horse, dived to him. As she started to glide her hands over him, he opened his eyes, waved her off. Only winded. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you sure you're not hurt? Let me see. I know if I'm hurt or not, and I'm not. He levered up to sitting. You unhorsed me, but with your attack so focused on only one opponent, a half-dozen could have struck from your flanks. No. Layok would tell me. Malik's gaze shifted to the horse who stood at his ease now. Is that so? Yeah. And I can sense, not everyone. Not every time, but I can sense if one of your ghosts comes at me. Between us, we know. You can't always know. And you have to take out the primary foe. You taught me that. Take out the primary. Take out the next. He only grunted, but she heard approval in the sound. And fatigue. We should rub down the horses. They've been out in this over an hour, she said. They're strong. Healthy creatures. And so am I. We'll go again. But as he got up and started to remount, they heard the shouts. Mick ran toward them, skimming over the snow at a speed that barely left a trace. His hair, coated with snow, flew behind him. You have to come, he shouted. You need to come. Instantly, Fallon gripped the hilt of her sword. What is it? An attack. No. Sick. People are sick. My dad, you have to come. Slower. Malik stepped forward, put his hands on Mick's shoulders. What sickness? How many? A lot. It's fever and chills. And my father can't get his breath. Coughing. The teas and potions aren't working. You have to come. You don't look so good, either, Fallon pointed out. I'm okay. Then he contradicted the claim by falling into a hacking, coughing fit. My dad. Come inside. No, I have to. Inside, Malik repeated. We need medicines. You're feverish. Fallon. Brew tea. Yarrow, elderberry, peppermint. I know. Don't waste time, she told Mick, pulling him toward the cottage, signaling the horses to follow. Sit by the fire, she ordered Mick, setting it to blazing. Ginger, she thought, thyme and honey. For the coughs. Licorice, echinacea, she added as she gathered the fever herbs. She flashed a mug of water to boiling. added the herbs to steep. Do you have enough blankets? I think so. Shivering a little, he shot her a look of desperation. We need to hurry. What about the shifters, the fairies? The fairies have been trying to help. Some of them are sick too. The pack's good. At least they were. Drink this. I have to get more supplies. We have medicines in the workshop. Malik's getting what we need, and I can get more from here and the greenhouse. We'll go as soon as we have what we need. Some of the olders are afraid it's like the doom. They remember the doom. They're afraid. It's not the doom. Putting a hand on his forehead, she looked. It's a virus, but it's pneumonia. You have it in one lung. What is that? What's pneumonia? It's not the doom, she said briskly. Drink that. I'll be back. She raced up to the workshop. Pneumonia, she said as Malik filled 2 packs. Viral. He nodded. Go to the greenhouse and gather. I know what to get. She dashed off. Her mother had helped heal 3 people with pneumonia in the village at home, and she'd watched. And Malik had gone over this specific illness in her healing studies. She filled another pack, ran back to the cottage just as Malik came down the steps. We'll make more of what's needed at the elf camp. Take Mick on Layok with you. Once she'd mounted, she held out a hand for Mick. His hand, clammy and ungloved, shook in hers. You need to hold on to me. We're going fast. I can hold on. Go. Go. Snow flew as Layok charged through it. When she felt Mick's grip around her waist held tight enough, she took Layok up so he flew just above the snow, gaining speed as they weaved through trees. Malik would fall behind, she knew, but she could begin to brew the teas. The moment she crossed into the camp, Mick jumped off. Though he stumbled, staggered, he pushed himself to the hut he shared with his father. Anyone who's well, Fallon called out. We need to brew teas. Orellana, pale with exhaustion, added wood to a fire. The teas haven't helped. We thought they would, or we'd have sent for you sooner. It came on so quickly. These teas will have more, do more. We need to make poultices and steam pots. Around the central fire, she instructed Orellana and 3 others how to brew and mix, barely glancing around when Malik rode in. The one who is most ill, Malik demanded. My youngest and old Ned, Orellana called out, pointing to a hut. Ned's granddaughter is caring for him. She's not ill. Min is with the baby. Malik handed Fallon one of the packs. You know what to do. I'll begin with Ned. She took one of the pots, shouldered the pack, and then a second of her own. Stay and help make more, Orellana. I know your hut. He's just a baby. He seemed better than this morning. He's just a baby. Help make more. Fallon hurried off. She could feel the sickness, feel the fevers raging so hot and high she thought it a wonder they didn't melt the snow. She went into the hut where Min sat on the edge of a cot, bathing the baby's face with a cloth. He won't nurse. He's not a year old. He's only 10 months old. She knelt, ran her hands over the baby. Both lungs held fluid, and the fever spiked high. The eyes, glazed with fever, stared at nothing. Like a doll's. He needs to drink this tea and this potion. He's not weaned. But you'll help me, she said calmly, taking a dropper from her kit. He's little, and he won't have to take much, but as much of the tea as you can manage. That first, Min. While Min gave the tea to the baby, drop by drop. Fallon took a small pot from the kitchen, used the jug of water to fill it, added herbs, crushed crystals, drops of another potion. Now the potion I gave you. For drops to start. Min struggled as the baby began to fret and fight. It has a bitter taste, but he have to swallow 4 drops. Min gathered up his son, and though his eyes watered, held the baby's arms down with one of his own, forced the drops down. Good, good. Heat the pot, Fallon murmured. Water boil and steam rise. As the water bubbled, she picked up a cloth. Is this clean? Yes. He's not going to like it, but I'm going to cover his head with the cloth. You're going to hold his head over the steam. If he cries, that's okay. He'll be pulling the healing steam into his lungs. He'll cough. It might be bad, but you hold him. Will it hurt him? The cough hurts. She took another cloth. But he'll cough up the fluid. The sickness. He coughed, he wailed, and tears slid down the soldier's face as Fallon caught the sickness in the cloth. Lay him down now. His breathing's better. Is it better? Uh-huh. Once again, she laid hands on the baby. Less fluid. But she drew more out, into herself. Turned her head, coughed it out into the cloth. He still has a fever, but not so high. Keep giving him the tea, and keep the poultice on his chest. I'm going to help some of the others, but I'll be back. We have to do all of this again. Again, Min echoed, shut his eyes. It won't be as bad, it won't be, but we have to do it again. And maybe a third time. It's harder for the very young and the very old. He'll rest, and when he does, take the sick cloth to the pot I'll have boiling outside. It needs to be sanitized. I will. Blessing on you, Fallon. Tell Orlana, tell his mother he's better. I will. More tea, Min. Like Malik, she went from hut to hut, treating the oldest and youngest first. Those well enough continued to brew tea, mix potions. When she went into Mick's hut, she saw Thomas shivering on his cot. He tried to lift himself when she came in, fell back with the violence of his coughing. You have to help, Mick said. He had the tea. I got him the tea. Good. I brought more. Enough for both of you. Drink yours. Then she moved to Thomas, put an arm under him to help him sit up. Drink. When he'd managed a few sips, she set it aside, laid her hands on him. Like the baby, like several others, he held fluid in both lungs. 2 cups, Mick, 2 pots of water, for cloths. Okay. While he gathered the items, she made the poultice. You'll keep this on your chest. I'll leave medicine to renew it. Twice every day until your lungs are clear. She poured potion into the cups, handed one to Mick. Drink. And helped Thomas drink. All. Every drop. She doctored the water, set it to boil. A cloth over your head over the pot in the steam. Breathe in the steam. Use the second cloth to catch what you cough up. That's disgusting. It ain't pretty. She continued on, patient after patient, then started over again. Just before dusk, she found Malik, sitting by the fire drinking a tankard of ale. I thought we would lose old Ned, he told her. But he's tough and not ready to die. The baby Min and Orlana's baby, he's nursing. We'll leave them more tea and potion. And the mix for the steam. But I think the worst of it is behind. We'll visit tomorrow to be sure. We have to go to the fairy bower. He nodded, drank more ale. After I finish my ale, I send a runner. It isn't as serious there, nor has it spread so wide. The shifter pack remains healthy. No sign of this there, but we'll leave them some preventatives. He watched the fire a moment. You did well today. You gave comfort and ease, very likely saved lives. And you did so with care and a cool head. Not once did I have to tell you what to do or how to do it. You already had. And my mother taught me. Not all you did or knew came from my teachings or your mother's. Call out what they need until tomorrow, then we'll visit the bower to help. Stop by the shifter's den. Then, by the gods, I want another ale, my supper, and my bed. It's contagious. You need to take a preventative potion. I'll take one if you say I have to, but I don't get sick. You're not immortal or invulnerable, but no, you're resistant to illness. He let out a sigh. I, unfortunately, am not, so I'll take the preventative. I've never devised a way to make them taste less foul. Well, you just entrance yourself so you think it tastes like ale or wine or whatever. It doesn't. But you think it does, and that's the same thing, right? He lowered the tankard, stared at her. That's bloody brilliant, and it annoys me that in all my life I didn't think of it. He took the preventative, 2 days running at Fallon's insistence. They made rounds at all the camps for a full week. Mick came by at dawn, fully recovered. And brought her new pants, longer, and new boots, a size up. How do you know I needed these? I can see. Your pants are too short, and you keep fiddling with your boots. They're really nice. Soft. And strong. Thanks. I made them. You did? She studied them again, the soft, soft brown leather, the sturdy soles. I didn't know you could make boots. I'm an elf, he said dryly. Anyway, maybe I'll see you at the glade later. The pool's warm. Maybe. He looked away a moment, over the white blanket of snow. I was really scared about my dad. He's never been sick like that. I've never seen so many of us sick. You saved him, us, you and Malik. We're all really grateful. Old Ned's making boots for Malik. He's nearly done, and he'll bring them himself. So, I'll see you later. And with sickness, her friendship with Mick healed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Through the winter, through the snow, in skies more often gray than blue, Fallon twice watched crows circling. Not close. By her estimation. 5 miles off, maybe more. But it told her that while she trained, while she learned, while she stayed safe, others fought and died. Twice she asked Malik to let her take Layok and go closer. Just to observe. Just to see and learn. Twice he'd refused her. In March, when the winds blew and the buds of spring remained tantalizingly out of reach, she saw again, asked again, heard refusal again. The third time lit the fuse of her temper. How am I supposed to know when I only fight with you, with swords charmed not to harm? You can't beat me on horseback and hardly ever otherwise. I can shoot an arrow farther than you and with more accuracy now. And with this? She flashed out her hands, sent the fire roaring, the candles flaming. The potion in the cauldron flying into the air and then spilling back in again. I'm as good as you. I remain your teacher and you my student. Then let me learn what's happening in the world. All my life I've been protected. At the farm, now here. You're not ready. How do you know? I'll just all of a sudden be ready when I'm 15? I'm nearly 15 anyway. Age isn't the line. What is? What is? Open that door. He gestured to the locked cupboard. She marched to it, tugged, held her hand and her temper over the lock. You locked it so I can't. No. When you can open it, ask me again. I'll work in peace now. Go, do something else and do it somewhere else. Fine. I don't want to be around you either. She stomped away, stomped to her room. She didn't want to go outside in the continually crappy weather. She didn't want to ride or swim in the fairy pool. She didn't want to be there anymore. She flopped down on her bed. I just want to see. I want to see something else. Someone else. I want to see, she muttered again. I want to see, I want to be free to begin what's asked of me. I need to start to play my part. To make my mark and hold back the dark. She didn't intend to cast the spell. It just wound through her. She wasn't aware anything had changed even when she got up to pace and brood a little more. Then she noticed the ball of crystal on her table. And saw it had cleared. I want to see, she repeated. Now in this sphere my vision clear. I will see what I must see. She saw it all. Sharp and clear as life within the globe. Not what was or would be, but what had been. She watched, even as her heart hammered, as she felt licks of fear cold on her back. She watched it all. Knowing what came next, what must come, she strapped on her sword, shouldered her bow. Laying her hands over the crystal, she let it take her inside. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malik worked off his annoyance. And considerable insult. Or tried. But when Fallon came back to the workshop nearly 2 hours after what he thought of as her tantrum, he realized he hadn't worked off a thing. I'm not sorry. She began. Then there's no reason for you to interrupt my work. The crystal cleared for me. He looked up then, looked at her. A little pale, he noted, and her eyes still full of visions. And what did you see? I saw New Hope. I saw the attack. I saw my uncle and his whore kill my birth father. I know their faces now. I know their faces. I saw my birth father shield my mother and me with his own body, his own life. I saw her grief and rage. And the killing wave of it. I was there. There? I went into the crystal. His first reaction, temper, took a great deal of will to hold back. How? It was open to me. I opened to it. I had to. I had a duty there. My mother ran, to save me and her friends. She ran, heavy with me inside her, alone, grieving, bloody. And she ran, hid, ran, evaded, and once dropped down exhausted, close to giving up. She told me I came to her then, and what I said. Though she didn't know me, didn't know I was her daughter. And what I said helped her go on. So I went in, and I went to her, and I said what needed to be said. He walked over, poured wine for himself, then a little into a second glass, added water to it, and gave it to her. You've seen now more than I've shown you. The crystal is yours. In it, with it, you'll see more. I followed her for a while to make sure. She was so tired, her heart so broken and so strong. Stronger than I ever knew. I saw that, and I saw the faces of the ones who killed my birth father. I didn't see if what she threw at them killed them. I know if they live, I will. I am their death. I swear it. She walked back to the locked cupboard, tried again. It didn't budge. I will open it. I trust you will, when it's time. She drank the wine, frowned at the glass. It's okay. When I go into the crystal, am I protected? You are both here and there. And are vulnerable in both places. All right. I'm going for a ride. I need to clear my head. When she left, he sat, no longer annoyed or insulted, and more afraid than he'd expected. She'd go into the crystal again, and now it was beyond him to stop her. This step was hers, as it had always been. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At 15, Duncan tolerated classes at the academy. He instructed more than he played the student, but attendance satisfied his mother and kept the heat off. He worked in rotation on supply runs, scouting missions, hunting parties. When cornered, he took his turns in the community gardens, the trash and refuse committee, power, and maintenance. He knew first aid and could fill in as a medic. He enjoyed weapons training, basketball, and heading out to the farm road on his bike. He liked hanging with his friends, messing around with Denzel, listening to Denzel rock it out on his guitar or kill it on the ball field. He'd done considerably more than get his hands on interesting breasts and enjoyed that, too. A lot. That spring he began to help plan and organize rescue missions as well as joining the ranks. He'd helped plan the one they prepared for tonight. As he and Flynn had captured the wounded Purity warrior, brought him back to be questioned, he'd earned his spot. Veteran 80 miles out. Eddie looked at the map again. Farther than we've ever tried one of these. A lot of road between here and there. And according to our guest, more than 30 being held, tortured, and up for execution. Will studied another map, one Arlie's helped him create. He says they've got about 100 people, but only half of them soldiers. Built up walls here, barbed wire fencing here. Here, guards. He tapped the stick figures on the map. Communication center here, in what was the town library, and prison here, in what was the local police station. Those are the primary targets. Duncan added, after we neutralize the guards, get through the gate or through the fence. If we don't blow open the gate, or take out a piece of the wall, the fencing, we could end up cornered inside. Exactly right. And before we get there, we have to get through or around Raider camp scouting reports put here, here, here. So let's go over every step of it again. If anybody sees a hole, let's plug it. As Duncan stepped out to join his squad, Denzel, hair in dozens of braids bunched back with a band, loped over. Can't you talk well into letting me in on this? Come on, man. Can't do it, bro. You tanked weapons training again. And Chem. Denzel, already more than 6 feet of packed muscle, kicked at a stone. Chem's bogus. Duncan leaned back against his bike. You need to study up. Never going to happen, Duncan thought, but he hated seeing Denzel's disappointment. You got speed, agility. You just have to study up. And pick a weapon, practice. Kato's my weapon. With a grin, Denzel swiped the air with a panther claw. You got that. Look, you suck at chem, I suck at the guitar. I'll help you, you help me. Maybe we won't suck. They'd tried it before with pitiful results on both sides, but they could try it again, Duncan decided. I'm up for that. Still, he gave the trucks and bikes and weapons a wistful look. I gotta go. Take M out. Take M down. They bumped fists, and Denzel stepped back to the sidewalk to watch the warriors head out. Duncan swung onto his bike, with Antonia riding behind him. The first days and nights of April remained pretty damn cold, but he wanted the agility and speed of his bike. Not that they'd speed through 80 miles, especially since parts of the best routes still had old vehicles jammed on them. Eddie drove Chuck's old Humvee, slow as it got, in Duncan's opinion. But it came in handy for busting through those rust buckets. Plus, they'd armored it, and it was a damn good weapon. They left at night, calculating speed, miles, potential delays, and detours, with plans to arrive for the raid an hour before dawn. He saw his mom with Arlie's, shot her a salute. Others stood outside to see the rescue party off. He saw the brothers he'd helped rescue. And Petra. He sent Petra a quick grin. He knew she was stuck on him, but as pretty as she was, she struck him as just too young yet. Give her another year maybe, and who knew? It's sticky, Tonia said in his ear. What? The hero worship. It's so sticky it's going to clog your pores. Give it a rest. He shot the bike forward and left New Hope behind. They hit the first jam at mile 32 and stopped while Eddie broke through the bottleneck. On her own bike, Maxie, one of the elves from Flynn's original party, pulled up beside Duncan. Gestured east. Flickers of fire through the dark, the haze of smoke rising. Raiders, Maxie said. They burn for the fuck of it. We ought to send a team to drive them off. Normally he'd have agreed with her and volunteered to join in. But they had 50 miles to go. Probably be gone before we got there. Raiders usually set the fires after they've picked a place clean. Yeah. She looked ahead, revving the bike. Like a shot at them, though. Maxie had purple hair with feathers pinned on the side. She was about 3 years older than he was and had seriously interesting breasts. As they drove on, the possibility that he might talk her into getting naked with him kept him occupied for 10 miles and through another jam. Stop and start, he thought. Start and stop. He wanted to get there. Get doing. 5 miles out, when they stopped, he and Antonia would head northwest, with Maxie and Solo the shifter. Another team would peel off northeast. Duncan would take out the guards. Then his primary task was the gate. Get it open, shoot some lightning. He'd gotten damn good at it. Back to the building he could see on the map in his head. The armory. Boom, bang, boom. Sweep in. Tonia would head for the prison with her team. His team would head for the communication center. Most everybody still in bed, scrambling for weapons, half-dressed. Guards, gate, armory, comms. He thought. They'd be in a world of hurt already. They were 15 miles out when their headlights swept over the girl on a white horse standing in the middle of the road. She might have been a statue, spotlighted in the blue cast from the half-moon. He knew her, Duncan thought, as the party stopped. From dreams. He knew her from dreams. And the thought of it left him shaken and angry and thrilled. It's a trap, she called out. They know you're coming. He got off the bike, vibrating. Pleasure, temper, fascination all at once battering at him. Did she know a dozen weapons were aimed at her? If she did, she didn't seem to care. Will jumped out of his truck. If you make a move for a weapon, it'll be a mistake. I'm not your enemy. Eddie walked up beside Will. Who the hell are you then? And where'd you get that horse? We found each other. She dismounted. Just flung a leg over and leaped down to stand with her hands out and up. It's a trap, she repeated. Eddie, go down the line and tell everybody to hold. Eddie, the girl repeated. Duncan watched her face, so serious, bloom with a smile. Eddie Clausen. Where's Joe? He's back at the... How do you know about Joe? I know a lot of things about you. How Lana and Max found you, how you taught them about snow chains. You play the harmonica and come from Kentucky. I've seen where that is on maps. Listen, kid, you're going to have to. Eddie walked forward as he spoke, then saw her eyes. Oh my God. Oh sweet Jesus. You have his eyes. I know. You have your daddy's eyes. He ran the last few steps, threw his arms around her. It's Max's kid. Max and Lana's kid. You were his friend. I'm your friend. I'm Fallon, the sword and the shield. It is not in the stars to hold our destiny, but in ourselves. William Shakespeare. Chapter 16. Hands on Fallon's shoulders, Eddie drew back, his eyes damp as he studied her face. She gave you his name. You look like him, and her, too. Got the best of both. Your mom's okay. She's very okay. I promised Max I'd look out for her for you. I didn't. That's not true. You risked your life to try to get to them during the attack. But Max was dead, and she was already gone. Where is she? I can't tell you. It's not time, I'm sorry, but she's safe. Okay. Eddie rubbed his hands over his face. We'll get back to all that. But right now, you're what, 14? What are you doing out here by yourself? On that big-ass horse. Warning you. They know you're coming. They set a trap. Will stepped forward. Hold on, Eddie. And how do you know? He asked Fallon. You're the leader? Will Anderson. Your father's Bill. And he was with Eddie and the ones with him. They left you signs to follow, to New Hope. And you did. My mother told me about you, all of you. But I know about the trap because I'm the daughter of Max Fallon and Lana Bingham. I am a child of the Tuatha Danann. The man you found is a true believer. He let you capture him so he could give you false information to lead you into a trap. He was half dead. Duncan moved in. He felt a pull, warm, slow, deep. He knew her from dreams, but he'd been in on the capture. He'd seen the condition of the prisoner. A true believer, Fallon repeated. Her eyes latched onto his. You're Duncan, and your twin with you is Antonia. Your gift is like mine. And you know I'm telling you the truth. The prisoner's name is Patrick. Nigel Patrick, and he volunteered to be shot, to be beaten, to be left where they knew you'd come to scout. It rang like truth inside him, and still. How did they know where we'd scout? I can't tell you. I haven't been shown. But they're waiting for you. 5 miles more. 25 of their soldiers, armed. They've fortified the walls of their base with more. One of the men in charge is Lou Mercer. His brother was killed in the attack on New Hope. The attack that killed my birth father. Mercer wants your blood, even more than White and his circle want mine. For Mercer, this is personal. This is Max's kid, Eddie said. She wouldn't lie. Trap or no trap, we can't leave those people in there, Duncan began. I'm here to help you. She took out a map, illuminated it with a brush of her hand. Patrick told you the prison's here. But it's not. It's here. The armory here. And they have fuel tanks. Here. He told you about the main gate, but he didn't tell you about the one on the west side. It's guarded. But they expect you to come here. Their first line, here, 25 armed with automatic weapons, stationed on both sides of the road leading in. They'll catch you in crossfire. While a squad moves to your rear to cut off retreat. They've been stockpiling ammo for weeks now to prepare for this. Those who survived that first wave would be bottled in. Kill or capture. They want some of you alive, if possible. To torture and execute. She nodded at will. They want most to capture either Duncan or Antonia. Both, if possible. Yeah? Duncan cocked his head. How do we rate? Mercer hates all uncannies, but he hates witches most. He hopes to use you, especially if he can use one of you to torment the other. As a way of getting through the security and taking New Hope as they failed to do before. Good luck with that. He doesn't know or understand you, Fallon said simply. We have to move quickly now. Otherwise they'll send scouts. You'll send some on foot from here to get behind the first lines, break them. Then you pick them up as you hit the gates, one team to the main, one to the west. You're not in charge, Duncan pointed out. The look she sent him now was as cool as the air. I was born for this or I wouldn't be here. I have a very strict teacher. And only this window of time to help you. You'll need to set up for your attack and have your foot soldiers in place. I'll blow the fuel tanks. All by yourself? She sent Duncan a smile that edged toward smirk. I'll have Layok. And laid a hand on her horse's cheek. You know what I am, she said to Eddie. You know why my mother ran that day with my father's blood on her, her heart broken. Yeah, to protect you and us. They wanted you dead. They wanted to kill the one. You're her friend. You're my friend. That's real nice, Duncan commented. But how do you expect to get through? Just ride your horse up to the gate and knock. No. When I blow the fuel tanks. When they're distracted, running around trying to deal with the explosions, can you do the rest? She asked Will. Yeah. We'll coordinate. Flynn, elves, and shifters on foot. To flank the first line. Good. Fallon approved. Faster, quieter. You know my mother, she said to Flynn. And Max. We've waited a long time for you. The wait's almost over. She listened as Will planned out the new attack, formed teams, and tried to keep her face impassive while her heart pounded, her blood ran hot and fast under her skin. You're sure about the locations? Will asked. Prison, armory, slave quarters? I'm sure. Trust me. Looks like we're going to. Okay, I'm all for it. But this still hinges on one girl and a horse blowing up the fuel. How? Duncan demanded. In answer, Fallon swung onto Leaka's back, stroked a hand down his neck. His horn slid out silver. His wings spread. Holy shit. Eddie took one careful step back. A flying unicorn. Kick my ass and call me Sally. An ollie-corn. Eyes bright, Tonya nudged her brother aside, and looking into Leaka's eyes, stroked him. I've never seen one. Didn't know they really existed. He's so cool. They won't be looking up, Fallon pointed out. And she flipped open a hand, held a ball of fire, hit the fuel tanks with a couple of these. She closed her hand, extinguished it. You can trust my aim too. Kid, you're all of that and a bag of chips. Eddie grinned at her. Wait until I tell Fred. Queen Fred. My mother calls her that sometimes. She loves her. So do I. We have to move quickly. I only have an hour here. Wait. Can you get low enough to drop me by the prison? Tonya. Tonya waved Duncan back. Prisoners are priority. She blows the tanks, swoops over, drops me. Everybody's running around. Any guards? I deal with. Get the prisoners out the west gate to the medics and transports. Can you get low enough to work it? Fallon nodded. We'll get you there. Will? Do you know how many guards on the prison? Fallon closed her eyes. I see 2 outside, 1 inside. A man and woman outside, a man inside. Don't make the drop unless that goes down to 2. Will nodded at Tonya. You can handle 2. Yeah, I can. I'm with her. She clasped her hand on Fallon's forearm for the boost up. They both felt it, an instant connection. Deep and strong in the blood. Tonya swung on behind her. Nice meeting you and all that. Same here. Let's do this. First teams, go. Will looked up at Tonya. You fall off. Your mother'll have my head on a platter. I've got this. Now at Fallon. Good luck. We'll move in when we hear the boom. Then get ready. This won't take long. With that, Leak bunched his powerful legs and rose up on a spread of silver wings. You think you've seen it all, Eddie murmured. Then you go and see something else. We're putting a hell of a lot of faith into that girl, Will mumbled. She is the one. Will glanced over at Flynn, nodded. Positions. Duncan got back on his bike. But his gaze stayed glued to the horse and riders. He could feel his twins' joy, it shined as bold as those wings. And he felt something else, something he couldn't quite identify, from Fallon. He'd think about it later, he told himself. Right now, he had work to do. This is amazing! Tonya lifted her face to the wind. We studied alicorns at the academy. But nobody'd ever actually seen one. Now I'm on one. He's wonderful. You're brave to think of the prisoners first. Do you know what the PWs do to them? I've heard. And seen, Fallon thought. Through the crystal. You'll want to brace yourself. We're going to move fast now. I love fast. Fast, Tonya discovered, was an understatement. She had to hold back the war whoop that rang inside her, and wondered as the wind battered, as the ground below sped by, if they blurred like an elf on full run. I see the ambush. I see them stationed just where you said. They'd have torn through us. Can you conjure fireballs? Fallon asked. It takes me longer than it takes you. And I haven't managed one as big as the one you did. But my aim's awesome. We could hit the armory, after the fuel tanks, on the way to the prison. Not to destroy, but to block them from getting more weapons. Then your people can take what weapons you can, destroy the rest. That's good. Let's do that. Fuel first. They skimmed over the wall. Above the heads of guards and troops at the ready. She saw the prison, the armory, the houses, the scaffold, and 3 tanker trucks of fuel. I hate blowing it. We could use the gas. It's a waste. Fallon agreed. But the best way. Maybe the only way. Hold on. Though she wasn't easily impressed with magics, Tonia admired Fallon's speed. 1, 2, 3 fireballs the size of basketballs were hurled, and admired the accuracy as each hit the tanks. They blew. Bombs of fire and, hurtling shrapnel from the destroyed trucks, became an inferno. She saw flaming metal fly as the hot smell of gas smeared the air. Fallon turned Layok in a tight circle, then dived for the armory. We circle it with fire, she shouted as people scrambled. Scattered in panic below. All the way around so they can't get through. You can open your mind to the elf, Flynn? Yeah. Let him know what we're doing so he can pass the word. I didn't think of it until we were in the air or I'd have told Will. Bring the fire as much as you can. Tonia dug deep. And with her body pressed to Fallon's, surprised herself how quickly she produced a fireball. She measured the distance, chose her spot, flung the fire. Nice. I pitch for the New Hope Youth baseball team. Flynn's on it, she added, as Layok swung to circle the building, and his riders built a wall of fire. Over the roar of flames, more explosions. They heard gunfire. Get ready to jump, Fallon called out as they charged through the air. I'll see you again. At the checkpoint. No, I can't stay. I'll help until I'm pulled back. But I'll see you again. Pulled back where? Get ready. Fallon took Layok into another dive. No guards outside. The cowards ran. Jump. Good luck. She saw Tonia land, notch an arrow. Then break the door open with power. Fallon took Layok into a climb. She could feel the first hints of the pull. Only a little time left, she thought. Studying the battle below to look for weaknesses to exploit or to help plug. Duncan, with 2 others, swung his bike to a stop just outside her firewall. She expected he could douse his sister's fire, but wasn't sure about her own. So she opened a door for him and his team, drawing the fire back enough to give them a path. He glanced up, met her eyes. Held them for a moment, just an instant, that seemed to spin out and out. Then she and Layok stood in the clearing facing Malik. He held the crystal in his hands. Are you injured? No. She slid off Layok, ran her hands over him. The way the shrapnel had flown exploded so high. But he didn't have a single scratch. We're not hurt. Were you successful? I caught them in time. Some of them knew my parents, so they believed me. The map you helped me draw and showed me how to light it in the dark helped. I followed the plan you approved, except... He lifted his brows. Except? Tonia asked to ride with me, to get to the prison faster. And together. I thought of it after we were in the air. We ringed the armory in fire so the enemy couldn't get more weapons. So the New Hope soldiers could take what they had time to take, then they'd destroy it. He considered. An acceptable amendment to our agreement. He wouldn't have known, he admitted. He wasn't permitted to see into the crystal. The rest is up to them, but they had the advantage. If I could have stayed a little longer. 1 hour. We agreed. See to your horse, then come inside. I want to see. The crystal will show me. When you come inside. Layok needs your attention. He was perfect, Malik. Still pulsing from the journey, from the battle, the flight, she turned to nuzzle Layok. We were bound so tight. He knew, I knew. Every move, every turn. You were right when you said grace wasn't meant for battle. He is. She led the horse away. You are, Malik thought, and went inside to wait for her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They would call it the Battle of Fire. More than a rescue, Duncan thought as he sped home with Tonia behind him. They secured all the prisoners, freed more than 20 slaves, and added 12 semi-auto long guns, 22 handguns. For boxes of grenades, a couple of sawed-off shotguns, and pounds of ammunition to their own stores. What vehicles they hadn't disabled or destroyed, they drove back to New Hope. A rout, he thought. A frigging rout. What had nearly been a massacre had turned into one of the biggest victories of the New Hope resistance. No way she just vanished into thin air. Duncan rolled his eyes. Every few miles Tonia shouted some variety of that same statement in his ear. Certain way, because she did. She flew away. I told you she didn't. She was there, then she wasn't. She poofed. She wasn't astral projecting. I touched her. I was on the damn horse. She was there. She was there. Then she wasn't. How the hell had she done it? He wondered, as he did every few miles. He damn well wanted to figure it out and do it himself. There was something about her. Yeah. The one. The savior. I'll give her the wicked cool horse and the firepower. But she looked like a regular girl witch to me. You didn't touch her. When I did, I felt this buzz, like in the blood. Not exactly like it is with you and me, but something. And I've been thinking about it since I've had time to think instead of fight. I was touching her, pressed to her on the horse, when I made the fire. I've never made it that fast. I've never made it that big. It just rolled, Duncan. I think, because of the contact. The physical contact. If she'd hung around, we could have debriefed her. What was the frigging hurry? She said, I forgot to tell you. Something about she didn't have much time before she got pulled back. And no, she didn't say where or how or why. We were a little busy at the time. Wind, cold and stiff, blew over them, but in it Duncan caught the scent of waking spring. In his mind flashed an image of Fallon, face illuminated as she danced around a bonfire. A crown of white flowers over her dark hair. She wanted to stay. What? Crap, he blurted. He hadn't meant to say it aloud. She wanted to stay. It's something I felt from her. Yeah. There's a connection. I felt it when I looked up at her right before she went poof. She wanted to stay and fight, but it wasn't time. One thing for sure. If it hadn't been time for her to show up tonight, a lot of us, maybe most of us, wouldn't be heading home. How the hell did she know? That's my question. We've both had visions. Tonia reminded him. Have you ever had one so clear and detailed you could draw a damn map? A really accurate map. He wanted that skill, too. Coveted it. It's like she'd been inside that base. She knew how many guards were posted at the prison, knew about the fuel tanks. And blew the hell out of them, Tonia added, full of cheer. We're not the one, Dunk. She knows more because she is more. To his mind, he would want more than an hour, no matter how successful, to be sure of that. When they crossed into New Hope, Tonia went with the team to debrief, treat, and house those who'd been imprisoned or enslaved. He expected Hannah would spend most of the night at the clinic. A lot they'd brought in were in bad shape. He went with another team to transfer the confiscated weapons to their armory. As Will went to interrogate Patrick, Duncan didn't expect to see him again until the next day. But in under an hour, Will came into the armory. Did that rat bastard confess? Duncan demanded. And what the hell do we do about him? No, and we're going to bury him. Will paced the length of the room. The son of a bitch. The son of a bitch hanged himself in a cell. Eddie let out a sigh. Well, hell, Will, maybe that's the best thing all around. Now we don't have to decide what to do about him. It's done. I needed to talk to him. Vibrating with frustration, Will pounded a fist into his palm. I need to find out how they knew we'd scout just where we found him. How much more they know. They've worked with dark uncannies before, Eddie pointed out. Those fuckers Eric and Allegra. We thought we'd killed them back in Pennsylvania, but they lived through it. Maybe they lived through what Lana hit them with after Max. Or they got another. Some of them have visions like Lana used to, some of ours do too. Maybe. Will turned around. Eyes cold and a weary face. Or maybe we've got a spy. Well, Jesus, Will. We take people into the community. We're taking more right now. Some may stay, some may move on. We vet them pretty good. Another couple of hours out there, Patrick would have died the day we found him. Duncan worried at the germ of a thought. Hannah told me, and she'd know. Rachel had to operate on him, and he had internal injuries on top of it. It's why I had a hard time believing the girl Fallon at first. True believer. Will nodded. He wouldn't be the only one. We've seen the type before. They're half crazy most of the time, Eddie pointed out. We'd notice half crazy. I'd like to think so. Will rubbed his hands over his face. I don't know which to hope it is. Either way, we're going to have to take more precautions. We've already got magical shields up, but we can add to them. They'd work on that, Duncan thought. If somebody working with the PWs is already inside the shield, we have to figure out how they're getting information out. Probably not a magical. Yeah, they work with them now and then. Eddie continued, but mostly they don't. They hate their ever-fucking guts. Sorry, Duncan. I hate theirs back, so we're good. Not that hard to get intel out, is it? You volunteer for a hunting party, a scavenger detail, or scouting. Or one of the farms. You leave a message at some checkpoint. They have communications, too. We could have somebody with a radio. Transmitting information. Let's start there, Will decided. Add to the shields, start checking for transmissions, and I hate to say it, but take a closer look at anybody who's come in and stayed in the last 6 months. One of the slaves, maybe more than one, could have been brainwashed, indoctrinated. He walked to the window, stared out. If Fallon hadn't warned us. IDV led us into a massacre. You don't take that on, Eddie began, and with considerable heat. I took the job, I take it on. Now I'm going to bury the son of a bitch I thought we'd broken down enough to give us information on how to free slaves and prisoners. He did give it. I'm with Eddie on this, Will. He screwed with all of us. We believed him because he told us the truth. Most of it. I'll help you bury him. No, thanks, but Penny and I will take care of it. It'll help Penny. He was sitting on Patrick. Just a precaution until we got back. Fell asleep, no reason not to. Nobody figured the fucker for suicidal. Woke up, went back to check the cell. Patrick's hanging by his bedsheet. Still warm, Penny said. He cut him down, tried to bring him back. Still warm, but gone. That's not on Penny either. No, Eddie, it's not on him, or anybody. Patrick made his choice, took his side. Just get this stuff locked up. You don't need to do a full inventory tonight. Just lock up, go home. I'll see you tomorrow. Will? I know it's a problem. Thinking about how we almost got ambushed, and how that came to be. But we all got home. We did what we set out to do, and we all got home. You shouldn't forget that. I won't. Eddie sighed again when Will went out. I'm sure as shit glad I never had to be in charge. It carries a lot of weight. You're a soldier, that's hard enough. But it's a lot harder to be the one giving all the orders. So let's be good soldiers and follow orders. We'll lock up, go home. I want to tell Fred about Lana's girl. As they stowed the rest for future inventory, Eddie elbow-poked Duncan. Really pretty girl, huh? Yeah, she was okay. Okay, my ass. That girl is smoking. Jesus, Eddie. You're old enough to be her father. Maybe it shocked a little to realize that was pure truth, but Eddie let it roll. Doesn't mean I don't have eyes. Smoking, he repeated. You're not old enough to be her daddy, and you've got eyes. I've sort of got a girl. Yeah. Eddie locked up, pocketed the keys, waited for Duncan to add a protective layer. Which one is it this week? On a quick laugh, Duncan shrugged. He'd moved on Cassie, drifted to Fawn, and now, plenty to be serious about without getting serious about a girl. I hear that, at your age. And okay, she was hot. I don't know about smoking, but she hits the hot-o-meter. Got her daddy's eyes, Eddie added. It sure meant a lot to me to see them in Max's girl. Get some sleep, dude, you earned it. You too. When he did sleep, finally slept hours later, Duncan dreamed of the girl with gray eyes. The girl on a white horse with silver wings. A girl who walked through a place so bright with light it hurt the eyes. And who took a sword, a shield from the fire that lit it like 1,000 suns. When she lifted them, she was the sun. Chapter 17. Fallon fought Malik and his ghost warriors. She took some illusionary hits, and they hurt. As her training time compressed, he decreed she would fight with pain. She wouldn't bleed, but she would feel. So when the sword of one of the ghosts laid a shallow groove on her left shoulder, she felt the hot flash of metal slicing flesh. She fought on. The first few times she'd fought with pain, the shock of a strike or slash had panicked her mind and killed her. So she came to understand quickly why Malik pushed for the progression. A wound not only shocked but weakened. He pushed her to train her mind and her body to fight through both. Sweat ran down her face, and her right leg strained for balance against the pierce of Malik's sword. But she defeated 2 of the 4 opponents, and battled brutally against Malik and the remaining ghost. She sensed her endurance flagging. The adrenaline would only carry her so far, so long. To end it, she hurled a fireball at the last ghost, dropped into a roll, then swept her sword at Malik's legs. When he dropped, she impaled him. And then she dropped down beside him. Everything hurts. His breath in tatters, he nodded. Yes. Frowning, she looked over at him. His face, sweaty as her own, was considerably pale under the damp. You're fighting with pain, too? Why? I'm the one in training. When your sword strikes an opponent, they feel. So with this progress, I feel. She rose, went to the well, pumped water into the ladle. Drink. There's no need for you to fight with pain. Or to fight at all. Just use ghosts. And that way you can observe and evaluate. Eyeing her over the ladle, he drank. I'm able to fight and fight with pain. She had learned, and this had been an easy lesson, that her teacher had considerable pride. Able is one thing, and you're plenty able. It's that you don't need to. In fact, if you watched instead of fighting, you'd be able to evaluate my skills and my weaknesses better. He sipped again. Are you protecting the old man, girl? The old man drilled a hole in my right thigh. To prove her point, she rubbed at the throb. I'm just being practical. We've gone up against each other day after day. So we know each other's techniques, rhythms, weak spots. Sure, there are some change-ups, but mostly, if you feint left, I know to guard my right from a back sweep. And you lift your right shoulder. Just a little, when you're going to go for the impale. Is that so? Yeah. Because she did ache and throb, Fallon dropped down again. Lay flat on her back to watch puffy white clouds meander over the blue. Odds are I won't fight many enemies I can read as well as you. Next we'll fight left-handed. Her interest piqued. She propped up on an elbow. Left-handed. There may come a time, and that will, as you said, change things up. But not today. Hand-to-hand, for opponents, no weapons. Right now? He handed her the ladle and the rest of the water in it. Drink. Fight. I'll take your suggestion and observe. I'm wounded from. Another excellent suggestion, he said easily. You've lost your sword in an earlier battle and now face new foes in hand-to-hand. I'd still have my knife. Assume you don't for this lesson. My magics. They're always with you. She gulped down the water, handed him the ladle as she got to her feet. She liked hand-to-hand well enough. Her father had taught her the basics of boxing, street fighting, karate. Malik had expanded that with different forms of karate, kung fu, taekwondo. The katas he'd taught her, insisted she practice, appealed to her. She liked the fluid, deadly dance of them. He conjured 4 ghosts, 2 male, 2 female. Fallon judged the smaller female as formidable. She looked both springy and fierce. Even as they formed, she decided to try for the biggest male first. He looked solid and brutal. He'd be strong, she judged, but likely lacked agility. Before they could charge her, she charged them. Pushed herself into a flying kick and caught the biggest of them in the throat. Flipping back, she rolled, barely avoided a kick to her head. Whirled a wind to scatter them. And launched at the second female. Watching, Malik circled. Not yet, he thought. Not quite yet did she have a true balance in her weapon's body, mind, magics. But he found himself pleased with her progression. And a great pride in her fearlessness. She suffered blows, a fist glancing off her right cheek, a vicious kick to her left hip. But she'd learned to use the pain as well as the momentum. When the smallest woman slid, speed and power, and took Fallon out at the legs, Fallon used that momentum to push up, kick out. And her aim proved true as her boots slammed hard in the remaining male's balls. As he dropped, she flung power at him, took him out. Whirling, she spun into the smaller female, managed to catch the boot of the foot that kicked out, flung her hard at the remaining opponent. The small one proved as agile as Fallon suspected and sprang back on her hands, gained her feet. But she'd knocked the second woman back, buying some time. She took another kick, saw stars, heard them buzzing inside her head. Spinning again, fast enough to blur. Back fist, back kick, side kick. Enough to take the ghost woman down. Then crush her hand under a boot heel. Satisfaction proved short-lived as she flew back under a whip of power. Unprepared, she landed badly. Bit back a cry as her ankle turned. She flung up her hand, met power with power. Through a haze, she had hit her head. She saw the smaller woman leap toward her, a knife in her good hand. Survival, instinct without thought, snapped in. She pulled, power out, yanked in. The knife flew from her enemy's hand to hers, from her hand into the enemy's heart. Furious, flooded with pain, she rose. "Bitch," she said as power clashed with power. "You're done." One hand out, pushing back against power, she cocked the other back, flung forward a blade of fire. It cut through the trembling air, hit its mark. The last of her opponents erupted in flames. Fallon hobbled a few steps, gave it up, and sat on the ground. "I didn't know I could do that. We rarely know what we're capable of doing when cornered. You didn't tell me one of them would be a witch. Do you think you'll fight only those without magics?" "No, but fair warning, battles and wars are never fair." He moved to her, crouched down to lift her face. "My vision's a little funny." A mild concussion. "Close your eyes, let me deal with it." She did as he asked. "The ankle's bad. Left ankle. Not broken. Bad sprain. I'll see to it. Breathe slowly." As the ringing in her ears eased, she could. Then caught it again as he moved to her ankle. Pain. A red haze, she thought. Look through the haze to the light. Her stomach wanted to heave, so she imagined the sickness as a pool, calming, smoothing, stilling. His hand skimmed over her throbbing hip, then to her surprise gently over her face. She opened her eyes, looked in his. "You always say a few visible bruises serve as a reminder to be faster. Stronger, smarter the next time. I don't think you'll forget. How did you conjure the fire blade?" "Anger." Since the healing left her sleepy, she brought up her knees, rested her cheek on them. "The little one had a knife. You said no weapons." "She cheated, as will many you face. Stand now, test the ankle." He helped her to her feet, watched her walk. "A little sore," she told him. "But it doesn't hurt. I can take full weight." "Blurred vision, sickness?" "No, that's gone." Satisfied, he nodded. "You'll have an hour free, then you'll mix 6 potions from memory. And 2 more of your own design. If you do well, the rest of the afternoon will be yours. After the potions, I want to use the crystal. I want to go to New York." "I can't permit it." "Can't. Won't, don't," she thought. For every yes she worked out of him, she got 20 no's. New York and DC are still at war within. They still hold the largest population of dark uncannies. We'll have to take them back. How can I know unless I see? Look, you always say, look and see. It's not yet time. Something else you always say, she argued. Because both are true. You will look and you will see when it's time. She'd expected just this and had her alternate ready. It'll take me to before. Like it did so I could see the Purity Warriors plan to ambush the New Hope people. Let me go in, see the New York my mother knew and loved. Where she and my birth father found each other, lived. This is strategy. Ask for what you know will be denied, then ask for less in hopes it won't be. No, not exactly. Mostly, she had to admit, but not exactly. I want to see the now. I want to go to New York, to DC, to other places and see the now. But I figured I had a better shot at the before. She shrugged. I guess that's the same thing. It's a well-worn strategy because it often works. Hope bloomed. Did it? You'll find out after you've done the potions. Go. I'd like to work in the garden for this hour. In quiet. I'm going to take a shower. A long one. It felt glorious, even if the pipes knocked and the water spat more than poured. The light beat of it eased remaining aches and twinges. And the fairy soap smelled like the glade, green, soft, quiet. As she dressed, she planned the rest of her day. She'd read for the rest of her remaining hour. She'd do the potion assignment. She wanted to work on one that created a mist, one that blinded the enemy to an approach. Then, finally, she'd go into the crystal and see her mother's great city, as it had been. She'd see her parents together. Surely Malik knew that was her true goal. She wanted to see the people who'd made her together, to see the place where they'd lived together. A lot to see in an hour, she thought. Malik never allowed more than an hour. She'd make it enough. Then, biding her time, she'd ask for another hour in another place. Until she asked to go to the first shield. The place she'd dreamed of with fields and woods and hills and the circle of stones. She glanced toward the globe. She wouldn't betray Malik's trust. She wouldn't go in without his knowledge. But he'd never forbidden her from looking. Walking to the globe, she laid a hand on it. Let me see, and only see. Hear my mind, body, spirit stay while you with visions guide my way. The crystal sparked clear and showed her in watery daylight what she'd seen under the light of a moon. Green and gold the fields, overgrown now, and brambles grew thick. Dark-hided deer grazed. As it was now, she thought. The hills rolled up to the sky, thin light shimmered through the trees, but the land lay untended. And the stones, gray in the gloom, circled blackened earth. Even through the crystal, she sensed a battle of powers, a push and pull, light against dark. She heard the chatter of birds, the rush of wind through rough grass, and the echo of empty places. Then the burned ground moved, pulsed, beat like a black heart. And the birds silenced under the stark cry of crows circling over the stones. The woods went dark with the dark that came into it. It sent a fog snaking along the ground to slither around the stones. From the dark, from the fog, she heard a voice murmur, mine. It tugged at her, like a clawed hand. A grip that bit. The voice, in the crystal, in her head, said, come. Fear iced her blood. Talons pierced her skin, sharp pain, dark pleasure. She swayed a moment because something beat inside her now, hot, slippery. She shuddered with it, against it, confused, frightened. Excited. If she went in she'd know more, feel more, see more. The ground beat faster, like her own blood. The call of the crows reached up to shrieks. And the light grew dimmer, dimmer, moving toward the dark. Shocked, she yanked back, felt the pain as talons scored the back of her hand. No. She caught her breath. No. I won't come to you. You won't keep what you've taken. Go back to hell. Instinct, the same that had flung a blade of fire, had her washing light through the globe. The crows dropped lifeless to the ground. The dark rolled back with a hiss. Fallon stepped back slowly and saw Malik, sword in hand, in her doorway. I didn't mean. What did you do? He demanded. Did you go in? No. No, I swear. I wanted to look, to see the place of the first shield. I dreamed of it and I wanted to see it. It's deserted, but not dead. I felt the light and dark pushing at each other, the dark's stronger there now. And it came. She looked down at her hand, unmarked. It spoke. And it had claws in my hand. And I felt. She thought she knew, and the shame rolled through her. It made me feel. Yes, I understand. He sheathed his sword. Seduction can be another weapon. You refused it, rebuked it. And destroyed its harbingers. Are you certain you didn't go in? Not purposely, Fallon. Did it draw you in, even for a moment? No. It's strong, but the crystal is mine. It can't take me where I don't want to go. I almost did, for a minute, want to. But I didn't. How did you know to come? You called me, mind to mind. I'll always come when you call me. Can you call me? I can. I'll always come when you do. He laid a hand on her shoulder. You did well. We'll have some food before we work. I could eat. And I'm ready to spend some time with potions instead of. Do you hear that? What do you hear? It's like singing. Maybe the fairies are coming to see us, but it's not the fairies. No, it's not like that exactly. It sang around her, sang inside her. But it's beautiful. She stepped out and saying nothing, Malik followed her across the small cottage up to the workshop. Like 1,000 voices calling to her, but quiet and lovely, more welcome than demand. The locked cupboard stood open, and light pulsed as the dark had pulsed from the defiled ground. Did you open it? She asked him. No. You opened it. How? By refuting the dark, by honor and by acceptance. Take what's yours, girl. Heart fluttering, she stepped to the cupboard. Inside the light sat a thick book, its cover deeply carved with magical symbols. The book sang in harps and bells and voices that stirred her soul. It's mine. It and all it holds, if you choose. Another turn on the path, foul and swift. It remains your choice. Inside her, around her, through her, the song. She stepped forward, flooded in light, and lifted the book. It should be heavy. But it's not. It has weight, Malik thought. So much weight. A girl will open the book of spells, the oracles say. And all within will be within the girl. She will know. And knowing will enter the well of light. There she will take up her sword and her shield, forged in the light, tempered by the fire. And so the one will rise. Fallon opened the book. The singing rang out, a thunderous chorus. A wind blew, warm and wild and tasting of earth and sea, flower and flesh as flames burned across the pages. And wrote her name. The force of power stole her breath. In her, around her, through her, of her. Her head fell back, her eyes rolled up white as it flooded her. And still, she flung out her arms to take more. She stood, tall and slim, legs braced, and drank in what was hers. As on the night of her birth, lightning slashed across the sky, and the wind howled and whipped the trees. The singing swelled. Rose up ringing in the warm, whirling air. In the window overhead, the sky burst with light. When the storm passed, when the voices stilled, she closed the book. It's so much. Every spell ever written, ever conjured, ever cast, black or white, for good or ill, is within you. This knowledge and the weight of it is yours. This trust and the burden of it is yours. Others may open the book, but it will not speak to them. My father paid the price for me to stand here. There's always a price, I know that. But I've seen what the cost is for not paying the price. How much worse? She set the book down, laid her hand on it. It was your book first. No, never mine. I helped create it, and I've kept it safe a very long time. This has been my duty and my honor. He lay his hand over hers. Will you go to the Well of Light, Fallon Swift? Yes. She let out a long breath as she turned to the cupboard, the light. Yes, but I left my sword downstairs. Malik stepped back, folded his hands. You'll have no need for it. Trusting him, trusting herself, she stepped to the cupboard. With a last glance at Malik, she stepped inside. And leaped. Down and down through brilliant white light, within sheer white walls. The air rushed by her without sound. She looked up where the light swirled above her, like water, and below where it gleamed. She landed in a spread-legged lunge, a hand braced against the gleaming floor of the well. She felt the heartbeat pump with her own, her blood and the living light. When she stood, it flowed around her like the water, like the brush of hands, the flutter of wings. She thought of the farm, her family, of riding grace over the fields, of running through the woods. The hum of bees. The snap of laundry on the line. The years the light had protected her and those she loved. She thought of Max Fallon who'd sparked her life and given his own for it. And closed her hand over the symbol she wore that joined her father's. She thought of Mick and Twyla and Thomas and all she'd come to know and care for. She thought of great cities and deserted fields, of the people in New Hope and all like them who fought to survive and to build. And she thought of Malik, who'd given hundreds of years to bring her to where she stood. Her choice, she thought, but they had all paved the way for it. Bathed in brilliant light, she stared at the long trough of fire. Another leap. It's faith. They have faith in me. I have faith in them and in the light. She stepped to the flames. Its heat bathed her skin. Its light shined in her eyes. She felt its breath. I make my choice, now hear my voice. In light and fire I make this vow, accepting what the gods endow. I am your daughter, child of wind and fire, of earth and water. With magic's bright I take up the fight. With this sword, with this shield, I will strike on battlefield. She reached through the flames, gripped hilt, gripped strap, lifted the sword and the shield. They're mine, she voiced. As the book is mine, as the owl, the wolf, the horse are mine. And I'm theirs. She hefted the shield with its crest of the five-fold symbol, uniting the 5 elements with magics. She thrust high the sword with the same symbol on its hilt. It flashed silver as Leaka's wings. And the flame that ran from hilt to point burned white. In light and fire rose the one. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Malik waited for her. He knew the moment she'd reached into the flame by the strike of lighting. The flaming candles. And from the change within him. Now, his clock would tick again, his life cycle would begin again. He would know age. And for that alone, he blessed her. He fetched the sheath he'd made for her long before her birth, laid it beside the book. When she stepped out, the light dimmed behind her. But it blazed on her face, he thought, in her eyes. He dropped to one knee. What? Don't. I've waited hundreds of years for this moment. I will acknowledge it, so be quiet. I pledge my magics, my sword, my life to you, Fallon Swift. I swear my allegiance to you, to the one. Okay, but get up. It makes me feel weird. Some things don't change. He got to his feet. You don't have to pledge what I already know. She glanced back at the cupboard, the softened light. The well, it's amazing. The light, it's really bright, but at the same time it's soft, like water. I guess that's why it's the well of light. And the fire, I could see the sword and shield in the flames, shining gold in them. But silver when I took them out. And they felt like mine. Because they are. It's just. Have you ever been there? In the well of light. Once, long ago, to place the sword and shield for you. You put them there, she whispered. I kept the scabbard for you. It's beautiful. Will you name your sword? It's a tradition, he said, and one that adds power. Salas. Light. A good name. Will you let me mark it on the blade? She held it out to him. And touched by her faith, he laid a finger on the blade, engraved it with its name. Will you sit? I feel like I could run 10 miles. She paced around the room, turning the sword so the blade caught the sun. And then another 10. Sit. Please. She sat, seemed to vibrate. There is no more I can teach you. She stopped admiring the sword to gape at him. What? You know more than I know. The knowledge is in you, and the power far beyond my own. But, what do we do now? The last part of your time here I'll help you focus and hone what you have. We'll sort out all you've been given today. From the book, from the well. Yes, but you've opened the book. You've taken the sword and shield. I can't make you stay. I'm asking you to trust that I know you need the time we have left. It struck her like an arrow from a bow. You're saying I could go home now? Yes. You've completed the quests, accepted your duties. You have the knowledge. You have skill. But you're saying, too, we still have work to do. Yes. She rose again, wandered. I want to go home. Sometimes I miss my family so much I can hardly breathe. I'll conjure up the smell of my mom's hair, or the way my dad's hand feels when he takes mine. My brother's voices. Just to get through until I can breathe again. I want to go home so bad. It is your choice now. I want to go home, she repeated. But I know these 2 years, almost 2 now, weren't just about training me and teaching me. That's a big part of it, but the other part, the side part of it, was to get me used to being away from them. From home. He sat back. This isn't knowledge gained from the book, but from good logic. You're big on logic. I'm not going to be able to stay on the farm, stay with them. I don't know where I'll have to go, how far, how long. But I'm going to be away from home and them. These 2 years will make it easier. I'll miss them, but I won't miss them so I can't breathe. And the same for them, right? It'll be easier for them. She sat again. I know I'm not finished here. Not finished, and I need you to help me finish. So I'll stay. And we'll work for the rest of the time. But when I go home, I need some time to be home. To be with them. And there are things I need to do there, to start there. Before I have to leave home and them again, I need time with them. It's for you to say now, not for me. Then that's what I say. And there are things that need to be done, to protect them. When I have to leave again. When I have that time, and do what needs to be done, it'll be easier to leave again. Very well. For now, take Fail Ban and Tapes on a hunt, or ride Layak. Take your afternoon. I haven't done the potions. You've done other things. I'll do the potions. She rose, grinned. It won't take me long. Arrogance. Confidence, she corrected. And got to work. Chapter 18. Summer came and went with hot, bright days filled with study and practice. With fall's approach, hot days slapped against cool nights until the air went to war. In the distance, funnel clouds swirled in skies purple as a bruise and fired stony pebbles of hail to tatter dying leaves. The fairies murmured the war of wind, of ice and heat, served as a sign as the time of the one's training approached its end, and the true battle of light against dark began. Fallon called it science. Still, when storms broke over the cottage, they broke with the fury of driving rain and snapping lightning, the bellow of thunder that echoed through the woods. Fallon brought one herself with a snapping fury of her own when Malik pushed her through 3 rounds of conflict, then criticized her form. She stood on boots caked with mud on ground boggy from the last rain and swiped the illusionary blood of the ghosts she'd defeated from her face. I beat them, all of them. Every time. You're wounded. Malik pointed out, because you were slow and you were sloppy. Her lungs burned, but that was nothing to the temper rising in her. I'm standing. They're not. As cool as she was hot, another clash and slap, he dismissed results, emphasized process. 5 times you lost your footing. Twice you failed to use your momentum and lost your advantage. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit. Harsh language won't keep you alive on the battlefield and only emphasizes your weaknesses. Fuck that and you. Enraged, insulted, she conjured 3 ghosts, battered at them. Blind to all but the need to strike back, she sliced, hacked, blasted power that erupted in flame while her temper boiled. With the boiling came the wind and then the thunder. Kill, she thought, riding her own rage. Kill them all. And then the lightning, red as the blood spattered over her, slashed across the bubbling gray sky, fired in spears and pitchforks. As she decapitated the last ghost, a strike shot down and cleaved the tree where Tapes often perched. It exploded, shooting out sharp darts and daggers of wood and shredded leaves. Drenched, muddy, stunned, she ran toward the blaze. Oh God! Tapes! He was wise enough to keep his distance from your temper and stupidity. She searched the sky, looking for the spread of white wings as the boiling clouds folded back into themselves. He's all right? He's okay? You'd know if he wasn't. Trembling, she shoved her dripping hair out of her eyes. I could've. I was so mad, but I didn't mean to. Mean to is nothing. You endangered others, you destroyed a living thing out of pique. You misused your gift. He didn't shout, she'd have preferred it. Instead, his voice dripped with a disgust that crushed her. Tears swam into her eyes. It hurt her stomach to hold them back. But she held them. She didn't deserve the comfort of tears. I'm sorry. I have no excuse. But precedes an excuse. She swallowed it, though it went down hard and bitter. Clean up your mess, he said, the words so cold she shivered. He walked away from her, closed the cottage door firmly behind him. Sickened, shattered. She shut down the rain and walked to the smoldering remains of the tree. She watched smoke rise into the blue sky of summer, cooled the debris. Slowly, laboriously. She gathered what could be used for firewood or kindling, carried load by load to stack. Her body ached. The ghosts had landed some hard blows, but the guilt hurt more. It took hours, as she wouldn't use magics for this. When it was done, she chose a twig, held it between her hands, and offered her penance. She allowed the tears now. Let them and her breath coat the twig to bring the roots. She spoke the words, humbly as she planted it. Holding her hands over it, she called a quiet rain to tease out the first leaves. From what was taken, new life begins. I ask forgiveness for my sins. She picked up a charred stick, studied it, and began to create for herself a warning and a reminder. Bruised, exhausted, her throat mad with thirst, she went inside. She wanted a shower, cup after cup of cool water, but she trudged up the stairs to the workshop. Malik sat working, a glass of wine at his elbow. He didn't spare her a glance. There's no excuse. I let pride take me over, and I used my anger to destroy. I harmed a living thing, and might have done worse because I gave up control for temper. I had no control. I only wanted to kill, to prove you were wrong. You weren't wrong. She needed him to know, to understand if not forgive. I can use anger on the battlefield. I need to feel. Malik, if I don't feel anger, joy, sorrow, and everything else, I'm less. Feeling makes me stronger. But I know now, especially now, that without control, my power, my strength, my feelings are a weakness. He capped a bottle of amber liquid, labeled it. Then you learned a valuable lesson. Perhaps the most valuable. I didn't use magics to clean up, but I did to bring life from part of the tree. To plant a new one and ask for forgiveness. He turned to her then, ready to give his own, and saw the carved wooden cuff on the wrist of her sword hand. Amazed, appalled, he whirled to her. You made yourself a trinket? You would use what you destroyed for your own adornment. No, no. Not a trinket. A reminder. She thrust out her arm. He gripped it, another lecture on his tongue. Then studied the cuff. It bore the five-fold symbol and the words Celeste on sail. Light for life. I'll shed blood. I'll take lives. I'll send people into battle or give them duties that may end their lives. If I accept that, I have to believe this. Light for life. To fight the war, to end the war. And never, never to strike out without cause, without control, the way I did today. I'll wear this to remind me. I'm sorry. Can't you forgive me? He looked at her. A blackened eye, a badly scraped cheek, and a face still so young. Youth couldn't be an excuse for her, but he'd allowed himself to forget it was a reason. We'll forgive each other. You didn't do anything. I let my own anger leave you untended. Healing is a gift, and I ignored my gift to punish you. Sit now and let me tend to you as I should have. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the morning. After a night of dreams, Fallon rose to bring in the tributes and to leave her gifts. She smelled fall in the air, the spice and smoke of it. And she thought of home. As she brewed tea, she decided during her free time that day she'd go through the crystal and visit New York again. The one her mother had loved. So many smells, she thought. So much color and movement. And noise. She'd already walked the sidewalks under the towering buildings, marveling at the wonders. Cars, so many cars making a constant thunder of sound. People. So many people, hurrying and dressed in such fine clothes. Windows filled with clothes and shoes and satchels and gems and gold and silver sparkling behind glass. Food. Everywhere. In wagons. In windows, inside shops, even on the sidewalks. The smell of meat and flowers and gas and everything. Of humanity. She'd watched a young Lana in her white jacket and cap cooking in a huge kitchen full of people and more noise, shouts, movement, steam, heat. It was wonderful. She'd watched Max write in a room full of books and pictures. His fingers busy tapping letters, a keyboard. She knew a keyboard. And the letters, the words appeared like magic on the screen. She'd go back, she decided, maybe to the day she'd watched them walk in a great green space, holding hands and laughing. She wouldn't look, not today, at the now as she had, and Malik with her. She wouldn't look through the crystal to the scorched buildings, the rubble of others, the filth and the blood. Today, she wouldn't have the screams in her head. She let the tea steep while she walked out to gather eggs and feed the chickens. Malik already stood outside, beyond their little garden. Before him, where the old tree had stood, where she'd planted the tiny sapling, rose another tree. Full grown, its branches spread wide, curving up as if lifted toward the sky. Leaves, shaped like hearts, grew green and thick. As she walked toward it, she judged it would take 3 men, hands linked, to span its massive and glossy trunk. You enchanted the sapling. She studied it, smiling. It's beautiful. I did nothing. Then how? I only enchanted a twig from the old tree, used tears and breath to call the roots, and a shower to bring out the first leaves. I didn't ask for it to grow and change. I was going to nurture it and ask the fairies to look after it when I leave. Maybe the fairies. No, this is from you and for you. I swear I didn't. He took her arm, tapped a finger on her bracelet. Solast on sale. Your light brought life, and this is a tree of life. A tree of life. There's more than one. Yes, they're rare and special, but more than one. With this, you have given and been given a gift. It will bear fruit for nourishment and healing and comfort. Malik turned to her, folded his hands while the vision took her. Its roots embrace the goddess of earth. Its branches rise up to the sun god. Its leaves breathe life into the air, catch the rain. It will offer a home to birds, and their songs will sweeten this place for all time. It connects all things, the earth, the air, fire, water, magics. What walks, what flies, what crawls join through it to the light. She turned to him, took his hands, and in her eyes he saw more than visions. He saw the woman inside the girl. It is not for me, Malik the sorcerer, but for you. You will find rest and comfort here when your work is done. This is my gift, our gift, for your loyalty and your service and your sacrifice. And here, she lifted her hand. Fruit. Like a deep rainbow, an array of jewels swelled on the branches. The fruits of life, like the fruits of your devotion, are come ripe at last. She lowered her hand, breathed out. It's yours. It's for you. I see now what I asked. What I could ask because of you. For a moment he couldn't speak, and had to fight to find his voice, to steady it. I'm honored. It is a great gift. It blesses what has become my home. Is it? Home for you. I'm content here, to live and to work when I'm not needed away. And he'd rest there, he thought, in the earth under the tree, when his time ended in this realm. Now there are eggs to gather and a cow to milk. When we've done what must be done today, you should begin to make your goodbyes. Goodbyes? Surprise had her head jerking up. We're leaving? But I've got more than 3 weeks left. Leaving will take time. Friends you've made here will want to fate you, make gifts. You should make gifts for those friends you're leaving here. But our time here is ending. This tree is not only a great gift but a sign. You're ready. You said just yesterday my form was sloppy and my defenses reckless. So they were. And still, you're ready. Get the eggs. He picked up the bucket he'd set aside, walked out to milk the cow. I'm going home, Fallon whispered. Then with a laugh, spun in circles. I'm going home. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mick proved the hardest. He sulked, picked fights, stomped off. Be patient. Malik advised when she complained, again, about Mick's attitude. It can be hard to leave. It's also hard to be left behind. She didn't want to be patient. She wanted to punch him. Instead, she ignored him as Malik had been right about leaving taking time. There were parties and feasts and gifts. Last swims in the fairy pool, last races with the elves. And new revelations. If Mick keeps avoiding me, he's never going to see me run all the way to the top of the tallest tree in the woods. And I won't have to thank him for teaching me how to scale a tree in the first place. You will thank him for his help and his friendship when you see him. If I see him. It hurt her heart she might not. I guess I'll thank him. I wouldn't be able to run up a trunk, flip, and dive from branches if he hadn't shown me. Malik sighed. Think, girl. About what? Do you think such an ability can be taught to one who doesn't have it already in her? Well, he showed me how to, and I can sort of boost with. Wait, are you saying I have elfin blood? My mother doesn't. She never said my birth father did. Are you the one only for witches? No, but you carry all in you, in your blood and spirit, and so you hold all. You mean I can run nearly as fast as some of the elves because I have. But the fairies? It's not like I have wings. You found their glade, swim in their pool. They come to you. You hear the voices of their smallest. Yeah, but I don't shift. Do I? Can I? If I can, why didn't you tell me, help train me, help me find my spirit animal? Think. He sighed again. You did find them. The quests? But I can't, she broke off, understood. I could, or will if I need, shift into those forms. But more, I can merge with them, all three, see through them. You did train me in all of it. I just didn't know. It's why we came here, so I'd live close to the others, spend this time learning their ways, their people, their abilities. Free time, I called it. She rolled her eyes. I was still in training. That doesn't diminish your enjoyment. Go now, find Mick. You know very well you can find him. Say your goodbyes to him. We leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? You never said. I just said. It's almost a week early. They won't be expecting me. Oh! She beamed. Oh, that's even better. I'll surprise them. Thank you. She flung her arms around him. He let himself cup a hand to the back of her head as he thought, yes, it is hard to be left behind. She didn't find Mick so much as lure him. She rode Layok with Tabes on her arm and Fail Ban pacing her, taking a meandering route to the fairy glade. There, knowing his weaknesses, she set out a picnic of little cakes, fruit tarts, and sweet tea. With the owl on a branch, the horse at his ease, she propped her head on the wolf as he curled behind her. And opened a book. It didn't take long. When she sensed him, she turned a page, picked up a cake to nibble. I could share, I guess, but not if you're going to be mean. I don't care about your cakes. I came to swim. He stepped out of the trees, and in the green light kicked off his boots, pulled off his shirt, and dived into the pool in worn and baggy shorts. You don't own this place, you know. I was swimming here before you came. And I'll swim here after you go. She turned another page. I'll miss swimming here. I might even miss you if you weren't such an ass. You're not going to miss anything or anybody. That's all bullshit. He dived deep, and when he surfaced, she'd put the book aside. Sitting up, legs crossed, she met his angry eyes. You know it's not, just like you know I have to go. I was always going to have to go. My family's waiting. And the rest, all the rest, but my family first. I miss them so much, but it was easier being away like this because you were my friend. You're still my friend even though you say mean things to me, things you know aren't true. Even though you're just stupid and we could have had the last couple weeks to hunt and swim and just be friends. Now that time's gone. Malik says we're leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow. He launched himself out of the pool. Why? He says it's time. He says I'm ready. Don't go, she said quickly when she realized he was braced to run. You are. You don't care how I feel about it. You don't care how I feel about you. That's bullshit and you know it. I never had a real friend before you. My brothers and some of the girls from the other farms, the village. But not a real friend, so I never had to say goodbye to one before. I want to go home, but it's hard to say goodbye. It's harder when my friend's mad at me for doing what I have to. Just because you have some magic sword, he trailed off, tired and disgusted with his own venom. Screw it. After muttering his new favorite phrase, he dropped down beside her. I can fight. I will fight. I know. My dad says not yet. I said I could go with you, fight, but he says not yet. When? I don't know. But I know I'll see you again. I know it. He picked up a cake, frowned at it, ate it. I never felt about anybody the way I feel about you. You're my first real friend, and you're the first boy I ever kissed. But you don't want to kiss me again. Going with instinct, she laid her hands on his cheeks, touched her lips to his. You're going to kiss a lot of other girls after I leave. Probably. Laughing, she jabbed a finger in his ribs. But you'll still be my friend. They sat quiet for a while, shoulder to shoulder, facing the pool. When it's time to fight, he began. When I see you again, will you kiss me? Probably. Now he laughed, bumped his shoulder to hers. I made you something. She reached in her pack, took out the gift. She'd braided strips of leather together to form a wristband and attached protective stones. It's really nice. See, you wrap it around. She put it on for him. Then you just loop this. Like that. It's really nice. He let out a breath, dug in his pocket. I made this for you. He'd carved her face in the stone she'd taken from Leaka's hoof. I had to get my dad to help me a little, but it's wonderful. It's from Leak, so it's especially wonderful. It really looks like me. Thanks. She turned her head, smiled at him. Friends? He shrugged, picked up a tart. I guess. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She packed. She'd take more home than she'd left with, but now she had 2 horses to help carry her things. In less than 2 days. She thought as she carefully wrapped her crystal for travel, she'd be home. She slipped her shield into the protective cover the shifters had made for her, but strapped on her sword. 2 days on the road could mean raiders or purity warriors, or just the violent. She whistled for Leok since he'd carry most of her things. Secured the first load to his back, went back for the rest. When she came out, she found Malik waiting for her and holding Grace's reins. It took me longer. It's a lot. I've got this if you want to get your pack and bring Gwydion around. I won't need them. It's 2 days, but maybe. What? Shock shoved her a full step back. You're not coming with me? I'll come with you, of course. I took you from your home. I'll see you get back to it. But I won't need my horse or a pack. It won't take 2 days. Her heart leaped. Now? Just like that? We're going to flash. I've never flashed that far. And so I go with you to help this last time. She wanted to argue. She'd only just begun to have the skill to move from one place to another since she'd come back from the Well of Light. But she thought of flashing to the farm, of seeing her mother's face in only minutes instead of days. It filled her with joy and with nerves. Do you have everything? Malik asked her. Yeah. This is it. Wow. She looked around, the clearing, the chickens, the garden, the tree, the cottage, the woods. The elves will help you harvest the garden. Her stomach kept jumping. And if you need help with the bees, the fairies. Do you think me incapable? Infirm, he interrupted. No, but I've been around for 2 years. You won't have my slave labor anymore. She mounted Grace, lifted her arm for Tabes, waited until Failban stood between the horses. Are you sure about flashing? It's not just you and me like we've done before. He slipped a hand in Grace's bridle. Do the work, girl. Okay. She drew in, drew it up, felt it stir in her. And a moment before she released the power, she saw Mick at the edge of the woods. She lifted a hand in farewell, saw him lift his, and flashed. To stand on the ridge over the farm. She drank it in, the air, the view, the sounds. When she looked down at Malik, her eyes gleamed with power and emotion. I'm getting pretty good at it. You need more practice, but you did well enough. Dad's already in the field with the boys. Haying. Mom must be inside. Do you want to ride Leok down? I won't come down. Go to your family. You're not coming? But I've seen you home, and now I'll go back to mine. Go to your family. Wait, just Malik. She said it sharply, leaned down to grip his hand before he could leave her. You're my family, too. Your family. She squeezed hard, then let him go. Bright blessings on you. And on you, Fallon Swift. He touched a hand lightly to her knee, then stepped back. And was gone. We're going home. She steered Grace away from the ridge toward the farm road. In the field, Ethan looked over. God, he'd gotten big. He shouted something, waved his arms, and began to run. They all began to run. In the kitchen, Lana felt something shift, drop away, open, and on a sobbing breath rushed outside. She watched her child, her beautiful child, gallop down the road with a huge white owl on her arm, a white wolf running beside her, and a massive white horse keeping pace. Lana ran, hair flying out of its pins, her heart swelling and pounding. When Fallon leaped from the horse and into her arms, the world that had been just out of focus for 2 long years snapped clear and clean again. "Oh, my baby, my baby." She clamped around Fallon as if she'd vanish, swayed, wept. "Mom." Fallon burrowed into her, all but buried her face in her mother's hair until Lana drew her back. Oh, look at you. You're so tall, you're so beautiful. You cut your hair." She ran her fingers through it, then over Fallon's face. "I love it. I love you. God, I missed you. I missed you every day." Then Simon sprinted up, swept Fallon off her feet, swung her around and around. "There she is. There's my girl." She laughed, chained her arms around his neck. "Dad." He smelled like the farm. He smelled like home. "Jesus, you're gorgeous. What happened to your hair? I missed the hell out of you." He pulled Lana in, gripped them both tight, tight. "My girls," he murmured. "My beautiful girls." With shouts and hoots, the boys swarmed in. Reluctantly, Simon let Fallon go so her brothers could surround her. Overwhelmed, almost dizzy with it, Fallon tried to hug everyone at once. They peppered her with questions, calling in a voice she almost didn't recognize. A man's voice. It reminded her they hadn't stayed still in her absence. They'd grown taller. Colin more solid. Travis suddenly gangly, Ethan no longer a baby. Jem and Scout raced in, circled, pushed through to nuzzle in. "The gang's all here," Fallon laughed. "Almost. Where are Harper and Lee?" She saw it in Ethan's head droop before Lana spoke. "They died this winter. I'm sorry, baby. They went together, in their sleep." Oh! It cut at her that she'd never see them again. That she hadn't been able to say goodbye. "We buried them under the tree," Travis told her. "With Grandma and Granddad. You can visit them." "I will." She looked around, the hills, the woods, the garden, the bees, the fields. "It looks the same." "I'm so glad it looks the same." "You don't." She returned Colin's appraising look. "You either." "I hereby declare today a Swift family holiday," Simon announced. The boys cheered. "Guys, let's get Fallon's things inside, see to the horses." "And where did you get that magnificent stallion?" "That's one hell of a horse." "He's not exactly a horse." Ethan walked right up to Leok. "He's more." "He's more," Fallon agreed. "Do you want to see?" She met Leok's eyes. He tossed back his head, revealed his horn, spread his wings. "Son of a bitch." Simon managed, grinning as the boys moved in to touch. "He won't hurt them." Anticipating her mother, Fallon took Lana's hand. "He'd never hurt what's mine. He's Leok," she told her brothers. "Where did you get him?" Ethan rubbed his cheek against Leok's. "It's a story." "Does it include how you came by that white wolf and owl?" Simon wondered. "Yeah. I sure want to hear it." "You must be hungry. You can tell us your stories while you eat." "Pancakes." She didn't have the heart to tell her mother she wasn't hungry. Plus, her mother's pancakes could stir anyone's appetite. "The men will take care of all this." Lana slipped an arm around Fallon's waist. As she led Fallon toward the house, Colin started to object. Simon cut him off with a look. "Your mom needs a little time with her. You'll get plenty. Plus, it's not every day you get to handle a flying unicorn." "Ollie-corn," Ethan told him. "He's an ollie-corn." "Is that so?" "Well, let's unpack Fallon's ollie-corn, get him and Grace into the paddock, though a fence seems useless. Then we'll eat some pancakes." Inside, Fallon wandered around the kitchen. She smelled yeast from the dough already rising in her mother's big white bowl and the herbs in the pots on the windowsill. I was going to make a feast for your homecoming. And we were going to decorate. Lana's voice broke. Was he kind to you? Was Malik kind to you? Yes. Strict, and he could be hard, but he was kind, too. He taught me so much. He let me see you. All of you in the fire once. He wasn't supposed to, but I was so homesick. I felt you, and it lifted my heart. The sword. Laying a hand on its hilt, Fallon nodded. You opened the book of spells. Went into the well of light. Turning away, Lana began to gather what she needed for pancakes. We'll talk about it, all of it, but I think for now, over pancakes, we'll talk of other things. Of your white triad and... She broke off again when Fallon's arms came around her. Don't worry. I'm home now. For how long? Lana wondered, but closed her hand over her daughter's. Yes. You're home now. Chapter 19. She ate pancakes and realized just how much she'd missed her mother's cooking. She entertained her brothers with stories of quests and fairy glades. She told them about Mick and learning how to scale a tree like an elf. For this time, this reunion around the kitchen table, she made 2 years of training sound like an adventure. And fooled no one. In the spirit of holiday, chores waited for later. She let her brothers take turns petting Fail Ban, who tolerated the gang of boys stoically. When she lifted her arm, the owl glided from the branch of the apple tree, came to her. He's Tabes. Why'd you give him such a weird name? Why'd you give them all weird names? Colin demanded. It means ghost. Like Fail Ban means white wolf and Laok means hero. It's Irish, and they came to me with their names. Why didn't you give them other names in English? Colin challenged. The only one around here who talks Irish is the old lady at Sister's farm. I do, too, she stated matter-of-factly, and Colin didn't respond. She'd missed her mother's cooking, Fallon thought. And weird as it was, she'd missed that suspicious, challenging look on Colin's face. Travis touched his fingers lightly to the tip of the owl's wing. Would say his name again? He asked. Tabes. Would Tabes come to me? He might, but you'd need a falconer's glove. His talons. Fallon doesn't need a glove because he's hers. Ethan looked up at his sister. Can we ride Laok? You want to fly? Lana, who'd been simply drinking and watching her kids, jerked, stepped forward. I don't think so. I'd take them one at a time, Fallon told her. Up with me. They'll be safe. I promise. Come on, babe. Simon gave Lana a wink. I know I want to spin. I bet you do, too. Me first. I'm the oldest, Colin claimed. Ethan first, Fallon corrected. He asked first. She whistled. Laok didn't need wings to fly over the paddock fence. He took it in one fluid leap. Maybe Lana held her breath when her daughter launched into the golden saddle and muttered a little prayer when Simon gave Ethan a boost up behind her, but she knew when she was outnumbered. Hold on to me, Fallon told Ethan. Wings spread out, forelegs lifted, and Lana watched her girl and her youngest take the air with Ethan's gut-deep laugh rolling. Magnificent, she thought. Spellbinding. A sister giving her brother the thrill of his life, yes, but more. A warrior on her warhorse. She's the same, she told Simon. But not the same. She's still ours. That'll never change. They took the day for fun, for love. Accepting Colin's other challenges, Fallon scaled trees, dived from branches, executed flips. With Travis, she walked to the apple tree and the dogs' graves. It hurt Dad most, he told her. They were his mom's. Ethan told Dad they had to go, the night they died. You know how he knows with animals and stuff. Yeah. Dad sat with them, even when they went to sleep, and sat when they went away, you know. It hurt him the most. She put her arm around Travis's shoulders. They were family, and his family first. They need to know the other stuff. The stuff you're not saying. I don't know what it all is. I can see more than before you left, but you can block better. And you know trying to see is rude. He only shrugged. Sometimes you gotta be rude. I know some's about the sword. Can I see it? She took it out of the sheath, and after only a brief hesitation let him hold it. What's the word on it? Is it like the sun? Close. Light. Its name is light, and none who would use the light for dark will lift it. As I took it from the fire, so will I raise it in battle, and the blood that stains it will be the blood of the beast and all who follow. And though it bring death, its blade shines clean. Light for life. Travis handed her back the sword as she breathed out again. You got spookier. Yeah. I know. Do we need to learn how to use swords? Yeah. I'll teach you. Cool. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She'd hoped to put it off at least for a few days. To set aside the hard things and just be home. But Travis was right. Her parents needed to know. All she had to do was figure out how to tell them. She stayed in the kitchen with Lana when the boys went out with Simon to feed the stock. And with the scent of the ham baking, her favorite, she helped prepare potatoes for roasting. Surprise return notwithstanding, Lana would put on a feast. I did most of the cooking at the cottage. Malik's a really terrible cook. It only took a couple of meals to realize you'd done me a big favor teaching me to cook. I got pretty good at it. Not as good as you, but pretty good. You were always pretty good at it. One of the fairies was a baker. She showed me how to make what she called rainbow cake. It's really good. You'll teach me the recipe? We need a sprinkle of fairy dust from the little ones. It's what adds the rainbow. I met Max Fallon. I never thought of using. What? Lana, chopping herbs, looked up. Max? You had a vision. No, Mom, not a vision. I met him. I talked to him, like I'm talking to you. He died, Fallon. I know. It was the first saw when I was gone. It was, during the ritual, the first. Rushing in of power, real power in me. I called him, I guess. I didn't realize it, not really. And that night, I snuck out to try to track the wolf and I met him. My sire. Max, carefully. Lana set the knife down, walked over to sit. On Samhain, when the veil thins. How her mother would feel, Fallon couldn't know. But it had to be said. He came to me. He loved you, Mom, and me. He's proud of you and me. We walked together in the woods, and I took him to the fairy glade. We had the whole night to talk, for me to really know him. Fallon went to Lana, knelt down. Took her hands. You need to know what he told me. You need to know he's happy, and he's grateful you found Simon. Oh, Fallon. As tears fell on their joined hands, Fallon squeezed tighter. He's grateful you found someone so good, so strong, someone you love and loves you and me. He's happy we built a life and family. You had that time with him. And that, I can't even tell you what that means to me. You both got back something that was stolen. I loved him, Fallon. I see him when I look at you and love him. But Fallon felt something release inside her because now she knew. She knew what her mother felt. You loved him and love him, but Simon Swift is the love of your life. Not just your mate. Your husband, not just the father of your children. The love of your life. I know it, feel it. I'm glad of it. I'm so glad. You're so grown up. I missed so much, so many changes, so many firsts. I kissed a boy. Oh! Torn between laughter and tears, Lana cupped Fallon's face. Mick, right? How did you know? Moms know. Was it lovely? It was. Nice. He's nice when he's not being a butt. Sort of like Colin. Huh, I just realized that. It was nice, she said again, but he's not going to be the love of my life. I don't know that I'll have one of those anyway. Don't say that. Don't ever put up blocks to love. But, she added, that kind of love can definitely wait a few years. I thought I was so grown up. Don't contradict your mother when she's being contradictory. Fallon laid her head on Lana's lap. I have a lot more to tell you and Dad. She eased back, stood. But they're coming back. I don't hear them. It's probably the elf blood. What? A lot to tell you, Fallon repeated. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Nobody, witch, fairy, elf, baked a ham like her mother. Nobody put on a celebration dinner to compare. They ate like kings, with candles flickering and the fire crackling. She noted the pecking order in Brotherworld hadn't changed. Colin still lorded it over the others with his firstborn male status. Travis could still, when he wanted, level Colin with wit and words. Ethan remained sunny of nature. When she caught herself wondering how she could help hone their individual strengths, shore up weaknesses for what was to come, she shoved the thoughts aside. Not yet. Not yet. She waited until after dinner when the boys grumbled about kitchen duty. I want to check on the horses. Dad, maybe you'll come out with me. Sure. I'd like another look at that super steed of yours. He took her hand as they walked in the cooling night from the house to the stables. What do you want to tell me? I never could fool you. I have a lot to tell you and Mom together. But I already told her this and I need to tell you. I met Max Fallon. How do you manage that? The ease of the question. The simplicity and ease of it relaxed her tensed muscles. You know, magics, Samhain, ritual, stuff. We had most of the night to walk and talk. Good. He opened the stable door. That's good. You're not going to ask what we talked about, what he said to me? Honey, he's your father. So are you. That's right. He grabbed her face, kissed her. You got two for the price of one. Just that simple, she thought. Just that simple with him. That was strength, she realized, knowing at that moment every man she met, any man she considered, would be measured by this one. Any man, every man would have a high bar to scale. She moved to the stall, to Grace, stroked the mare's head, offered one of the carrots in her pocket. You told me Max Fallon was a hero. He was. He said the same about you. He said you were a hero. I'm a farmer. Tears shined in her eyes, but good ones. Loving ones. You're my hero. He drew her against him. There can't be anything that means more to a father than hearing his daughter say that. Nothing tops it. They walked to Layak. Must be 22 hands. Back in the day. I'd pulled out my smartphone, got a video of you on him. You taught me to ride, to build with wood, to throw a ball, to block a punch, to love and respect the land. To be generous and not to take any bullshit. I didn't teach you that, mouth. Sure you did. He had to laugh. Guilty. She offered the second carrot to her father. You give it to him. Here you go, big guy. I know Max Fallon now. I love him now, not just as a picture on a book or the words inside it. Not just from stories I've been told, but through the man. I know you. I know now everything you taught me mattered and helped me to be who I am. I know more of you, through the man you are, from being away. Max Fallon was my sire. Your daddy. And I love you. He held her close, held her tight. You just found something to top it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She knew her parents, their habits, doubted they'd changed. She waited until her brothers slept, until her parents assumed she did. Then she went out to the kitchen. They sat as she'd known they would after a momentous day at the table drinking wine and talking. Can't sleep? You must be overtired, Lana said, rising. All the excitement after a long trip. Nearly 2 days' ride, you said. The cottage where you stayed. Let me get you something to help you rest. I'm not tired. It was over a day's ride to get there. We didn't ride back. Did you actually fly all that way on the stallion? She shook her head at Simon. This is a good place to start. She decided. Even though it's the end instead of the beginning. Have you ever flashed? She asked her mother. In what way? Well, like, she flicked her wrists, vanished. Reappeared across the room. Oh my God, Lana managed while Simon let out a delighted laugh. Do it again. Simon. Come on, seriously. Do it again. Lana pressed her fingers to her eyes. I'm going to need more wine. Obliging them both, Fallon flashed to the pantry, flashed back with the bottle. I had some wine. Did you? Lana asked, very coolly. Really watered down. Sort of medicinal. Anyway, I could teach you to flash. I've heard some can, but as I've never seen it myself, thought it was just a legend. No, and I can teach you. You have more power than you use, and what you've used since. For a long time it's almost always been domestic or healing or growing. You have more than Max did because you grew in me. Yeah. So I can teach you that and other things. Not everything, Fallon qualified, but more things. You said something about elf blood before. What did you mean? I have some of all. Malik said that's part of the meaning of the one. Some of all in one. Me. Simon decided more wine wouldn't hurt and poured it. Are you going to grow wings now? I don't think so, but maybe. I'll be able to shift when that comes into me. Into what? The 3 I brought with me. All of them, Malik said. I should go back to the beginning. We were attacked on the way to the cottage. Raiders. She took them through the 2 years as best she could. The hard things she'd left out. She watched her father cover her mother's hand when she told them about going to the prison, what they found there, what they did there. As time passed, Lana rose, brewed tea. Dad taught me the basics of hand-to-hand. You know more than you taught us. You didn't teach us because you thought we were too young. I'll need to keep up my training. I can bring the ghosts. But you could help teach the boys. And they'll need to know how to use a sword. Why a sword? Simon asked. There are still plenty of guns, but they're not always easy to find now. And ammo's even harder. We can make it. But blades, arrows, fists, feet, they can and are just as lethal and easier to come by. Some are already using them, even prefer the sword or the bow. She told them what she'd seen in dreams. The man with the sword speaking to her from outside the circle of stones, how she's seen that same place through the crystal. I can go into it. Into the crystal, go to what I see in it. I'm there and here, both. It's hard to explain. Not astral projection? Lana asked. No, different. It's like a split, but I'm in both places. It's how I met the rescue party. How I met people from New Hope. You. New Hope? Eddie, she told Lana. Flynn. Others. You met Eddie. For a moment the worry cleared. He's alive and he's well? Both. He asked about you. I couldn't tell him where you are, not yet, but I could tell him you were okay. I met Duncan and Tonia. The twins. On a happy laugh. Lana pressed a hand to her heart. Katie's twins? And Hannah? Not yet. Oh God, Katie's babies. They're almost grown by now. They're warriors, I don't think Hannah is. Duncan drives a motorcycle and uses a sword. Tonia uses a bow. They're trained in other weaponry, but that's their preference. Katie must be. You didn't meet her? She wasn't in the rescue party. Or Arlie's or Fred, Rachel, Jonah? Not them. Will Anderson. He leads them now. Will. Lana nodded. Yes. Yes, I can see that. It was an ambush. What? Oh God. Was anyone hurt? I saw through the crystal what the Purity Warriors had done, how they planned to lure the rescue party in, ambush them. I went to Malik. He let me go through to warn them. And tell them how to turn the ambush into an ambush. You figured that out? Simon asked. I've trained and studied, and I had the advantage of seeing where the enemy had their lines. Their positions, so I could plan and map it out. You could walk me through that sometime. I will. None of your friends were hurt, Mom. And they rescued people who were being tortured, enslaved. People who'd be executed. You're glossing it over. Lana folded her hands together. You fought. You fought with them. I may have channeled my power into softer things, Fallon. And done what I could to build a safe life for my children, but I've been in the war. I've seen death and caused it. Don't think to wait until you have your father alone to say the rest. Lana turned to Simon. She walks us both through. You're right. Simon took Lana's hand, brushed his lips over it. Your mom's right. Lay it out now. Okay. They had fuel tanks, she began. She took them through it. They're strong soldiers, the people of New Hope. You'd like them, Dad. So your mom's always said. After the battle, after more training. After I saw the first shield through the crystal, and the dark there tried to draw me to it, that's when the Book of Spells called me. The moon set before she finished telling them all of it. I probably left some things out, but not on purpose. I needed you to know everything because it's not right you don't. And not telling you makes it seem like I think you're weak, and you're not. I want time to just be home, like today. Just to be home. And to train and practice, to help you and the boys train and practice. Then, I'll know when I have to go. I'll know. Where will you go? Lana reached for her hand. New Hope, Fallon and Simon said together. Fallon smiled at him, nodded. Yeah, New Hope. So much started and ended there. So much is waiting there. It's where I'll need to go. To New Hope, she said as her eyes deepened. Where the light brought them, where the signs led them, where the blood of the sire stained the ground. They're to raise an army, to forge the weapons against the dark. From there to the great cities, to the rubble and the ruin, across the seas, under the earth. Betrayal, blood, lies bear bitter fruit. And some will fall along the way. With the rise of magics, the clash of the light and the dark, the worlds tremble. Now Lana rose, took a small bottle from a cupboard. 2 drops, she said. I don't get queasy from visions anymore. Maybe not, but you don't usually have one after you've been up most of the night. 2 drops. Stick out your tongue. Though she mentally rolled her eyes. Fallon did as she was told. Lana leaned down, kissed the top of her head. I know what it's like when it comes on so fast and strong. Like being filled up and holed out at the same time. On a sigh, Fallon leaned into Lana, comforted by someone who knew, really knew. What works in us gives so much. Gently, Lana stroked Fallon's hair. And demands so much. I haven't forgotten what it's like to feel that power surge inside me, or how to fight. How to use everything I have, everything I am to fight. Now, because I was given time and love. I have more to fight for. I didn't mean. I saw you through the crystal. In New York, the life you had before, the way you had to leave it. And how strong you were going forward. Always going forward. In the mountains, what you did there. Faced there. I watched you fight for yourself and me and others, day after day, month after month. I saw that day in New Hope. I would have spared you that. Why? Fallon pulled back, eyes fierce. I saw people who'd begun to build something good, something bright and real. Honoring their dead, celebrating life. I saw the faces of those who came to kill me. I know those faces now. I saw my birth father give his life for you, for me, and saw you strike back. It was grief. It was power. Power, yours and mine. How many lives did you save that day? And how many more when you, with me inside you, with his blood on you, ran alone, left another place, another home you loved. Friends who'd become family. You took his ring for love. You took his gun. A woman thinks of the rings, but a warrior thinks of a weapon, mom, and even in your grief and shock, you were a warrior. I had a child to protect. You did. Alone, hungry, scared, you kept going. I nearly gave up. You came to me. You wouldn't have given up. You never give up. I just gave you a boost when you needed one. I saw you come to the ridge above the farm, and I saw on your face something I hadn't since you ran. I saw hope. And Fallon reached out. Took Simon's hand. I saw that hope realized in kindness and the building of trust and love. It's a lesson that trust can build between strangers, but they have to take the first step. And that's faith. When did you get so smart? Simon asked. She squeezed his hand, looked straight into his eyes. I saw you kill a man who gave you no choice, though you'd given him one. He wasn't your first or your last. I come from warriors, my mother, my fathers. And from power and strength, from kindness. When I'm afraid I won't be good enough, brave enough, smart enough. I think of you, what you've taught me, and what I've seen through the crystal. She rubbed her eyes and looked all at once like a young girl up far too late. I wish none of what's outside the farm. What's coming would touch the boys. But it will. You know more, the soldier knows more than you've told us or told Mom or taught us. I watched the soldier, too, in the before. Through the crystal. It tore at him, more than a little, to know he looked into his daughter's eyes and looked soldier to soldier. You're going to take a few days, Simon told her. Call it R&R. Then we'll start training them. You've had a long day, Lana said. You should get some sleep now. I'm really tired. Yes, I see that. Go on to bed. Nodding. Half asleep already, she hugged Lana, then Simon. I'm so glad to be home. Lana watched her go, listened to her feet on the stairs. Simon. We'll talk. We'll think and we'll talk. But right now somebody else needs sleep. You're worn out, babe, and I'm not far behind you. I've known. I've known since she was inside me, and I still keep running up against the wall of no. No. This is my baby. Join the club. He got up, took her hand. We're going to do what parents do. What's that? Worry our asses off and do everything we know how to help her. They started for the stairs. You think you can learn that flash deal? Because, hey, you could bring me a cold beer like that. He snapped his fingers, making her laugh after a very long day. Chapter 20. She took a week, helped with the harvest, taught her mother how to make a rainbow cake. She went fishing with her brothers, hunting with Tabes and Fail Ban. At night she flew over the fields and hills on Laok. And though she was happy to be home, she missed Malik and the routine of work, training, practice, study. She missed Mick and all the others. And quiet times alone in the fairy glade. But she spent her 15th birthday at home, with her family, and treasured every moment. When the week ended, her brothers took to training like a game. It annoyed her down to the bone, but she took her cues from her father. After all, she told herself, he'd trained soldiers before and raised children. It starts as a game, he told her. They're kids. Colin's the same age I was when I went with Malik. He sure as hell didn't let me treat it like a game. Colin isn't you. They'll learn, and more they'll compete. With each other. And with you. Then they'll get better, then they'll get serious. So through the fall and into the winter, it remained, for the most part, a game. She left Travis's and Ethan's magical training to her mother, for now, and tolerated the complaints and malingering when she pushed them through assignments. Reading, math, mapping. They liked plotting battle strategies, and Travis particularly shined there. When it came to the katas, the gymnastics, and sheer endurance. Ethan outpaced his older brothers as if born doing handsprings. But when during the wild and windy days of March, she introduced swords, Colin proved fierce, fast, and deadly. Enough it irritated her a little when he mastered in days forms and techniques that had taken her weeks. She took to working with him one-on-one, and though she killed him routinely, he made her work for it. But her father proved a different matter. He'd spar with her under strict rules. Blows would not land. He had his line in the sand, no matter how she argued. He wouldn't hit his children. She compromised with a quick shock for any strike, punch, kick. Even under the rules, she couldn't beat him without using magics and learned more and more. The first time they used knives for combat, much to her brother's delight, Simon did what he did whenever a blade was introduced. He tested them on himself. They won't cut cloth, break flesh, or draw blood, she told him, as she did before every sword practice. Better safe than really, really sorry. He swiped his knife, then hers, over the back of his arm. Okay. He handed her a knife. Hilt first. As they circled each other, the boys called out insults or encouragements. And Lana came outside. It gave her a jolt, as it always did, to see her husband, her child, facing off. Eyes flat and cold, bodies coiled. Her heart leaped into her throat and stayed lodged there from the first swipe. Simon lunged in, pivoting away as Fallon did the same, so her vicious kick. Her follow-up slice missed their marks. A terrible dance that seemed to go on and on. By tacit agreement, Fallon and Simon straightened, stepped back. Looks like a draw. Lana called out as the boys moaned and booed. You're good. Simon swiped sweat from his face. You too. Now he grinned. I was holding back. Oh yeah? So was I. Okay then. He rolled his shoulders, moved into a fighting stance. Don't. You either. They charged each other. Horrible, horrible, Lana thought. The blows, the hacking, the swipes of blades. The jerks of their body as the shocks ran through at the illusionary strikes and cuts. Then, with a speed that made the boys cheer, Simon swung around, caught Fallon from behind, and slit her throat. Better than good. Breath in rags, Fallon lowered to brace her hands on her thighs. You too. Show me that move. Sure, but here's the thing. If these knives cut, I'd probably have been weak and woozy from blood loss. Adrenaline might have pushed me through, but you came damn close to severing a couple arteries. That's where you should focus if you can. Go for the brachial, the femoral, the jugular, and it's going to be over fast. I know, but the only way I could have gotten to them was to. She flicked her hand, jerked him back with a punch of power, then sliced a long line down his forearm. Do that? Why didn't you do that? First, I need the training. And more. I might be going up against someone with power, so I'd be pushing or blocking that while trying to get a debilitating or killing strike in. If the opponent didn't have power, magics should be used only to save lives. If you have to take a life with magics, you can't do it for convenience. You just have to know. He shook his head and looked at her, warrior to warrior. Here's what I know. You do what it takes to stay alive. Use what you need to use. Because if you're dead, the fight's over, and not just for you. For others under your command, others you won't be able to protect. Innocent lives shouldn't be lost because you played fair. Nothing's fair in a war. He sheathed his knife, then caught her face in his hands, kissed her. You wore me out, baby. As he spoke, Lana appeared at his side, offered him a cold beer. Hey, nice, thanks. We've been working on it. I think it's time for a break. And Fallon, I could really use your help with something, Lana urged as she led her to the house and closed the door behind them. Your father doesn't understand. Lana began. He knows using magics to cause harm, and worse, is against what we are, but he also knows what it's like to fight for your life and for others. I get it. I do. It was hard for me and Max to use our gifts to harm. It should be hard. But, Fallon, your dad's right. He's right. If you, any of us, need to use our gift as a weapon, we use it. Not lightly. Not for, as you said, convenience, but we use it. Whether or not it's power against power. I've already used it. I don't know how many lives I might have taken when I blew up those fuel tanks. And used magic to do it. How many did you save? Good soldiers and innocents? You did what you had to do, and I'm afraid, you'll have to do the same again and again. You can slip into the dark, Fallon said quietly. You won't. Your fathers didn't. I didn't. You won't. The more I train, the more I'm here. I thought and told Malik. I needed time to be home. I thought it was for me, just to be here after 2 years away. But it's more. I'm still learning. It's about training, all of us, and learning. She paced away, back again. I know people are out there, fighting, dying, suffering. And I'm here, still here. I thought when I took the sword and shield, I'd be ready. But it's been months and I'm still here. It's not just about fighting for you. I know. Just like I know it's not time for me to go. Restlessly, she walked from window to window. But there are people my age, younger, already fighting, and I'm waiting to lead, she realized. I'm waiting instead of working toward leadership. The farms, the village, right here? I'm not leading. I'm not learning who'll fight, who has needed skills or knowledge that can be used. We're not training beyond right here. I'm stupid. Don't insult me. I didn't raise any stupid children. You have your time, right here and only here with family. Training and teaching and practicing. If it's time now for you to do more, to begin with neighbors, that's what we'll do. If Dad goes with me, they'll listen to him. They know him better, and with me, they'll see a teenager. Pleased, proud, Lana nodded. You need to build trust. Yeah, and I will. I will. This is why I'm here. Why you're still here, Lana corrected. You've begun what you needed to begin, and now it's time to begin something else. You are a teenager, Fallon. And you're impatient. Building trust, armies, movements, takes time. Then I better get started. Tomorrow. Do you hear that? What do you hear? Voices. From. She followed them, with Lana behind her. To her room. To the crystal. Do you hear them? I hear something now. It's not clear. Can you see? It's indistinct. Take my hand. It cleared for her. Men, women, in trucks, on horseback. Incredibly in tanks. Heavily armed, Lana noted, all in dark clothes with faces blackened against the glow of moonlight. A night raid. Purity warriors, Fallon told her. And some raiders. They're likely in this for the bounty as much as the killing. Maybe the PWs paid them to join for this. I know that road. Fear squeezed at Lana's throat. It's going to take them straight into New Hope. God, that's one of the Mercers in the lead truck. He hasn't aged well, and that's a horrible scar on his face, but I know it's one of them. Lou Mercer. Don's already dead. And this one got that scar in the explosion, the fuel tanks. He's very pissed off. I have to go. She turned, picked up the sword she'd left on for hand-to-hand. This is coming, it's yet to come, so there's time to warn them. Time for them to get ready. I'm going with you. I need you here. I still can't go through without the split. I need you to stay with what's here. I need Will. Will Anderson. She put a hand over the globe, brought Will's image into her head. And into the globe. Oh God, it's Will. Lana grabbed Fallon's arm. Looked closer. And Katie. That's Katie. Oh my God, look at them. She saw the woman with dark curly hair and the eyes she'd passed down to her son, sitting at a table with Will. Where are they? Fallon demanded. I'm not sure, The kitchen, in the house where Katie and Rachel live. Or lived when I was there. And Jonah. He moved in with Rachel. They've painted it. But that's the kitchen. I can't hear what they're saying. I can't hear clearly. I have to go through. She turned to her mother. I have to warn them what's coming. 2 nights. It's in 2 nights. I know where the house is. You told me, and even if I didn't, the crystal would take me. But you have to stay here. Tell them, just tell them I saw them. I will. Stay here. Stay with me. Once more she put her hands on the globe, and this time, put the image of the house, of the kitchen into her mind. And she slipped through the crystal. She smelled something burning just before she completed the split. She drew her sword as Duncan swung around with his. Steel clashed bright to steel. That's a good way to get disemboweled. He lowered his sword, but didn't sheath it. Don't you bother to look before you attack? Defend, he corrected. It's my house you just popped into. I'm looking for Will Anderson. He doesn't live here. I know he doesn't live here, but he was here. You're burning something. Damn it. He grabbed the skillet and, now with hands full, turned off the heat with a flick of his head. Don't blame me. Clearly, by the look in his eyes, he did. It was burning when I got here. I like my grilled cheese crispy. He flopped it, one side certainly crispy, the other definitely blackened, onto a plate. Just tell me where to find Will so I. It's night. Yeah. It just likes to follow day. When she gripped his arm, the urgency in her slammed into him. What's the date? What day is it? March 29th. Or 30th, technically, as it just hit midnight. What do you want? Will. Well, you got me. Spill it, he began, then got a good look at her sword. Now he gripped her arm and lifted it. Light, he said, reading the engraving. How do you know what it means? One of my instructors at the academy was visiting relatives in Boston when the doom hit. He ended up here. He teaches Irish. His gaze, that deep, deep green, shifted from the sword to her face. So the one answers the call, opens the book of spells and, taking all it gives, travels into the well of light. There, from the fire eternal, she lifts the sword and the shield. He let her go. I get that right? I don't have time for this. Where does Will live? Here, with your mother. No. Jesus. Man, he's married and all that for like 1,000,000 years. To who? Fallon could have torn her hair out, or Duncan's. My mother will want to know. Arlie's. She'll be glad of it, but I can't get distracted. Are they in the house where Arlie's lived? I know it. No. And you're not going to bother Will at midnight. He's worn out and half sick. He's sick? I can help. It's just a crap cold and he's been treated. He needs sleep, that's from the healers, medical and magical, so no go on waking him up. He got his plate, dropped it on the table, poured himself a short glass of milk. You want? No. I can't waste time. Then sit down and tell me what the fuck. I'll tell Will in the morning. She could go back through the crystal, she calculated, bring Will's image back, try again. But not only did it seem impractical, but she needed to accept there could be a reason she'd missed the mark. So she sat. Night after tomorrow night, they'll attack. The group. Or a splinter group of them, from the thwarted ambush. Mercer? He's really pissed off. This isn't a sanctioned attack. He's gone rogue. He was burned badly in the explosion that night. He's been stewing on this ever since. He lost status with Jeremiah White. He's been demoted. I can't get it all, and only got that because his hate's so huge. I didn't wait to try for more. I just know he has more than 100 with him, and 2 squads of raiders. Duncan nodded, coolly calculating. They've been known to hook up. They let the raiders take some of the magicals for bounty. Dead or alive. They raided the armory, what was left of it, killed some of their own to do it. And they raided other settlements. They have a number of militarized weapons with them, and 2 tanks. Tanks? We could use a couple of tanks. Hold on, be right back. He started out, turned back. Don't eat my sandwich. It's burnt. Don't eat it, he repeated. She pushed up, paced. Midnight, she thought. Hours past the time she'd aimed for. And now she was stuck in a kitchen that smelled of burned bread instead of talking to the leader. Well, she could tell her mother they had access to cheese here. And that Katie's kitchen had walls the same color as the daffodils in a skinny bottle on the table. And that Katie's son had very quick reflexes, even if he couldn't grill a sandwich. He came back. Dark jeans worn to gray at the knees, a black t-shirt, hair that had a touch of his mother's curl and fell shaggy over the back of the shirt. He carried a roll of paper, pencils, a couple of hand-drawn maps. Well drawn, she noted as he spread them on the table. One of New Hope, another of the area around the town proper. Okay. He sat, picked up the sandwich in one hand. Bit in. Show me. Which road are they using? She picked up one of the pencils, then stopped, narrowed her eyes at him. Did you find out who told the Mercer group where you'd scout the day you found the wounded man? No. We're keeping our eye on a couple of people. There's a woman who was part of a cult. Crazy bastards. She's still here, has a baby, but she keeps separate. She won't wear regular clothes. She might work with the PWs. Even though they raided their camp and we saved her ass and plenty of others. Crazy bastards, he repeated. There are a couple of others. This guy who took a place about a mile out of town. Keeps to himself, big time. He'll barter, but only with non-magicals. And there's Looney Lenny. He's just not right. Will's had to lock him up a few times since he wandered in. He just loses it. Otherwise he's quiet and a little spooky. Anyway, we're working on it. If we've got somebody who's part of the community working with the PWs, we'll dig them up eventually. Or they left already. And that's what most figure happened. People do move on. I don't want you to tell anyone who you don't trust completely. Who isn't part of the structure of command. Not friends, not anybody. Not some girl you want to impress. You're a piece of work. He bit into the sandwich again. I get you're going to, sooner or later, lead the forces of light against the forces of dark and all that. I'll be right there with you if and when, but right now, we've got a pretty good ear to the ground between Chuck and Arlie's and the communication committee. We haven't heard anything about this attack you're talking about. But I figure you're not here to bullshit. I'm also going to bet my ass and half of yours. Since there hasn't been a lot of talk about some girl warrior raising hell, I've clocked a lot more field time than you have. And one more? I don't need to blab and brag to impress girls. So show me where you saw them on the map, tell me what you know. You can even add in what you think. She heard him, the cool logic in his words. And still she hesitated another moment. There's something or someone under in this place. Something working under. Can't you feel it? He frowned, picked up his glass of milk. Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah, it pisses me off I can't find it. I've tried. I can't find it. So you don't have to worry about me talking about this with anybody I don't know inside and out. Fallon did a quick sketch on the roll of paper to coordinate with the maps. This road. Straight onto Main Street? Bold. Mercer. He's angry and not a very smart person. He blames us, magicals, for everything that isn't the way he wants it to be. He's not a true believer like the one who sacrificed himself. He's a bigot. And only rose up the ranks through connections and his own cruelty. He likes to see us suffer. He likes to make anyone who helps or befriends magicals suffer. New Hope's his. You know about the Holy Grail? Yeah. I read books, I've been to school. I've watched Monty Python. Who? Too bad for you on that one, Duncan said over another bite of sandwich. How do you know so much about Mercer? I saw it in him. He doesn't have, what is it? A filter. He just doesn't. He thinks it or feels it, it's his truth. We killed his brother, and years later, we humiliated him, disfigured him. She frowned down at what Duncan sketched in the corner of the roll. How do you know what Mercer looks like now? Duncan frowned at the sketch in turn. The thin face, the straggle of beard, the raw, rippled scarring that puckered the left side of his mouth and eye. I don't know. I'm getting it off you. I don't know how. Is it right? Yes. It's right. You draw really well. It's something to do. Is reading people something you do? Not usually like this. His gaze cut up to hers. Vibes, you know how it is. One of my brothers reads people, but he understands and respects privacy. What can I say? It was pumping off you when you were talking about him. And I saw his face. How many? More than 100. The tanks, about 20 trucks. Some of them are the military trucks they sometimes use to transport prisoners. 10 on horseback, armed with swords. The raiders on motorcycles. As she spoke, Duncan scribbled notes. Horseback, swords, that's cleanup. They'll come in with the tanks first, after they send in a squad to take out our guards. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd do, she agreed. So you'd want your line here a mile out. A good mile. We're not going to let them get into town. Take out the tanks first. They huddled over the paper. The maps, the plans for nearly an hour. Fallon figured Will and others would refine it further, but she'd given them all they needed. Not tomorrow night, but the night after. I'll watch, she told him. If I'm needed, I'll come. But I don't think you'll need me. The raiders don't have any loyalty to the PWs, and these PWs, Mercers, they don't have any loyalty to anybody. They just want blood and payback. Yeah, we'll handle it. Appreciate the heads up. Again, tell Will and your mother my mother saw them. She wants them to know she saw them. How does she see them? How do you watch? She started to smile, and when she did, it moved something inside him. Then the smile faded, and her eyes went dark with vision. Don't trust the fruit. The flowers. The fruit is black inside. The flowers hide the serpent's bite. What fruit? What flowers? I don't know. Sorry. She dragged her hands through her hair because the vision, so short, so full of dark, made her head ache. I have to go. I'll come back if you need me to. You went really pale. Do you want? She vanished. Never mind then. See you around. Fallon came back through the crystal, back fully into herself, and fainted. She woke on her bed with her mother clutching her hand. I'm okay. Just a little dizzy. I'm going to get you some water. And a restorative. Don't go. Give me a minute. How long was I gone? Nearly 2 hours. Dear God, Fallon, nearly 2 hours, and you didn't split. The whole of you went through. I could only see little pieces, and only now and then. I couldn't see you. Too long, that's part of it. I've never stayed more than about an hour, and I pushed it too long. And I know better. You have to build it up. I'm sorry, you must have been so worried. She brought Lana's hand to her cheek, soothed herself. Right before I came back, I had this short, fast, really intense vision. It gave me a terrible headache. Nausea. No, just the headache and a little dizziness. Let me see. Gently, Lana ran her hands over Lana's face, her head. Rubbed at her temples. Does it help? A little. It feels so deep. I'm going to get what you need. Don't try to get up. Lana flashed. All the training and practice with Fallon had paid off. now sick with worry added to her power and speed. She came back with a glass, water, a vial, and a white cloth. "You'll drink this." She tapped pale blue drops into the water. 3 sips. Pause. 3 sips, pause, and again a third time. 3 by 3, she ordered as she supported Fallon's head. Fallon obeyed, felt the deepest layer of pain ease during the second dose. "Better. 1 more. 3 by 3. Where do you feel it?" "Here." She touched her forehead. "But it's not bad now. Lie back, close your eyes." She laid the cloth, folded in 3s on Fallon's forehead. What was the vision? Poisoned fruit, flowers that weren't flowers but a serpent. I don't know if it was for me or Duncan. It was Duncan I talked to, not Will. I saw, when I could get a glimpse. I thought it must be Duncan. He has Katie's eyes. He's a very handsome boy. He's smart. A smart-ass, too. She opened her eyes. "Sorry. Close your eyes." "He's smart," she repeated. "We worked out a plan. He'll take what I told him and what we worked out to Will in the morning. Will has a bad cold, and the healers said he had to sleep. Or Duncan said they did. I'll watch in case. But feel like they won't need me to help them this time. They're prepared. I told him to tell Will and Katie you saw them." Her words began to slur as Lana glided her fingers over the cloth. "Katie's kitchen has daffodil walls. She has daffodils on the table. Pretty. Duncan burned his sandwich, but he ate it anyway. That's good, that's fine. Sleep now, my baby. Sleep." Lana stayed to make sure the sleep held, then went out to put the vial and cloth away. And did the only thing left to do. She started dinner for her family. Journeys. Hope is like the sun, which, as we journey toward it, casts the shadow of our burden behind us. Samuel smiles. Chapter 21. Fallon thought she knew her father, all the ins and outs, the ups and down of him. But she learned over the next weeks there were parts and pieces of him she'd never seen. She'd known, of course, the people in the village, the neighbors on other farms, those who ran the mill. Wove cloth, made music, made weapons, liked and respected him. The village had its structure and systems, though its positioning in the mountains, a fair distance from what had been cities and what had once been urban sprawl, made it of little interest to raiders, bounty hunters, the PWs, even the fractured and struggling government. There had been incidents over the years. She knew, too, her father had helped fight off those who wanted to steal or overtake, those who simply wanted to destroy for the sake of burning and blood. But by and large, outsiders left them alone. Those she knew from trips to barter, for schooling, to help with injuries or illnesses spent their days going about their business. Food needed to be put on tables, clothes on backs, boots on feet. Babies needed to be born and the dead buried. She knew that for most she was simply Simon's and Lana's daughter. A child. To begin to raise an army on her own doorstep, she needed her father to blaze the path. He started with the farms, standing in fields or with his hands greasy helping repair equipment. People listened to him. She saw that for herself when he held the first meeting, with about a dozen neighbors, at the farm. "I grew up here," he would say. "Now my kids are growing up here. But the world I grew up in's gone. And the only one my kids, your kids, have ever known is nothing like before. Everyone here lost someone to the doom or the violence that came with it. And came after it. Some of you came here to escape that, to build a life in the world we've got left. We've been lucky," he continued. "We don't have a lot of trouble. That's mostly geography. We know by what we hear on the radio, or what people who pass through, even settle here, there are other places where people are trying to build a life. Some of them are lucky, some aren't." There were some murmurs of agreement, but for the most part people remained quiet to hear what Simon Swift had to say. "We can go on like we are, hoping for the best. Hoping that bad luck passes us by. But we know better. We've lost people when that bad luck's come at us. We're better prepared now." Darlie Wirtz, a raw-boned woman with 2 teenage boys, gripped her hands together until her knuckles went white. "We don't want any trouble. Why go looking for it? Fallon knew Darlie had lost her whole family in the doom, and she'd taken the boys in, made them her own. One, Charlie, bore the pentagram brand burned into his forehead. Darlie, not 4 months ago we had 3 people come through, one of them half dead. They got caught in a raid not 60 miles from here. 60 miles is a long way. It's not like it used to be. No, it's not like it used to be. I don't see it ever being the way it used to be. You do. Fallon all but heard her father's thoughts and the sympathy in them. Some years back I stood on my porch and killed a man. He kept talking in that steady way over the murmurs. He didn't give me much choice as he and the one with him planned to take what was mine and likely kill me for sport. But they came here, purity warriors, hunting Lana. Hunting the baby in her. More rumblings, shifting, clearing of throats. She'd had to run from a place where people, good people, were trying to build a life, a community. Simon looked at Lana, nodded. We thought we were prepared, she said. But we weren't. Not enough to stop them before they killed so many of us. I came here, like a lot of us, from somewhere else, but this is home. It's my home. And I want more than anything for my children to be safe and happy, to live my life with Simon right here. But they're not going to let us. You don't know that, Darlie began. Tell that to Macon Adams, Simon interrupted. We buried him after the raiders hit. Over 3 years ago. Raiders, Simon continued. Purity warriors, bounty hunters, rogue military. Military following what passes for the government orders, holding people in camps and labs. Those are just rumors. You know they're not. We've all heard the stories from people who've come through. Some of us have stories of our own. I saw the inside of one of those rumors. Maddie Bates of Sisters Farm kept up with her knitting as she spoke. Soldiers, some of them as scared of me as I was of them. And for some, fear made them hate. 6 months for me, under the ground. Being tested. If you tried to fight it, they used tasers and worse on you. I didn't know what I had in me, not all of it, back then. But I found out and I got away. They'll never put me underground again, or in one of their labs. She looked up at Darlie. You love your boys, I know you do. You want to tell me you wouldn't fight with all you had if those who put that mark on your Charlie came back for him? They won't. Mom. Charlie put a hand on her arm. She's scared, that's all. I was 9 when they burned this onto me, and that was a year after soldiers, American soldiers, came in and took my mother away. She made me hide. So they didn't find me when they came and dragged her away. He kept that comforting hand on his mother's arm. We thought we were safe too. We weren't hurting anyone and we'd made a home. A small community of people who weren't hurting anyone. But they came. That was before, Charlie, Darlie insisted. That was before. It was 3 years after the doom, and they came for us. My dad was a Marine, and he died in the doom. He was proud to serve, too, but it was soldiers who dragged my mother away, 3 years after my dad died. I never saw her again. It was the PWs who caught me when I got away from the soldiers and beat me and branded me. And would have hanged me like they did others if some locked up like me hadn't fought back. Some of them died fighting so some of us could get free. My dad was a Marine, he said again, and I know you were Army, Mr. Swift. Just like I know if my dad was here, he'd say what you're saying. You're saying we've got to learn to fight, gotta make an army. Mom. He squeezed her arm when she let out a little sob. You've got to understand my mother likely died protecting me. And I saw others die protecting me. And for 10 years now you've protected me, 8 years you've protected Paul. He glanced at the young man who'd become his brother, got a nod. It's time we protected ourselves and you, and fight back. Charlie, an elf with straw-colored hair and a small, jagged scar under his left eye where a ring on a fist had torn the skin, looked now toward Fallon. Do you have the sword and shield? As Fallon nodded, Darlie's voice cracked out. That's nonsense. I've told you and told you. It's not. Paul, compact and quiet. A serious 17 who always weighed his words, spoke. Charlie and me, we love you a lot, but it's time you swallowed down what is instead of chewing on what you want. She's just a girl. She's my girl. Simon kept his eyes on Darlie's. He knew, and Fallon knew, he already had the others. And I can wish all I want she was just a girl, and your boys were just boys. But that's not how it is, and it's never going to be how it is. We can put all that aside for now. It's a lot to swallow down. But what we can't put aside is we need to be ready and able and willing to fight for our families, our neighbors, our land, and the world we're going to make out of what we have. They used to call it boot camp. Maddie went on with her knitting. I'd say you'd be a fine drill sergeant, Simon. My sisters and I, and Lana, I'm sure, we'll be happy to help with magical training. Why don't you tell us how you want to set things up, Simon? He had a plan. Fallon realized he always had a plan. Simon talked with the town elders, spoke with several others, former military, over a beer or a piece of pie. He kept Fallon's connection minimal with most of the non-magicals. They had to get things started first, he explained. One step at a time. He began, with other hand-picked instructors, what he thought of as basic training. Ages 16 and up. Always on a voluntary basis. For the younger children. He began the way he'd begun with his own. Calisthenics, sports, elemental self-defense. He brought Fallon in, telling her the tactical way would be for her to straddle the line. Working with him. And working with her mother. It appalled her to learn how many of the younger magicals had no training with their gifts, and how many of the older had either not explored theirs, or had let them go rusty. Because, she understood, they wanted to believe as Darley did. That they were and would remain safe. That their world was a kind of bubble that would never be penetrated from outside. She understood also that her 2 years with Malik had served her well. She knew how to train others. Knew how to separate bullshit excuses from genuine concerns. All through the spring, the blacksmith's anvil rang. It wasn't plowshares into swords they needed to plow, but there was plenty of scrap metal, and a witch and alchemist who worked in the blistering heat of the forge to strengthen that metal. Others melted metal to make bullets and taught others how it was done. Through the summer, into the fall, and to the first frost after her 16th birthday, Fallon taught and trained, conjured and brewed. The soldier in her father watched her forge herself as the smithy forged steel into a weapon. Sometimes with her father. Sometimes with her mother. Neither would let her go alone as yet. She flew on Layok for supplies. Magical and military. But she went alone. What they didn't know wouldn't worry them. Through the crystal deep at night to study unfamiliar land. To walk places on her maps she considered strategic. Once she'd slipped through to stand near the rubble of a memorial for a once great president. Cloaked in darkness, she listened to gunfire, explosions. Watched a trio of small tornadoes whirl over the city spitting black lightning. And the dark uncanny who winged by like bats. Why, she wondered, did those who wanted to govern? Who surely wanted to rebuild the city that had once held all those traditions and governance, strike and fear the magics that would help them? It made no sense, it had no strategy. How many of her kind had they locked away, had they tested, tormented, killed? Because they were different. How did they justify hunting people down, even children? And by doing so, they fought 2 wars against the dark and the light so their city, so their capital remained a battleground. While marauders roamed free, while violent cultists tortured and killed the innocent. This city is dead, she said aloud. She could taste it in the smoke. It won't ever be what it was, what it might have been. And how much blood will fall because of people like you. People who fear and hate when we rise up and fight back. And we will. She put a hand on the hilt of her sword. We will. She thought of her family, her neighbors, the sacrifice to come. Of new hope, what courage and community could build and lose. We will, she repeated. She supposed it was because new hope came formed in her mind. She went there back through the crystal instead of home again. For the second time she and Duncan drew swords. And for a second time as dark covered both, steel met steel. And as it rang, light burst, flooded them both for 2 heartbeats. He swore, eased back. This is getting to be a habit. Disoriented. A little dizzy, she struggled for dignity. Maybe you're just always in the way. What are you doing out here? Security detail. What are you doing out here? She wasn't entirely sure where here was. So evaded. Just checking. She could smell the woods, and now that her vision adjusted after that burst of light, see them beyond a thin trickle of snow. The shadow of a building. Other structures, greenhouses, and a garden with winter cabbage and kale she identified by scent. Beyond it, a cornfield rustling dry with the first winds of winter. The community garden. She realized. The cornfield where her father died. Murdered. She took a step toward it. Duncan grabbed her arm. Hold on. It felt like the light, she thought, that blast when his hand gripped her. She shoved it off. I want to see. She walked over a dusting of snow. As she did, she could see it, feel it. High summer, bright sun, music, color, smoking grills, the garden thriving. Gunfire. Screams. Someone died here, just here. She looked down at the ground. A woman, a witch, shielding a child. 12 people died, Duncan told her. 12 of our people died, inside minutes. It only took minutes. 24 wounded, some of those were kids. She walked to the cornfield. My father died here. Crouched down, laid her hand on the ground. His brother and his brother's bitch. They rose up there. She pointed. Wingtips scorched, but the edges like blades. A gift from the dark. They did blood sacrifices up in the mountains of Pie, some bad shit. Eddie, Poe, and Kim were up there with your mother and father, and they've told us what went down. My father died in the doom. Mom put his name on the memorial tree. Duncan gestured toward it. Your father's up there, too. She looked toward the tree. The stars on it shimmered quietly in the thin snow. Will you show me? He walked her over, picked out the star with Max Fallon on it. I don't know who put it up. I never thought to ask. It doesn't matter who. It matters you honor the dead. Is this why you're here? You wanted to see this. No, but she reached out, brushed her fingertips over the star with her father's name. I didn't mean to come. Wires crossed. She looked at him in the shimmer of stars. He'd grown taller since she'd seen him last and had a dark stubble over his cheeks. He hadn't bothered with a hat, so the snow fell over his hair, as shaggy and unkempt as before. He wasn't being an asshole, she thought, so she wouldn't be one, either. I guess so. I went to Washington, D.C. What? When? What's going on? Just now. I mean to say, I went there. Meant to go home, but I just thought about New Hope, and I thought about why. Why? She paced away. Why are they trying to kill us or lock us away? The purity warriors. They're vicious religious bigots, or they hide behind their version of God. White's version. And theirs, or they wouldn't follow him. Raiders, they are what they are. What they probably were before the doom or wanted to be. Bounty hunters, they want the reward, or just like the hunt. But the others. Why? Most of the world died horribly, and they waste time and lives hunting us down. They blame us. They're blind and stupid. Didn't say otherwise, he pointed out. What did you see there? In D.C.? Death. Death claiming more death. There's no heart beating there anymore. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Eventually we'll have to retake it, but its symbolism's finished. She turned back to him. We're mobilizing at home. Training. About damn time. There are other places, not so different from here, from home. We'll need them. Did you find the traitor? No. We haven't had any more trouble like that. We have to figure whoever it was left. But we're watching. They attacked the PWs, like you said that night in the kitchen. I know. I watched. You were here. No. You didn't need me. How did you get to D.C., then from there to here? Did you zip? Her brow creased. Zip? Yeah, like. He gripped her hand this time. She felt a quick rush, then they stood back at the edge of the gardens. Her hand tingled in his. We call it flashing. Zip, flash, same deal. One that had taken him weeks of focused practice to learn, and weeks more to perfect. Is that how? No, it's different. She looked into his eyes. I saw you in the moonlight walking from the trees through the fog toward a circle of stones. Toward the first shield. You told me I had to choose. You looked right at me through the dream and said I had to choose. I chose. I saw you standing in the moonlight in the fog by the stone circle. You carried your sword. This one. Salas. And when you lifted it, the sky cracked open with lightning. What happens next? I always come out of it. Wake up or come out of it. I never see. I've seen you on the battlefield. Fought with you there. And other things. What other things? Hell. He gave her hand one hard tug, and when her body bumped his, gripped her hair with his free hand. Crushed his mouth to hers. It was nothing like Mick, nothing soft and sweet and nice. This was hard and hot and made her insides quake. She could have struck him away, she would have if she'd thought of it. But everything churned and quivered and rocked. The fingers of her hand on his shoulders dug in once as this connection. Conflict, chaos that was nothing so gentle as the word kiss blew through her in a storm. Then he drew her back as roughly as he'd drawn her in. His eyes burned into hers and didn't look particularly pleased. I just figured it. It half pisses me off. Let go or I'll make you let go. We could see who wins that battle. But he held his hands up, palms out, stepped back. I guess you haven't had that dream yet. I don't dream about you. Lie. You just said you did. That's different. Everything felt different, and it more than half pissed her off. You've got no right to grab me like that. You didn't say no. Didn't think it either. A girl says or thinks no, that's no. He put a hand over her sword hand, just in case. Smiled at her. Say no. Instead, she pushed him back, a little harder than she intended, and retreated through the crystal. Didn't say no that time. Either, he mumbled. Or think it. He looked up as the light snow melted into light rain. She's not my type, he told the heavens. So cut me a break. He heard a distant rumble of thunder that sounded all too much like a laugh. Asterisk. She didn't have time to think about boys or kissing. Part of her sensed that Duncan kissed more like a man than a boy, or at least someone who'd done a lot of it. It didn't matter. She had work, important work. Not only building an army, brick by brick, but calculating just what to do once she had one. She thought of DC often, pushed it aside, wound back to it. A dead city, but people lived in its ashes, and some who did lived locked away. Prisoners, experiments, weapons. Since the doom, those who clung desperately to power or craved it had unleashed weapons. The magical in killing lightning and burning winds. And the bombs men made that turned cities to rubble. The problem with bombs was they could be turned back on those who launched them. In her nighttime journeys, Fallon visited the craters and ruins in Texas, California, Florida, Nevada. The destructive power scorched her soul, but more, much more. The knowledge that humans would use such evil to destroy their own. How many more waited to be woken to fly and fall? Eradicating that power, that evil, had to be a priority. Even if you figured out how to disarm or destroy every bomb, every drone or the capability to use them, globally, Simon told her over one of their late-night strategy sessions. They'll build more. Then we eliminate them. It's too easy to kill when you're not looking your enemy in the eye. You don't see the child hiding under his bed when the flames take him. When black magics fly, they seek to destroy. This isn't any different. We're asking people to fight with swords, small arms, their fists, and their powers when one of the enemies has the capability to turn them into dust with technology. We find a way to destroy that technology. How do we thrive, Dad, after the battles? After all the blood and sacrifice and risk, if someone somewhere can kill thousands with a machine with a code. She pushed up from the table, paced the kitchen, their usual meeting place. It's man's magic, the atomic, the nuclear, the remote killing. And it's just as dark as a strike of black lightning or the shearing of wings, the hanging of children. Logistically, realistically. What you're talking about may be impossible. Did anyone believe, logistically, realistically, that it was possible for billions of people to die within weeks across the planet? That a shield broken in a circle of stones in a field in Scotland would kill so many, and because of the killings change the world? No, we weren't prepared. Now we have to be, she thought. We have to be prepared. You and Mom insisted we study history, and we did. Wars, so many of them useless, waged for greed or twisted faith, and rebuilding from the rubble only to war again. But it changed Dad, from spears and swords and arrows to guns, explosives to bombs, to weapons capable of wiping everything away. Oppenheimer was right. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. We didn't survive the doom to let the rest fall. It's easier to destroy than to build. We'll find a way to make it harder, to take away the ability to kill masses. So if we, I don't know, turn bombs into flowers, we save the world with spears, arrows, and swords, and tactics and courage and light. Idly, she rubbed a hand on the cuff she'd made from the tree. You're thinking if we manage that, they'll build bombs again. They'll rebuild the cities, plant crops, make communities. And some will build bombs and weapons to kill masses again. And some will do it believing it's for defense, for protection, a deterrent. Yeah. Still, it'll take a while. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. She chewed over it. Studied and considered methods from every angle she could devise. Every night now she went through the crystal. She stood on the tarmac of what had been O'Hare in Chicago. The tower that had guided the planes, gone. Planes in hangars, at gates, on runways, burned to husks. And the remains of bodies inside the husks, inside terminals, hangars, offices. No one had taken them up, buried, or burned them. She walked the hallways of a small, rural hospital in Kansas, an empty school in Louisiana. She watched mustangs and elk, buffalo, red-tailed deer run the plains in Montana. She saw settlements as well, and farms, noted that most had regrouped, rebuilt in remote places. Once she stood in a bunker deep inside a mountain. All the computers, the monitors, the controls lay dead and quiet. Her first instinct urged her to make certain they stayed that way because she recognized the place as not just for defense, but also capable of launching an attack. But she'd learned, from her parents, from Malik, from what lived inside her, to weigh instinct against cool blood. She didn't know enough, she decided. As she wandered the counters, the buttons and switches and keyboards. What if by trying to eliminate she awakened? Instead, she searched through. Impressed men could build so much so deep. And as she had with every other place she'd traveled to, she marked the site on a map. That night she dreamed. She stood in the moonlight and fog at the circle of stones. Studied the scorched and cracked ground within. A weight lay on her, in her, like lead. So many lost, so much death. Her voice flowed out across the empty fields to be whisked away by the wind. Was it sacrifice so I could be? It's my blood that opened the door to the light and the dark. Our blood. Duncan stood beside her. Older as he had been in that long-ago dream. We're cousins. After all, if you go back a few centuries. Are you going to stand here and blame a young boy or the old man he became? Your grandfather isn't to blame. What used him is. Why was it allowed? Why wasn't it stopped? Why do you think questions always have answers? Because they do. Answer this. Are we really standing here now, or is it another dream? Both. He grinned at her. Took her hand. So much of the weight, so much, just fell away from her. I'd rather be in bed with you than standing in the damn field debating the whys and philosophies. You kissed me in the snow. You didn't say no. He kissed her now, under the moon, just as fierce and rough as he had in the thin snowfall. White, she thought as she moved into him. White snow, white moon. Then the crows screamed, a black circle overhead. And in the trees, in the rising fog, something dark as death stirred. It's time, Duncan said to her. She nodded, drew her sword. And lifting it burned the crows to ash. With him, she turned toward the trees and what waited. It's time, she agreed, and charged with him. She woke, the candle she'd lit in sleep burning. The crystal shimmering clear. She picked up the teddy bear Ethan had kept for her faithfully, stroked it. It's time, she whispered, and rose to tell her family. Chapter 22. Fallon waited. Animals had to be fed, eggs gathered, cows milked, stalls mucked and rebedded. She helped with breakfast and said nothing as she realized she needed to speak to her parents first. Alone, knowing Travis, she kept her mind and her feelings shut down even as she took moments to study each of her brothers in turn. Colin, tall and tough, shoveling in his food as he talked about sword practice. Not long before, yesterday, it seemed to her he'd have been talking about going fishing or shooting baskets after lessons and work was done. Travis, wily and wiry, taking his time with the meal. Not planning a prank as he once would have been, but more likely thinking about shooting his bow or learning a new spell. And Ethan, kind and wise, sneaking bacon into his pocket that he'd divide in two for the dogs, and nagging his father to let him ride a bigger, faster horse. Not children anymore, Fallon thought. Potential soldiers. Warriors in the making. Her making. But still brothers who'd argue, interrupt, and show their hurt when she told them she had to go. She exchanged a look with her mother. Then her father, one she'd perfected that said she needed to talk without her brothers. She waited. The table needed clearing, dishes needed washing. Being relieved of chores would cause suspicion. So the normal routine had to run. The normality bringing her both pain and comfort. "I've got a couple of things I need to do around here before I go into the village," Simon announced. "You boys go ahead, saddle your horses and ride in straight there. No detours or screwing around," he added with a meaningful look at Colin. "I'll drop Fallon and your mom over at the sisters and head in. Can I ride Thunder?" "No," Simon told Ethan firmly. "You're on Pixie." Thunder wants me to ride him." "Then he's going to be disappointed, too." "You're not riding a stallion." "Not yet. Argue and I can find chores around here for you, no problem." Jeez. But since both his brothers had already raced out, he gave up and ran after them. "Can we sit down?" Lana walked back to the table. When Simon sat with her, they gripped hands under the table. "I have to go." She said it fast, shoving out the words she knew would hurt in hopes of lessening the pain. "Are you sure?" Lana asked. "I am. I'm sure. I'm sorry." "When?" She looked at Simon. "There are things I need to do before I leave." "A week? Can you wait a week, 2 at the most?" Yeah." She'd expected more distress and some argument about waiting months. "Not days. I need to put together some supplies, and I want to plot out a route, and I thought you could both help me with that. I'll need to enlist more people on the way, start more training camps. I know the route I took with Malik, and I'll start there. But I'll need to veer off to reach New Hope. And I want to hit as many places as I can on the way where I'll find people willing to fight." "You won't go directly to New Hope?" "No," she shook her head at Lana. "When I get there, I want to be able to tell them I have 1,000 soldiers, magical and non." "That's a big number, baby," Simon commented. "We have 168 here. There are 100 more in the woods near Malik's cottage. I'll get more. It may take a few months, but the weather's good. I want 1,000 because it's a big number and less won't have the same impact. I'll have them and get to New Hope by the end of August." And then, Lana stopped herself. "I'm pushing too far ahead." "A week." She looked at Simon, got his nod. "We'll be ready," he said. "I'll get word back to you," Fallon continued. "Flash to you or come through the crystal. Or through the fire. I don't think you understand." With one hand still holding Simon's, Lana took Fallon's, joining them. "We're going with you." "With me?" Genuinely stunned, Fallon gaped at them. "You can't." "I made the trip from New Hope to here with you," Lana reminded her. "I'll make it back with you. We all will." "Listen, just listen. I could be months on the road. Raising an army." Simon finished. "You could use some help with that. It happens we have some experience. The boys are too young. Ethan's the only one younger than you were when you left for 2 years." Lana reminded her. "They've been training and training hard. If I didn't think they could handle it, they wouldn't be going." "They'll think of it as an adventure," Lana added. "Every one of them. But it won't be. Raiders cruise the roads. Purity warriors hunt for uncannies and for slaves. Outside this bubble there are bounty hunters and military. and flat-out crazy people who'd put a knife in you for whatever's in your pack. It's not a damn adventure. Lana leaned forward, eyes hot. I was 6 months pregnant, alone, most often on foot. Very often half-starved, and hunted outside this bubble, as you call it. Yes, but you're not alone in power and grit, Fallon. This man? This man. She repeated in a voice as hot as her eyes as she gripped Simon's hand. He fought wars before you were born. He's protected us and our neighbors since the old world ended and this one began. I don't mean to say, at that moment, when her mother looked fierce enough to lead an army herself, Fallon didn't know what she meant to say. What? Just what? Lana demanded. That we're too weak, too soft, too naive to face the realities of what's coming? We're not. We say our sons are ready. We say our daughter doesn't go alone. Not this time. Not alone. And that's the end of it. I didn't mean to. The farm, it's not going anywhere. Simon left the heat to his wife, spoke easily. We've talked this out and talked it through. The sisters and Jack Clanson and his people are going to look after things here. We'll take the horses because we'll need them, and the dogs because not taking them would break Ethan's heart. We'll take what the horses can carry and be ready in a week. When your mother says that's the end of it, kid, that's the end of it. Why hadn't she seen this? She wondered. In their eyes. Through the crystal? She could just leave, be gone in a flash. But they'd follow. And she'd have angered and hurt them. I never expected. Adjust, Lana suggested. There's still training needed here. And people in place to deal with it, Simon finished. He rose, kissed her hard. I'm going to head out. Tell the people who need to know that we'll be leaving in a week. I imagine you and your mom have things to do here. Lana, if you want the truck to get to Sister's farm later, I can leave it for you. We'll be fine on horses. We'll tell the boys tonight. That's the plan. He kissed his wife in turn, then left his women alone. I don't think you're weak or soft. Coolly now. Lana angled her head. Just naive. No, not exactly. It's just you. None of you have been very far from the farm in a long time. In a lot of ways it's worse than it was when you traveled here from New Hope. Safety and strength in numbers. 6 together instead of 1 alone. We're a family. We go as a family. I couldn't stand if anything happened to any of you, Fallon admitted. I'm afraid something will. I've watched my sons become men long before I want them to. I've known since before you were born what you'd be, and still it was, and is, so hard to let you be. Reaching over, she covered Fallon's hand with hers. But I've accepted all of it. Because I have to. Now you, my precious girl, have to let the rest of us be what we are. I know before this is done, you'll go without us. I know, before this is done. I'll watch my sons go without me. But not this time, Fallon. We go together. Lana rose. We should take inventory, make a priority list of what we want to take with us. We'll get a start on that before we ride over to the sisters. With a nod, Fallon got to her feet because, savior aside, her father was right. When her mother said that was the end of it. That was the end of it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The week stretched into 2 with the challenge of an entire family setting out on horseback on a long, potentially dangerous journey. With no way of knowing when any would come back. They considered the idea of taking the truck, a horse trailer, even a wagon, and ultimately rejected it. They would, almost certainly, have to travel off the roads as much as on them. Added to it, the logistics and time spent accessing fuel made the use of the truck too complicated. Horses might be slower. But Fallon wasn't in a hurry. Though she still hoped to reach New Hope by the end of August, a few weeks longer wouldn't matter. The numbers she took with her mattered. Lana insisted every inch. Every corner of the house required scrubbing. Fallon saw that not only as pride, but a need to remind the house, its spirits, its memories, that it was loved. Simon walked the fields. Went over equipment, feeding schedules, the barn, silos, every outbuilding with those who'd serve as caretakers. His version of scrubbing, Fallon thought. As much as she wanted to go. As much as dreams pushed her to begin, she took her parents' distractions as a way to pigeonhole each of her brothers, one by one. With Colin, she played to his pride in being the oldest son and his protective instincts. She and their parents depended on him to look out for his younger brothers, and to show by his example the need to be careful and cautious and to follow orders. She appealed to Travis's intellect, slyness, and his gift. She knew he'd be smart. Oh. She depended on it as he knew as well as she that their brothers might do something foolish. So if he felt they might, she counted on him to distract them. With Ethan, she had only to appeal to his heart. Their parents would worry, so she knew, could depend on him listening carefully and helping them not worry as much. He'd also be her head scout as animals often felt danger before people, and no one knew animals as well as he did. She hoped that would keep them all in line at least for the first miles. But imagined she'd have to repeat the talks and come up with new angles, regularly on the way to New Hope. As the days passed, she came to believe her parents had been right. She saw this as another choice and the right choice to go as family. And on a soft May morning with the leaves springing green and the sun spreading its first gilded light over the hills, they headed south as family. Her brothers chatted like magpies, and the dogs, nearly as young and just as excited, pranced. But Fallon saw tears glint in her mother's eyes as Lana looked back. One last time. It'll be where we left it, babe. Lana looked at Simon, gave him a smile, and didn't look back again. They rode through the first day with Tabes soaring overhead. Her brothers never tired, nor did Fail ban, and when the dogs did, Ethan took Scout up on his horse, and Simon took Jem. They covered those first miles without incident, so Fallon nearly relaxed enough to enjoy her brother's sheer wonder. They'd never seen roads so plentiful or so wide, so many houses huddled together on what they considered one plot of land. They'd never heard the wind whistle through the windows of abandoned cars or read signs that promised food and lodging up ahead. Despite the broken windows and Raiders graffiti on an old mini-mart, another new sight for her brothers, Travis began to weave a tale of a heroic battle. Then they saw the remains, picked to the bone by time and carrion eaters, hanging from what had been a flagpole. She didn't object when her father rode to the remains, dismounted. The crank squeaked as he lowered the rope. Ethan, keep the dogs back. Colin, bring me the shovel. Would she have ridden on? Fallon asked herself. Looked, pitted. But just ridden on past the dead rather than stopped to do the human and the humane? Here, she imagined Malik would have told her, was another lesson to learn. She dismounted. Started to get the second shovel, but saw Colin already had. And with his father, her brother dug a grave for a dead stranger in the weedy strip of grass beside the pitted parking lot. The wind flapped the rags of the flag on the pole and had the broken awning over the door of the mini-mart screeching metal to metal. He tried to run. She looked sharply at Travis. Saw it wasn't a story, but seeing. There's no need to look, she began, but he shot her a glittering glare. Somebody should know. He tried to run, but he wasn't fast enough. They took his boots and his pack, then they hanged him because he was too old to be of any use. Fallon put a hand on his arm. It trembled under her touch, not from fear, she realized, but rage. We're going to stop them. He stared at her another moment. We're going to stop them, he repeated, then turned into his mother and pressed his face to her shoulder. Then he straightened his own shoulders and walked over to help. She watched Ethan pick flowering weeds, lay them on the grave. Whatever their father said as he lay a hand on Ethan's head had her youngest brother nodding. I was wrong, Fallon said to her mother. I was wrong about them being too young for the journey. I'm asking them to train to fight, but I wasn't ready for them to see why. I was wrong. To mark this turn on her path, she turned to the building, held out her hands, let the power rise up and out. The skulls and crossbones, the ugly words faded. In their place, she forged the five-fold symbol and the words she'd carved into her bracelet, into her reminder. ******. Salast on sale. Late in the afternoon, she led them off the road into the trees where the map told her they'd find a stream. While they rested and watered the horses, she went to her father. There's a settlement about 3 miles southwest. I want to check it out while you wait here. Together, Fallon. It's just a precaution. I know they're not PWs. But I don't know if they're friendly. Didn't you figure that out during one of your midnight rambles? When she said nothing, he tapped her chin with his finger. We know where our children are. More or less. They went together. The settlement had once been a small mountain town that ran under a single steep mile from end to end. Before the doom, the houses, 2 churches, a single bar, and a tiny general store had been home to less than 200 people. Now about 80 made the best of things. No community gardens or greenhouses, Fallon noted, but individual ones. No organized security, either, as she saw no posted guards. Just a few people who stepped out of houses or walked across sloping lawns with long guns. She heard a baby cry. The mournful lowing of a cow, watched a young boy chase a hen who flapped wildly across the road. From a distance she heard the quick crack of a bullet. She looked to her father, knowing strangers would expect the man to take the lead. We're not looking for trouble, Simon began. A man stepped forward. A little grimy around the edges despite the lack of beard and close-cropped hair. What are you looking for? Maybe a chance to stretch our legs for a bit. Simon Swift. My wife, Lana, our daughter. Fallon, our sons, Colin, Travis, and Ethan. Smart, Fallon thought. The names made them people and a family. Don't have any supplies to spare. We're not looking for supplies either. Are you in charge? Don't need no in charge. Tim, don't be such an asshole. A woman moved up. White hips, raw-boned face, a mass of graying hair. She wore jeans that carried as many patches as they did the original denim. May Pickett, she said, and resting her rifle on her shoulder offered Simon a hand to shake. This here's Tim Shelby. Where y'all from? A few miles south of Cumberland. That's so? I had a cousin lived up there. Bobby Morrison. Sorry. I don't think I know him. Well, he's likely dead now anyway. And always was an idiot. Those are some fine-looking horses. She held up her hand. We don't steal from strangers here. We ain't got much to steal back. That works out nice for both of us. Simon said, making her laugh. You've got some poison ivy, Lana commented. May reached down to scrub at the rash that ranged angry from wrist to elbows on both arms. Yeah, driving me crazy. I didn't look before I reached. I've got something that will help. But when Lana started to dismount, Fallon signaled her back. She got off Layak, walked back to one of the pack horses and dug out the bomb. She saw May's eyes cut down to the sword, but up again as she approached with the little jar. It'll ease the itching. Fallon told her as she opened the jar, give you relief and start the healing. She coated May's left arm. Praise Jesus, that works quick as a rabbit. First relief I've had in a week. She shifted her rifle, offered her gun arm. I'm grateful. Fallon offered the jar. Put on another coat tonight. That should do it. Thank you kindly. What do I owe you? Conversation. May's eyebrows shot up. That comes cheap enough. You a doctor, cutie? Her lips curved as she asked, then sobered when she looked up at Lana. You a doctor? Healers. There's a boy lives right over there. About your middle boy's age, I'd say. He's been feeling poorly. Maybe you could take a look at him. Maybe you got something to help him. I'd be happy to. Tim, you take Miss Lana on over to Sarah's place so she can see about Pete. Go on now, before I see if she can heal up your sour disposition. Mr. Swift. You can take your horses and boys right over that way to the shade. We got that old well working a few years back. The water's clean and cold. Nobody's going to bother your ladies. I promise you. She turned to Fallon. I owe you a conversation. That's my porch right there. We can sit a spell. I guess Mr. Shelby doesn't know you're in charge. May let out a bark of laughter that ended on a hoot as she walked Fallon to her porch and the 2 spindly rockers on it. He's not all the way wrong about no in charge. Mostly it's take care of your own first around here. More hands working together get more done. Won't say you're wrong, either. Me and Tim, We lived right here, went to school together. We're the only ones who didn't get sick when it came through. Came through so fast we didn't know we were dying until we were dead. Lost my husband, my ma and pa too. Didn't have any kids. And I count that as a blessing now, though it caused me grief in my younger days. I don't know if I could have lived bearing a child. Anyway, that's past. You want conversation. So what do you want to talk about? You don't have any uncannies in your community. Community's a stretch. We had a few come through, a few stay a while. We don't have problems with them. There's a settlement of them about 5 miles on. I know. We're heading there next. We mind ours, they mind theirs. May lifted her wide shoulders. We trade with them, and I can tell you. I was thinking of going to them about Pete. Boy's feverish and been running at both ends 2 days now. You one of them? Yes. Your family. My mother, 2 of my brothers. Then I'll be grateful again. Pete's in good hands. He's a nice boy. Likes to help people. You didn't come for supplies. And there are lots of places to stretch your legs where nobody's going to hold a gun on you. Why'd you come? The woman had sharp eyes, Fallon thought. And from the way Tim had listened to her, from the way people with guns had melted away again, she was clearly respected if not technically in charge. Mrs. Pickett. May, the doom's finished. But the trouble isn't over. We don't get much of it here. Nothing worth stealing, too far off the road for raiders to bother themselves. Government likely doesn't know or care we're here. They will. Do you have communications? As if it was just another lazy spring afternoon, May set her rocker creaking. That we don't, unless you count somebody coming through with stories. But that doesn't happen often. Like I said, we're off the beaten path and we're good with that. No communications, no electricity, no running water. We make do. Most of the young ones leave when they get your age or a bit older. Those who stay? They tend to have somebody they're taking care of. Sooner or later, there'll be nobody left but the ghosts. It doesn't have to be that way. You've got a good location. Strategic, Fallon thought. A good place for billeting troops. There's a field going to waste over there that could be planted with crops. You've got houses that need repair. Electric lines waiting to be powered up. How we gonna manage all that, cutie? No plow, no tractor, no lumber, no electric company to throw the switch. I can help with that. That makes you damn handy. Those sharp eyes on Fallon's face. May drummed her index and middle finger on the arm of the rickety chair. What's the charge? A trade. The use of some of the houses, one of the churches, or both if they're not in use. Some of the land. As a base. A base for what? Soldiers. Training them, housing them, deploying them. Whose soldiers? Mine. May sat back, making the chair groan at the shifting weight. You got soldiers? Some, and I'll have more, because the trouble's not over. The next phase of it? It's just beginning. It'll swallow boys like Pete. And the little guy I saw chasing a chicken that should be in a coop so you don't have to hunt for the eggs or lose them to foxes. Have you seen the black lightning, ma'am? In the distance. Crows circling, smoke rising? In the distance. They'll come closer. Well, if you want to give me nightmares. She trailed off, rose, walked to the end of the porch. The owl had glided down to perch on a branch over the men in her family. The wolf trotted up to bump flanks with the dogs and take water from the bowl Ethan set down for him. You see that big white owl? Yes, he's mine. Tabes. The wolf is Failban. That horse got wings, girl. The white one you're riding. When he wants them. Slowly, May came back to sit. I like conversations. Still, her voice came out raw before she cleared her throat. I've had more than a few with some who live a few miles down. That's some sword you got there. A big sword for a young girl. How'd you get it? Fallon answered without hesitation. In the well of light when I lifted it from the eternal fire, along with the shield. May pressed her fingers to her eyes. Sweet baby Jesus. I've seen things, during the doom, after, since, seen things my brain said my eyes were making up. But I saw them. And I know the whole world tilted like a table with a broken leg. It's never going back how it was. No, it's not going back. But it can, and it will, go forward. It's harder and slower to go forward if there's no in charge, and if people only mind their own. Some are happy enough just to stick in place. We buried a man on the way here. One we found hanging from a flagpole. He might have wanted to stick in place. May let out a sigh. There's a woman where you're heading next. Her name's Troy. First or last, I couldn't say. But that's what she goes by. She told me you were coming. She talked about you before, called you the one, and I didn't pay a lot of mind. That's her belief, and we ought to live and let. But the last time, not a week ago, I talked with her, she said you'd be coming to talk to me. You'd have a sword at your side. You'd ride a white horse, a winged horse. You'd have a white owl. A white wolf. She said you'd give me something I needed. May looked down at her arms, let out a half laugh. Damn rash is already clearing up. Said you'd ask me for something you needed. I'm asking. If you say yes. If I don't, we move on. Just like that? Fallon turned her head so their eyes met. If we're meant to be free, if we believe that with all we are, why would I build an army by force to fight for freedom? Plenty tried just that. And here we are, Fallon finished. You'll make the choice. If you say yes, within 6 months I'll send some soldiers to you. To help you protect your community, help train any who want to be trained to fight or contribute. I could talk to your people. I'll talk to them. For some it'll take a lot of talking. For others, not as much. I have to think on it and maybe have another conversation with Troy. You trust her. As much as anybody, more than most. I have to think on it, May repeated, and let you know. All right. Fallon rose. We'll stay the night with the Uncannies, if we're welcome. I expect you will be. If you haven't made up your mind by the time we leave tomorrow, I'll come back when you have, either way. How will you know? When Fallon just smiled, May shook her head. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The boy, Pete, had a stomach virus and was well on the mend before they rode out into the thick woods and to a scatter of cabins where Troy waited. Her curling mane of white-streaked black hair fell over her shoulders, framing a face the color of coffee beans. She had garden dirt on the knees of thin cotton pants and a small spade in her hand. Her eyes, dark as ebony, gleamed when they landed on Fallon's face. Welcome. At long last, welcome. As Malik had done when she'd returned from the Well of Light, Troy went down on one knee. Please don't. Indulge me. We've waited so long. Welcome, mother, father, brothers. She rose, walked to Fallon, laid a hand on Leaka's head. Welcome and bright blessings on you all. Others came out, men, women, children, and as Troy had done, dropped to one knee. Do they think she's a queen? Ethan whispered to his mother. Not a queen. Troy smiled at him. But a witch and a warrior and a promise. Come, please. We'll have food and wine. We'll tend to your animals. When Fallon dismounted, Troy embraced her. We're your army. And we'll help you raise more. It wasn't always so simple and welcoming as that first day. Some wouldn't be convinced, some threatened. Some, like the big, hulking leader of a band of 200 she met on a sweltering day in June, laughed. We're doing fine here. Any bastards come around looking for trouble, they find it and they don't come back. They will. In greater numbers. Save it, sister. We know how to handle ourselves, and nobody around here's going to fall in line behind some teenage witch. But you'll pay the fine for trespassing. One of the horses and the supplies on its back. Several dozen weapons lifted, aimed at her family. That would make you thieves, Fallon said coolly. I won't have thieves in my army. I don't see no army. Then see this. She swiped a hand through the air. Guns, knives, clubs turned red, burning the hands that held them. As people screamed, as weapons fell, she kept her eyes on the big man. Nobody threatens my family. She didn't have to turn to know every member of her family now held a weapon of their own. She held up a hand. Wait. I'm about to make a bargain with. I didn't get your name. Fuck your bargain, little bitch. Not so little. Not as big as you, but not so little. Here's the deal. I fight you, you and me. If I lose, you get the horse and what he's carrying. If you lose, you and the rest here train when I say train, Fight when I say fight. She looked around. Some of you know who I am, what I am. You've waited long enough. But I'll prove myself. I don't fight little girls. I don't fight damn witches who pull magic tricks out of their asses. And I don't fight when I've got that girl's daddy pointing a gun at my head. Fair fight. No magic, my word on it, and if I break my word, I'm disgraced in front of your people, and some of your people are like me. My father won't shoot anyone. None of my family will use a weapon against anyone who doesn't use one against us first. As she spoke, she took off her sword, took out her knife, passed both to her father. Fallon, trust me, or they won't. Fair fight, one-on-one. She turned back to the leader. Let herself smirk to rile him up. Do you agree to the terms I set? I don't like fighting girls. When what's coming floods over you and yours, it won't matter what shape they wear. You were ready to steal from a girl, have your people pull weapons on a girl. She turned the smirk into a sneer. Be man enough to fight one who's ready to fight you. You asked for it. His face already red with insult, his mouth already twisted in a snarl reminded her of some raging bull. And rage was easily countered with cold tactics. He charged to knock her down, she realized. He honestly didn't want to strike her. Her advantage was that she didn't have the same sensibility regarding him. She flipped back to the side, so the momentum of his charge carried him through. Had him stumbling. Had several of his people laughing. His face went redder. He charged again, she spun away. This time he skidded, tumbled, landed on his face. No magic. It's not magic. It's training. I could train you, even though you're more bulk than muscle. When he came at her again, she knew he expected her to spin or dodge. She did neither, but brought a boot up solidly between his legs. His face drained of all that burning color, and though she hated to hit a man on his way down, the point to prove was more important. She knocked him flat with an uppercut that had her fist yelping and her arm singing. You're down. She walked over to him while he wheezed. Stay down. I'm better at this than you. You could be better. You will be better. Kicked me in the balls. The enemy would slice them off. I'm not the enemy. She went to her father, took her sword and, drawing it, held it up so the sunlight flashed on it like fire. I am the one, chosen to roll back the dark. And so I will. If you're afraid to fight, run, hide. But they'll still find you, root you out. Join me. Face them, fight them, and when the light burns the dark to ash, you'll be free. She lowered the sword, looked down at the big man now sitting up, wiggling his aching jaw with his hand. I won't hold you to the bargain. A warrior isn't something to be won in a wager. He stared up at her. You kicked me in the balls. And you damn near broke my jaw. Damn near broke my hand doing it. She offered the other. Fallon Swift. He got to his feet, winced. John Little. Really? Like Robin Hood? He sighed. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Why don't you just turn us all into zombies and make us fight for you? My zombie spells hit and miss. He cracked the ghost of a smile. Don't have one, do you? Actually, I have something close enough, but I don't want anyone I'd have to make fight with me. With me, Mr. Little. Not for me. Calls me mister after she kicks me in the balls and breaks my jaw. I guess we ought to have a beer and talk this over. I'm not allowed to drink beer yet. He stared at her. Are you kidding me? He looked toward her parents. Are you fucking kidding me? She can fight a man twice, hell, 3 times her size, knock him flat, and she can't have a christening beer. She's not old enough, Lana began, but Simon overruled her. Half a beer. She put X's in his eyes, Lana. Half a beer. Lana watched Simon and Fallon grin at each other, felt a hard tug of love. Half. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As August dripped into September with unrelenting heat, Arlie's Reed came out of the basement where she had what she called her studio in Chuck's cave. He lived there, always a basement dweller, with the equipment he'd brought with him from Hoboken and what he'd scavenged and built over the years. Together, with a few hackers and IT nerds he'd groomed during those same years, they ran their communication underground. New Hope News, Enchen, had gone from the broadsheets Arlies had hammered out on an ancient manual typewriter to a system of ham radio broadcasts and covert visual and internet transmissions. A long way from the anchor desk in New York she'd inherited thanks to the doom, but to her mind more vital. She dug up what could be dug, and continued to do what she'd done on that last fateful day at the anchor desk. She told the truth. She walked through the house where Jonah and Rachel raised their kids and out into the summer steam bath. She could dream of air conditioning. But the mayor and the town council had deemed that use of power wasteful for anything but essential locations. And she had to agree. So she'd go home to her oven of a house, turn on her stingy electric fan, and finish the final edit of the weekly New Hope Bulletin. Maybe she'd walk over to the clinic first. She could use the hunt for another story as an excuse and spend a few minutes inside one of the essential locations. Teenagers ran along the sidewalk, Garrett's pack, Arlies noted. Some kids raced after them, Rachel's little boy Gabriel, Fred's angel. The two of them had bonded like superglue. And not far behind them Petra ran herd on Fred's toddler, Dylan, while she pushed the newest addition to Fred's and Eddie's brood in a stroller. Petra had proven herself an able and willing babysitter. Petra, in shorts and a tank top, her dark blonde hair in a bouncing ponytail, laughed at Dylan as he danced on his busy legs beside her. It could have been a scene out of any small town. The teenage babysitter. The running kids and teens, all likely headed down to the park and gardens for one of the summer youth programs. People working in their own gardens, fussing with those bold summer colors and scents. Others sitting on porches with glasses of iced tea or lemonade. You could think that, if you didn't consider the posted sentries, the group out even now on another scouting mission. The armory with so many weapons locked up tight. Or the fact that most of the kids Petra's age spent 2 hours a day in combat training. But this was the world they lived in, Arlies thought. And she had good reason to know it could be a whole lot worse. She indulged herself, walked across the street to intercept Petra. She wanted to see the baby. Dylan ran over to her, reached up those chubby arms, grinned a brilliant grin. Up, Arls. You bet. She hefted the toddler, snuggled, sniffed. Who'd have thought the ambitious reporter would find such a soft spot for babies? And look at your little sister. Willow poops her pants and cries. I don't. She had reason to know he still did both, but nodded sagely. Because you're such a big boy. How are you, Petra? Great, thanks. We're just heading down to the park. We were there earlier. But Dylan wanted to go see Mr. Anderson, so we took a walk. It's a hot day for it. We don't mind. We had popsicles. Popsicles, Petra corrected, and that was supposed to be a secret. Secret-sicles? Yum, which explained Dylan's bright red tongue. I'd never had one before, Petra said. They're really good. Mr. Anderson made them in these little molds, and you eat them off sticks. A first popsicle at 16-ish, they didn't know for sure. That was also the world they lived in. I might go see Bill myself. I guess Mina wouldn't let you take to the park. She won't go, and she's so nervous about him being away from her. She's a really good mom, though. Arlies had a different opinion when a 3-year-old boy wasn't allowed to play with others or go 5 feet from his mother's side. But Mina, only a handful of years older than Petra, had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the cult. She never yells. It's just, she's still afraid. I guess she's always going to be afraid. And she, Petra trailed off, pressed her lips together. Go ahead. She still thinks the master, and she still calls Javier that, is going to come back for her and Elijah. She prays for it every night. She afraid to leave here. But that's because of Elijah. She knows he's safe here. She really loves him. Are you still comfortable living with her? Oh, sure. I know I don't have to, but Mina's nice. And I like being around Elijah a lot. And, well, she needs me, and it's good to be needed. Yeah. I'm not allowed to use magic as long as I live with her, but I still don't want to anyway. It just makes me nervous, so it all works out. As long as you're happy there. I just wish she'd get out of the apartment more, let Elijah run around outside. She goes for walks at night. Flushing, Petra stopped herself. Now I feel like I'm telling secrets on her. There's nothing wrong with taking a walk. Only at night? When Elijah's asleep and she thinks I am. Sometimes she takes him, but mostly she just goes out by herself. Not for long, like an hour, even less. Dylan squirmed, wriggled, so Arlie set him down. Wanna go to the park? See Mama. Okay. We're going. I should get him back. It was nice to see you. Arlie's waved them off, turned and studied the building where Petra lived with Mina and Elijah in an apartment over Bill Anderson's bygones. Just what did a woman still caught in the jaws of a cult do when she walked alone at night? It was time to find out. She walked up to bygones. What had once been a second-hand store with pseudo-antiques and cast-offs was now, thanks to Bill, an organized shop, though no money changed hands, stocked with the useful and the whimsical. Kitchen tools and gadgets in one section, toys carefully cleaned and repaired in another. Tools, lamps, furniture, even some locally made art pieces, candles, oil lamps, brooms, mops, and other assortments filled shelves and old display cases. Much of what scavenger parties brought back passed through Bill's hands for cleaning, repairing, inventorying. Often a volunteer or two, generally kids, worked as assistants. She found him, his glasses sliding down his nose, rewiring an amazingly ugly lamp. She walked over to study it. Why bother? One man's trash. He shoved his glasses up, smiled at her. Don't you look pretty today? What I look is sweaty since I spent 10 minutes outside in the steam bath we call air. I bet I'd cool off if I had a popsicle. He laughed, his face, hued and weathered by nearly 80 years, rolling into it. Secrets out. How'd you come up with popsicles? Had some molds come through. It was our Sybil who came up with it more than me. Sybil? She asked me what they were for, so I was telling her, and she wouldn't quit until we tried making some. 2 of us sampled the first ones yesterday. And she didn't say a thing to her sweaty mother. My granddaughter knows how to keep a secret. We were going to make a bunch more, then take them on down to the kids at the summer program. I got another batch freezing now, but we've got some to sample. You want cherry, grape, or lemon? She had a flash of herself. Eating a cup of lemon gelato at a street fair in New York. You have lemon popsicles? He winked at her, rose to go into the back. Her father-in-law didn't move as fast as he once had, and Arlie's imagined he had some aches and pains. But he never complained. He brought her back a small, frozen spear with a stick through it. An actual stick, she noted, with the bark peeled off. Sticks come back, he told Arlie's as he handed it to her. We spent a lot of time making them. Ingenious. She sampled. Delicious. Lemon juice, a little sweetener, water. It's the little things, she told him. You've got a look in your eye that tells me you didn't just come in to see me or snag a popsicle. Right, as usual. I ran into Petra and Fred's 2 youngest. God, that baby is pretty. All that curly red hair. Anyway, I nudged Petra a little on Mina. You're good at nudging. I'm a professional. You're that. My son bagged himself a smart one. He gave her a pat before he sat again. She'll talk to me a little, Mina. Every now and then, I'll take up some toy that comes through. She'll take them for the boy, thank me. But she's not the sort who asks you to come on in and sit for a visit. Place is clean as a whistle, though, he added as he fiddled with the lamp. So's the little boy. What did Petra have to say? Among other things, she told me Mina goes out at night. Do you know anything about that? I've heard somebody going out the back way from up there. I thought it was Petra. Teenage girl. Maybe going out to meet a boy or some other girls or just get out. He set his tools down. Place is clean, like I said, but spare, too. Not much in it, and while she'll take things for the boy, she won't take any of the doodads for the apartment. Stuff for the walls, rugs, that sort of thing. Cult mentality, Arlie said. No question there. So I figured Petra was slipping out to have a little fun. And Denzel's got the moon eyes for her. Now why didn't I know that? You're not the only professional nudger and snooper around here. So I figured it was Petra. Never crossed my mind Mina'd go out at night. Petra says sometimes she takes the baby, but she often leaves him sleeping and goes out on her own. She still keeps separate from all of us, Bill. She didn't come to the 4th of July memorial or the Christmas party. I know she's let Rachel examine the baby, but Rachel has to go to her. She won't go to the clinic or the community kitchen, won't work in the gardens. Petra gets the food and supplies, does the bartering. I don't know how she'd manage without Petra running her errands and helping with the baby. She's not all the way right, Bill said simply. She may not have been before she got tangled up with that cult. And the way things are, probably won't ever be all the way right. That's exactly my take too. She's not the only one. We've got Lenny dancing naked down the street one day, and Fran Weicker digging up her backyard looking for buried treasure the next. You're not wrong. What did Rachel say about the little boy? Healthy, clean, happy. It's the life he knows. But little boys grew up, Arlise thought, like her own Theo who'd taken to archery like Robin Hood. Or Denzel with moon eyes for Petra. She's not breaking any laws or ordinances, Arlise continued, and she does her sewing to barter, or for Petra to barter. But you don't trust her. I don't. I know Will doesn't. We haven't had any trouble since that near ambush, and the odds are whoever helped the PW's plan that is long gone. But, Bill finished. But, Lenny and Fran have issues. But they're part of the community. Mina just isn't. Refuses to be. I could slip out and follow her some night. See what she's up to. Let me talk to Will. I'll let him know what Petra told me. See what he thinks. She handed him back the stick, kissed his cheek. Come to dinner tonight. I'll be there. The two-way he kept on gave a squawk. Got a group coming in, the sentry announced. Post 1. Huh. Haven't had visitors in a while. He plucked up the radio and with Arlise, Bill walked to the door of the shop, out to the sidewalk. Arlise used the flat of her hand to cut the glare as she looked up the street toward Post 1. She heard the horses before she saw them. No engines. On horseback. Then she saw the girl on the white horse, short dark hair under a faded ball cap, a man, tan and lean, on a bay, a trio of boys. A couple of dogs, and she knew a wolf when she saw one. But had never seen one as white as the horse. It distracted her before she scanned the group, looked at the woman. A tumble of blonde hair under a wide-brimmed hat. It only took a moment. Just a moment for her breath to catch and release. Oh my God, it's Lana. Tears blurred her eyes as she took off running. Lana swung off the horse with tears of her own as she ran to meet Arlise. Lana let out a watery laugh as they met in a hard embrace. Arlise. It's really you. Arlise drew back, laughed. Then hugged Lana again. It's really you. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad to be here. I missed you. I missed all of you so much. You look wonderful. Oh, you really do. I should hate you for it. It's Bill. It's Bill. Lana threw out a hand for his as he hurried over. It's a good day. It's a fine day. I radioed down. You're going to have one hell of a welcome home party. These are your kids? Arlise dashed tears away. My boys, Colin, Travis, Ethan. My husband, Simon. Simon Swift. He dismounted. Arlise Reed. I know your voice. It's nice to meet you. It's beyond nice to meet you. She held out a hand, laughed again. Hell with it. And threw her arms around him. You brought her back. I don't know if I can claim credit for that. He looked up at Fallon. My daughter, Lana said. Fallon Swift. Fallon, overcome, Arlise squeezed Lana's hand. You have a good place. Fallon said as she studied the street, the houses from Leaka's back. Good security. The posts knew me from the night of the ambush and one knew my mother. Fallon, say hello. At her mother's sigh, Fallon dismounted. I'm sorry. Hello. I know your voice too. You're doing a lot to help. We do what we can. We'll all do more. Simon put an arm around Fallon's shoulders. Not right yet. Is there a place we can rest and water the... He broke off because they were coming. On bikes, in trucks, on horseback, on foot, on wing. A damn parade, he thought. And it had been a long time since he'd seen one. One of those on wings, a mop of curly red hair, and a baby in her arms fluttered down in front of Lana. Queen Fred. Laughing. The redhead shifted the baby, another red curly mop, to one arm, wrapped the other around Lana. You have a baby. I have 5. This is Willow, the youngest. We have 5, Eddie and me. Our oldest boy is Max. Oh. Lana dropped her forehead to Fred's. You and Eddie. You and Eddie, Lana repeated. He was really slow about it, but I waited. I waited for you. She turned to Fallon, curtsied. I waited for you. Brakes squealed. A gangly man with shaggy straw-colored hair leaped out. His cap flew off as he came on the run. He plucked Lana off her feet, swung her around, kissed her on the mouth, swung her again. Eddie and Fred. Oh, Eddie. And Joe. The old dog jumped out of the back of the truck, scrambled over for petting. We looked for you. Lana, Star said, but we looked for you. I had to go. She rubbed Eddie's damp cheek with her hand. And I got to where I needed to be. Eddie, this is Simon. This is my husband. She needn't have worried as Eddie shot out a hand, gripped Simon's, shook and shook and shook it. I'm real glad to meet you. And to see you again, he said to Fallon. And, hey, you got yourself 3 dudes on top of it. And, shit, somebody else has themselves a wolf. Share. Will stepped forward, enfolded Lana. Welcome back, Will Anderson, he said to Simon as they shook. Simon Swift. Your girls saved our bacon, not once but twice. Let's get these people out of the sun. And you'll have plenty of volunteers to get your horses settled in, if that's okay. But Lana was pushing through the crowd. She'd spotted Rachel, Jonah, and Katie. Hey, you boys hungry? Eddie called out and got a universal yes from the 3 boys. How about I take the boys here down to the community kitchen, get them some eats? We can take the horses down to the holding paddock on the other side of town, if that's okay. Sounds good. Simon put a hand on Fallon's arm. Give your mom a little time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Her dad was right, Fallon thought. Her mother needed time with the people who'd been, and were, so important in her life. And things had to unfold a bit. She helped her father, along with the boy named for her birth father, deal with the horses. The boy led them to the community kitchen where her brothers had already eaten venison burgers and sweet potato fries and were now stuffing in large wedges of cherry pie. Eddie sat across from them, just grinning. They got appetites. Hey, first dude, go on back and tell Sal we got 2 more need some grub and get some yourself. Solid. Max slapped his father's hand, sauntered off. I was just talking to Will a bit ago. Eddie rose to pour iced tea into glasses for them. The thing is, the house where Lana used to live, Will and Arlie's have that now. And it wouldn't be big enough for all of you, not comfortable, especially with the dogs and horses. But there's a place near me and Fred? It's out just a bit. We're farming our place. Never thought I'd be a farmer, but there you go. I am. A farmer, Simon added. You could farm this place if you wanted. It's got some land to it, and I'm not using all ours as yet anyway. But the house is good-sized. We'd get it cleaned up for you, and stock it up and all that. If it suits. We'd be grateful. No grateful about it. Lana's family, and so are you. And Will's not lying about the bacon saving. I don't mean no disrespect when I say Fallon's father. Max meant the world to me. He means a lot to all of us, Simon said. We wouldn't have her without him. Ain't that the truth? Eddie had to dash at his eyes that kept wanting to water up, just like the grin kept wanting to split his face in 2. We could ride on out there after you get some food in you. See if it suits. I expect Katie's already sending out a committee to scrub the dust out and all that. Grass don't grow on Katie. Grass can grow on elves if they want. Ethan shoveled in the last bite of pie. I guess she's not an elf. Nope, but we got plenty of them. Your wife's a fairy. She has red hair and pretty wings. What are you? Just a regular dude. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though she didn't care about the house itself, Fallon wanted to see the land and the positioning. The house turned out to be as big as Eddie said, and what her father called sprawling. She listened as the 2 men speculated about the big brown brick structure with porches, decks they called them. And more glass than she'd have liked, was probably built not long before the doom, and by somebody with a lot of money and a desire for genial country living. The boys, eager to claim bedrooms, ran right inside, and her mother, surely thinking of kitchens and practical space, went in after them. Fallon walked the land. A nice, gentle rolling toward taller hills and mountains shadowed by distance. A winding, meandering creek cut through, a kind of natural boundary between the land here and the farm with its white frame and gray stone house where Eddie lived with his family. She and her mother could and would add security and warning spells. But she saw a major advantage in the spread of green, the little corpse of trees. They could install a training camp right here. She circled around as the men talked about converting a couple of fancy sheds into stables for the horses. In the back, she puzzled over the spread of flat stones, the canopy of slatted wood and madly twisting vines over a kitchen. Why would people build such a big house and put a kitchen outside? She knew what the big hole in the ground beyond it had been. A swimming pool, now partially full of rainwater. Someone had maintained the gardens beyond that. She imagined Fred and some fairy friends were responsible. Oh God, a summer kitchen. As if the one inside isn't thrilling enough. Why did they need two? Entertainment space, Lana said, simply glowing as she stepped out of glass doors. They'd have parties out here. Or just family meals during nice weather. It has 7 bedrooms, including a second master on the lower level with its own side entry. You should take that, baby. I've already told Colin it goes to the oldest. 5.5 baths, a kitchen that brings tears to my eyes. Butler's pantry, sunroom. Oh, and look at that sweet gazebo. We'll have to deal with this pool, and I'll want to plant herbs and medicinals. There's not much furniture left, but we'll get more. I'm going to go help the cleaning team, they've already started. You love it. I love being back here, seeing people who matter so much to me. I love having enough space while we're here. And I won't lie, she added. That kitchen makes me want to sing and dance. She came out to slide an arm around Fallon's waist. But I haven't forgotten why we're here. I really need to get back, talk to Will. I know. I talked to Katie, and we're going to meet at her house at 7. That gives us time to get some things organized here, clean up, the house and ourselves. Okay, tonight's good. It's soon enough. This is a good place, Fallon, do you feel that? Not just New Hope, this place. She hadn't let herself feel yet, but nodded. It'll be good for your dad and the boys while we're away from home. Living in town, for however long we're here, it would squeeze at them. And you too, I think. There's another empty house. Fallon gestured across the roll of lawn, past the little corpse of trees to a 2-story structure of cedar shakes that had gone sad and gray with time and weather. It could be a barracks. Lana might have sighed, but she nodded. You want soldiers nearby. I imagine there are other houses in this area, too. We'll need some. And the land between this house and that. I know you and Dad might look and see crops growing. But we need training camps. We need space for drilling, an obstacle course, archery. Together they watched a herd of 10 deer wander out of the trees to graze on the green. I can put in a kitchen garden. Eddie and Fred have their farm, we have the community gardens. We have the horses, Lana went on. We can barter for some chickens. It'll be enough to keep your dad happy. In any case, I think he'll be more with you than the land for some time to come. It pinched at her. I'm sorry. No sorries. It is a good place, Fallon said. But we're outside the perimeter of New Hope security. We'll need to add some. We will. For now, let's get our things inside, and you should see your room. You have your own bath and sitting area. I have to go somewhere. Through the crystal. It won't take long. She did like her room, the size, the privacy. The big heavy bed frame curved, her mother called it a sleigh bed. It didn't boast a mattress or bedding, but she had a bedroll until they found the rest. She liked having her own bath, holding both tub and a glass-walled shower 5 times the size of the one she'd helped build in Malik's cottage. She'd need a desk or workbench, so she could spread out her maps, plans, reports. The sitting room had wide glass doors. Did these people have no concern about security? That led out to another spread of flat rocks. The rest of the level held a family room, a home theater, terms her mother used that reminded Fallon what different worlds they came from, a bar, not for eating but for drinking. As soon as she could slip away, she closed herself in her new room with the air still stale despite the breeze through the windows they'd opened, and took out her globe. She slipped through. Smelled the green, the earth, the thriving garden. Malik wore his big hat with the net as he worked with the bees. She'd been away from him and here, she realized. Nearly as long as she'd been with him. But she knew the music of the bubbling stream, the afternoon shadows, the scent of rosemary thriving in a patch of sunlight. He turned, honey bucket in hand. Saw her. Blessed be Malik the sorcerer. Blessed be Fallon Swift. He lifted the net as he walked toward her. You're taller. Yeah, some, but I think I'm finished. There's tea already steeped. I'd be glad for a cup, a cool one, when I'm done with this. She went inside, and since he'd take longer than she would, walked up to the workshop. The scents of dried herbs, crushed crystals, oils, and the overlaying tinge of magics were familiar, though she did wonder what he meant to do with the papery bat wings he had pinned to a board. She went down, found cheese and bread, berries. When he came in, she had the tea and a plate of food for him. You won't have bread and cheese? I've eaten. In New Hope. He sat, nodded. I saw a star shoot across the sky last night, and the shower of light that rained from it. I should have expected you. And I should ask how you are, how our neighbors are. Well, all. And your family? The same. We aren't ones for chatter, so as all are well, tell me why you've come. I have need for you, Malik. For you, for Thomas and his people, for the fairies and shifters, the pixies and nymphs, and all the rest. The waiting time's ended. The time of preparation's already begun. I need your help. He ate in silence a moment. Did he think? She wondered, about his quiet life here? The bees, his garden, that wings pinned to a board? I have been, am, always will be, at your service. What do you need from me? Your skills, your leadership. Your gifts. She took out a map, spread it. I need you here. What will I find there? Recruits. Very raw, but willing. You'll speak first with a man named John Little. Chapter 23. Though Lana called it a meeting, it struck Fallon as more of a party. People crowded in the house, filled the air with voices and laughter. Wine filled glasses. Party food filled plates. Impatience crawled up her back like a spider. But this was the core, she reminded herself. The first of the town structure, the council, the laws and rules and communications. She needed them all, as well as those who came from them. Rachel and Jonah, medicals, and their oldest son with his mother's eyes, his father's build, struck her as prime for training. Poe and Kim, scavenging and scouting, and their oldest daughter seemed sensible and solid. Of course Eddie and Fred and some of their brood carried magics. Flynn. An elf with no mate or children as yet anyway. Scouting, scavenging, security. Bill Anderson, supplies and wisdom. Arlies and Will, communications, security. A son and a daughter. But she didn't know them or their potential as yet. Chuck, no children or mate. Communications and technology. Katie, organizer, town mayor. Her daughter Hannah, another medical who gave off a calm, steady air, and goodness that reminded Fallon of Ethan. Antonia, witch, archer, soldier. Already instructing, so that would be of use. Then there was Duncan. She'd considered ignoring him since he made her edgy, but that would make her reaction to him too important. Instead, she acknowledged him with a kind of nod and shrug and spoke to his sister. You're Hannah, you're a healer. I try. I'm apprenticing with Rachel at the clinic. The building across the street. I need to see it. Anytime. I'll give you a tour. It's really great to meet you. My mom's so happy your mom's here. We all are. Do you like the house? It's really pretty, and you've got such good neighbors with Fred and Eddie and the kids. It's a good location, and the land will be useful. It has a home theater, doesn't it? Duncan gestured with a beer. And a house entertainment and security system. Too bad Chuck stripped all the goodies out. He'll make use of them. And my mother and I already added security. How many healers do you have? Fallon asked Hannah. Rachel's accredited 23. That's clinic and revolving staff and field medics. That's a good number. For now. How many do you train in archery? She asked Tonia. Varies. We do practice courses and instructional. Adult and children under 16. She bit into a little round of bread topped with a layer of thin meat, gestured with the rest of it while she spoke. Instructionals usually kids. Unless we have a newcomer, and those are limited to groups of 12. During the school year, I had 2 classes 3 times a week. Summer, it's less, but we have summer programs. Why less in summer? 2 months off school, Duncan told her. For one thing, it's too damn hot inside the academy or the civilian school for classes. You could cool the air. He shrugged. Kids need a break. But 2 months without training or structure. He shrugged again. It's how we roll. They'd have to roll differently. We should show you around, Tonia suggested. The town. The academy, the armory, the clinic. Yes, I'd like to see how it's organized. I need to talk to Will. About what? She looked at Duncan. About what's coming. You think we don't know? He did. She could see it on him, in him, but she eased back from that. From him. I don't know what you know. I'm only sure of what I do. She turned and walked toward Will. What's the word? Hannah wondered. Formidable. She'd better be, Duncan muttered. She has to be, Tonia corrected. Will glanced up as she stepped in front of him. And something in her eyes made him get to his feet. I'm sorry, I know this is a kind of celebration, but there are things I need to tell you, plans that have to be put in place. Okay. What do you say, Mayor? I'd say we're calling this meeting to order, and Fallon has the floor. She'd expected to talk to Will, not address the whole group at once. I know that all of you are the reason New Hope exists, that it's grown and has structure. I know you're the reason so many have been saved from capture, from death. From all my mother's told me. And from what I've seen here, I know all of you not only fought to survive, but to build something strong and safe, a place where magicals and non-magicals live and work together. It's why, I think, this is the center. There are other places like this, many not like this because they lack leadership and structure. And vision. Because they're afraid to look and to see. There's a reason all of you came here, why my mother and birth father came here, why he died here. A reason why I knew when the time came, I'd come here, with everyone who matters to me. The center of what? She turned to Jonah. Of war and peace, light and dark. Every choice you made brought you here. If you'd reached for the gun in your pocket instead of finding the strength and courage to help a woman who needed you, you wouldn't be here. And neither would the woman you love, your children. Katie and hers. So, that one choice, light instead of dark. The very same can be said of everyone here. This is the center and another shield. These faces, Fallon thought, these people. Her birth father had once looked at them and trusted them. You're strong, all of you strong. You'll need to be. Your children will need to be. I'm not going to dispute you've got something extraordinary, Will began. That extraordinary saved lives in this room twice. I was with your mom once when she had a vision, and that stuck with me. So I'm not going to dispute you see things some of us don't. We've worked hard to make New Hope something solid and secure. We're willing to risk our lives to save others. And fight back against the ones who for whatever damn reason want to see us in the ground or in prisons or enslaved. But the fact is, there are only so many of us, we've only got so many resources. We can't take on the whole dark side of what's left of the world. And there's a lot of it. Chuck tugged on the short, pointed beard he sported. Every time I turn around I dig up a little more. I've dug up some of those other places you were talking about. People trying to get their shit together. But some of it's hundreds of miles away, even thousands. We've got no way to get there to help or to fight. Then your magicals haven't plumbed deep enough, your technicians and mechanics haven't, either. Your leaders haven't fully considered that New Hope can still be swallowed by the dark. You just got here. Duncan moved forward. You don't know what we've plumbed or done or think. You learned to flash, she retorted. Have you learned to take someone with you? To take your bike or a horse? To take an army? She turned to her mother. You left your friends. Your security because you knew the ones who killed here would come back. For you, for me. You didn't consider they'd come back anyway. And they will. Eric and Allegra? Them or others like them. They wait, too. Our coming here starts the clock again. But, from inside and out, she said as it swept through her, the attack will come. From those boiled in the dark it will strike. The fruit and the flower, she said to Duncan. The poison and the serpent. You're as I am, and the dark wants your blood, my blood, the blood of your sister. It will not have it. I have not come to see the blood of the Tuatha De Danann shed and another shield broken. I am an army. She stunned Duncan by gripping his hand, sending shock waves through him. You're a sword shining. You an arrow in flight, she said as she gripped Tonia's. We are the blood and the bone. We stand together for all who came before us, all who come after. Choose. You said to me, Duncan of the MacLeods, and I did. Now I say to you, choose. She let them go, took a step back though her eyes still swam with visions. We rise and fall on your choice. What choice? He demanded. You'll know when you know. She rubbed at the headache in her temple, but shook her head when Lana started to rise. No, it's okay. The point is, nowhere is safe. That's something all of you know already. What's been built can be destroyed. You said there aren't enough of us here, and you're right. We need more warriors, more leaders, more healers, and more technicians. I've gotten a start on that. I have 1,643 recruits. Sorry, still a little dazed, Will held up a hand. She enlisted them on the way. Simon told him. Settlement by settlement. 1,600, Will murmured. And 43. I have an accounting, separating the magicals with their skills, the non-magicals with theirs. I have maps. I can show you where some will train in place, but need supplies and equipment. And who's training them? She turned to Duncan again. Malik, who trained me, Thomas. An elf elder who leads a group near where I trained with Malik. Troy, a witch who leads a group of magicals. A man named Boris who is a soldier like my father. The others will come here when I send for them. We can train them in the fields by the house where we'll live for now. How many coming here? Katie asked. For now, 820. 8. We don't have the facilities. That's double the population we're feeding and clothing and sheltering and schooling. More hands for planting and hunting, Fallon pointed out. To build. We can expand at the farm, Eddie began, and Fred nodded. With a little help we could add another greenhouse, even double the crops. And Lana told me today she knows how to create the tropics we've been trying to do for years. We'll have sugar and coffee, cocoa beans, olives. Simon made an olive press. Olive oil. Poe and I've made it nearly 200 miles out. 191, Poe confirmed, tapping Kim's knee. Fuel's the major issue, Kim said. But there are places that haven't been scavenged where we could get fuel. You wipe out 80–90% of the world population. It takes a really long time for the ones who are left to use up resources. It's the getting to them. It doesn't have to be. Flynn, who'd said nothing, absorbed everything, finally spoke. If flashing's what I think it is. Physically transporting from one location to another in, well, a flash, Fallon told him. And you can take someone, more than one, with you? Theoretically. Flynn stood, offered a hand. Show them. I haven't actually. Show them, he repeated, taking Fallon's hand. She felt it from him. Absolute faith. The kind she'd only felt from her family. Malik and Thomas and a few others. With that she took him with her to the gardens, a place she knew. Do you feel all right? Fine. Elves are used to moving fast. Not that fast, but fast. 1 second before we go back. They'll need to talk. Yes, but... They need to, he repeated. It's the weight of responsibility, and the ones not like us will need a little longer. Some of them. I'm with you. I was with you before you were born. They'll be with you. My father told me about the first time he met you. In the market. The supermarket. Max? But... I talked to him. One Sawin. Oh! Flynn smiled, no hesitation. I'm glad for both of you. We'd better get back. They'll freak. When she flashed them back, Lupo was on his feet. He settled again. When Flynn laid a hand on his head, "Smooth ride," was all he said. How many can you take like that, and how far? Will wanted to know. I'm not sure. It takes practice. My mother has the skill. So does Duncan. Tonia raised a hand. I can do it. I haven't tried it with a passenger. And you're right. Why haven't I? Why haven't we? We don't know if a non-magical can handle it. Duncan pointed out. If you need a guinea pig. Poe started to his feet. I'd rather try it with a non-human first, Fallon said quickly. A deer. But the point is, we should be able to travel farther and faster, find supplies, more recruits. We need more, so much more, and fully trained, fully armed, before we take back DC. DC? Arlie's lowered her notepad. You want to take the fight to DC? In time. But it's need, not want. Hold on. You said it was a dead city. It is. Struggling not to bristle at another interruption, Fallon turned to Duncan. But they cling to it, the government, the dark uncanny. Its symbolism, its history, the broken power structure. While they fight each other, they want us dead or captured. They want to rule over the rest. It's one of the centers, and one we have to take from them, purify. New York is another, but we're not ready. She lifted her hands as she turned back to the main group. We're not ready. I don't know when we will be. And there are others, more remote places. Underground, some deserted. Somewhere they hold uncannies. Somewhere bombs wait for the spark. We've talked countless times about that last one. Because it made her stomach clench, Katie lifted a bottle of fairy wine. Topped off her glass. They used a bomb on Chicago 3 years ago, another on Dallas 2 years before. Both were disasters. But that won't stop some maniac from using one again. Or cutting loose with the nukes. We'll eliminate them. It has to be a priority. It'll take time, and, even with training, it's a risk. But it has to be done before we surge on DC. How do you eliminate bombs? Katie demanded. How do you find them in the first place? Not just here, but all over the world. Duncan sat on the arm of her chair. Ran a hand down her arm to soothe her. Magic. Locator spells. Flash a team to the location. Disarm. Not disarm, Fallon corrected. What's disarmed can be armed again. Eliminate. I thought about just transforming, but even a strong spell can be broken. Yeah, that's a point. Poofing them? Tricky. I'm working on it. You could use some help, Tonia pointed out. Duncan and I will help work on it. Excuse me, Katie said, while I try not to have a stroke at the idea of teenagers working on poofing nuclear weapons. Tonia came to sit on the other arm of her mother's chair, and Hannah to stand behind it. Well, the first thing is to find supplies, housing, and everything else another 800 people will need. Hannah laid a hand on Katie's shoulder. Maybe we just start there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fallon decided the meeting/party/debate had gone as well as she could expect. She'd had nearly 4 months' experience in trying to convince people to do what she needed them to do. It didn't just take time, she thought, but projecting confidence and a willingness to compromise on small details. She discovered someone had brought her a mattress and some sheets, a pillow, a blanket. She'd have to find out who to thank. No desk yet or work table, so she prepared to sit on the floor, spread out her maps. But she heard someone moving around in the family room. Stepping out, she found Colin pacing and poking. What are you doing? Just looking around. It's a pretty cool house. Maybe you can figure out how to get the home theater thing to work. There's no whatever it is to run it. There's you and Mom. Maybe, she said again, calculating. I can work something for a trade. What do you want? Since his last growth spurt, he stood eye to eye with her. It occurred to her, with a little annoyance, he'd end up taller than her before much longer. I want you to help train the non-magicals. 16 and under. Kids. He scoffed from his great age of 15. They'll look up to you and want to impress you. You're good with a sword, you're good with your fists. You're an expert at bullying and cajoling two younger brothers. I want to fight, not babysit. It's not babysitting. If a boy or girl of 12 isn't trained, isn't taught how to defend, how to fight, when to run, when to strike, they'll die in what's coming. Some will die anyway. Help me so more don't die. I guess. You'd be in charge, she said, knowing him. And smiled. You'd be president. He gave a snort. Maybe. Sure. But the home theater. I'll work on it. Deal. I'm going to get something to eat. Mom sure is crazy about the kitchen up there. When we get back to the farm, I bet she talks Dad into fiddling with ours. She went to her room, shut the door. Sitting on the floor, she spread out her maps, began to plot the best routes arrowing out of New Hope. She felt the ripple in the air, surged to her feet. Since her sword stood across the room, she raised her fists. And Duncan flashed across from her. You can't come into my bedroom uninvited. Didn't know it was your bedroom. He glanced around. Big space, big bed, and not much else. Anyway, I'm busy. Go away. We need to talk. You, me, and Tonya need to talk, but we'll start here. That vision you had back at my place. Damn fruit and flowers again. Because it worried her. She pushed her temper back a notch. I don't know what it means. If I did, I'd tell you because it's important. I get that. Hands in pockets, he wandered her space. Into the L that formed the sitting area and back again. I've chosen, haven't I? I've chosen to fight. What else is there? I don't know that either. Visions are a pain in the ass. Half the time they only tell you half the story, so that's only a damn quarter of things. You got a headache from yours. It happens sometimes when they're really strong. It doesn't last long. I used to get dizzy from mine. I had some of you. He glanced back at her, then stopped pacing and turned with her maps between them. It wasn't just dreaming. My mother says when I was a baby, Tonya, too, sometimes I'd get really happy and excited if your mother came around. Because you came around, you know, in there. I knew you, before you were born. And the bitch of it is, I half remember it. Not just her telling me. The three of us, you said. Tonya and me, the MacLeod blood. She didn't have to notch her temper down now. It's simply drained. It wasn't his fault, your grandfather. I know that. MacLeod blood, back to the Tuatha De Danann. I accept that, okay? I'll fight with you. We'll figure out how to find nukes and things that go boom, get rid of them. We'll figure out how to take DC. I'll help find more recruits, I'll help train them. I'll help scout, scavenge, plot, plan, and whatever the hell else. But we spread out on rescues. If people are underground, in cages, in labs, we get them the hell out. You didn't say anything about that. Because I thought it was understood. Rescue operations need specific training. I have notes on that. Shoving her fingers through her hair, she looked around, trying to remember where she'd put them. Never mind the notes. They can wait. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. If we're not fighting for people, what are we fighting for? Some people fight for power. That's not why I'm doing this. Well, you've got more than most already. He held up a hand when he saw the firelight in her eyes. Just needling you. Didn't I just say I know you? Then you should know I don't like being needled. Who says I don't? He looked down at the maps. What are you working on? I wanted to plot out some routes. For supplies, for recruits. I've seen some settlements. I have a crystal. He glanced over where she'd set it on a little table. Handy. And rescues, she added. I know places where people are held. Some have to wait until we have more soldiers and arms, but some we could take. I'll help you. He sat on the floor. After a moment, she sat with him. You could show me where you and your people have been, where you've scouted, where we can eliminate. I'm most interested in South and West. We came from the North. From here. She touched the map where she'd marked the farm. Traveled along here, looped there, and then here. But I've never been south or west of those points. Except here. She tapped Cape Hatteras on the map. What's there? A prison, for those like us, empty now. When we need it, we'll use it. But for now, I need to know places you know that I don't. Yeah, I can show you. I knew you were here. She looked up to find his eyes on her. Before I saw you, I knew. I felt you. It's like a rush in the blood. What do you make of that? Shared ancestry. I share even closer with my mother. I don't always know when she's around. Not every single time with Tonia, either, and we lived damn close for 9 months. But with you, there's that rush. His eyes were a deep, deep green, like the shadows in fairyland. She wanted to look away from them, but didn't want to show weakness. I don't know how you feel or why. How about this then? How do I know you've got a weak spot for rainbow cake when I'm not even sure what the hell that is? Or that you like to read, in front of a fire or under a tree? That you like to build things with your hands? How do I know that? She knew he liked to listen to music. He had a friend, a shifter named Denzel, he thought of as a brother. She knew his favorite gift was a box filled with pencils and paints a man named Austin had given him. Austin, not his father, but someone who had, for a short time, stood as one for him. She didn't want to know these small, intimate things about him. Or for him to know hers. Those aren't important things. I think they are. I think there's a reason I know those things. I'm not sure I'm going to like the reason, or you are either. Just as her heart started to hammer, he looked down at the map. Okay, so here, picked clean. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Over the next few days, she built things with her hands. With scavenged and salvaged supplies, she and her father worked with various teams to repair and expand 2 houses that would serve as barracks. Other teams worked on readying more to house families, children. Some would camp, so trailers, tents, RVs formed groups outside what would become the training area. With Simon, she cut and soldered angle iron to form frames for solar panels. They'd done the same years before for the farm and several neighbors, but New Hope had hit a treasure trove of solar cells. Hauled them out, used them, stored them. She'd learned New Hope had volunteers for everything, something they'd implemented from the start. Rotating teams scouted outlying houses and those abandoned, fallen into disrepair or damaged beyond any practical repair, were stripped of everything useful. Wood, nails, pipes, hinges, tiles, shingles, windows, window glass, doors, wiring. Another team sorted, inventoried, and stored everything in a barn next to their feed and grain operation. She checked the caulking on another frame, glanced around at the hive of activity. Some built the ropes course or hauled in old tires for the obstacle course, built the climbing wall, while others framed in what would be the expanded kitchen and mess hall. An army had to eat. She knew her mother was off with Fred and some others working on the first stages of the complicated spell to create a tropical area. Her brothers remained in town at the summer program with Colin, who, no matter how he tried to deadpan it, was relishing his role as instructor. She glanced over at the laughter rising over the sounds of hammers and saws. Frowned as Duncan did a slow somersault off the roof, then floated back up with a stack of completed panels. Inside himself, Simon sighed. He knew when a guy was showing off for a girl, and was pretty sure he spotted more than a spark of interest under Fallon's frown. As if war and survival weren't enough to worry about, now he had a boy sniffing around his baby. They finished the next run of panels, and not to be outdone, Fallon floated them up to Duncan and his crew. Simon took off his cap, swiped the sweat off his face, then jaw-pointed to an oncoming van. Bill Anderson climbed out from the driver's side, and a pretty girl with dark blonde hair slipped out the other door. "Hot day for this," Bill called out, and set his hands on his hips to study the progress. "You're sure getting it done. We brought out some wild boar barbecue, coleslaw, and other eats from the community kitchen. Got a couple vats of cold tea and more water." "You're the man," Simon told him. "Got someplace we can set this up?" "We'll make someplace." A couple of salvaged doors on sawhorses served as workers swarmed. Fallon headed for the creek to wash up and nearly ran into the girl carrying a box of rolls probably baked that morning. "Sorry. I don't remember your name. We actually haven't met." "I'm Petra." "Fallon. I know. Everybody knows." I'll take that, honey. Bill grabbed the box from her. You're doing this for soldiers. Pink flushed Petra's cheeks as she spoke. You're going to lead them. Do you have a problem with that? No, but... No. I don't want to fight, she said quickly, gripping her hands together. I don't want to be a soldier. I take care of children. I can help make food. I don't want to fight. Won't. Coward. Fallon heard the words in her head. Glanced toward a woman with short brown hair. Star, she remembered. An elf who said very little. Star simply shrugged, shot Petra a look of contempt. Then walked away with a plate of food to a solitary spot away from the rest. I'm not going to force anyone to fight. I just thought. I wasn't sure. What would you do if one of the kids you were taking care of was attacked? I'd try to protect them, get them away. They're only children. Hey, Petra. Tonia. Instantly. Petra relaxed and smiled. I didn't know you were here. Helping build an obstacle course for training. Can't wait to try it out. You know, Fallon. I've got some ideas for another course for magicals. Uncanny Falls. She laughed. Add in some magical traps and puzzles. I like it. You treat it like a game, Petra said in a soft voice. Then flushed deeper. I'm sorry. I need to. She hurried away. I want to wash up before I eat, Fallon said, giving Tonia a long, direct look. Oh! Yeah, good idea. They walked together to the lazy creek. What's up? Tonia asked. I don't know Petra or why Star dislikes her. It helps to know. I don't know that Star likes anybody. And that's not fair. She's just not sociable. She fights. She works as hard as anybody. She hangs with Flynn mostly, no sparks there. Sparks? Romantic, sexual. They're sort of like brother and sister. Anyway, what I know about her is mostly second and third hand. She was a kid, about 12 maybe. PWs caught her and her mother. Raped and tortured both of them. The mom saw a chance to get Star away. Talked to her the way elves can. Tonia tapped her temple. Made her promise to run and hide, and then caused a commotion so Star could. They hanged her mother while she was hiding. And she couldn't do anything to stop it. So she fights, she works, but she's just never been really part of the community. Keeps to herself. And Petra, a rescue a few years back. She'd been taken in by a cult, her and her father. Sick cult, anti-magic magicals led by some whack. The women all had to submit, you know, sex, have babies. They were forced. Brainwashed. So it's the same thing. Some of them were just kids, like Petra. She was forced. Yeah, she's studied up pretty well considering. She lives with another woman and her kid we rescued from the cult. The rescue was ugly, Tonia added. The PWs attacked, we attacked the PWs. A lot of people died. Her father was one of them. They torched him right in front of her. It should make her want to fight. Well, I guess you can say Star and Petra had different, you know, scars from a similar experience. What is she? I didn't get a sense. She blocks it. A witch. She won't use magic, either. They made her afraid of it. I think she knows better in her head, but they made her see it as evil, as dark, so she's afraid of her own gift. Fallon nodded. There are others like that. Duncan and I made a little progress for a while, but since it freaked her so much to explore her powers, we didn't push. And well, she started sort of getting this crush on Duncan. And he backed way off. She's too young, you know? Not in years, but how she is. He won't touch that. Fallon glanced back. Does she still? Tonia shrugged. Maybe a little. But she's sort of hooked with Denzel. You met him, right? Duncan's friend, Shifter. He's helping with the solar panels. Friends since baby time, Tonia added. I'm pretty sure Duncan gave Denzel a nudge toward Petra. Magically? Fallon demanded, ready to condemn that kind of interference or influence. No, hell no. That's outside the lines. He just talked Denzel into making a move Denzel wanted to make anyway. Worked out. So that's all to circle around to how Star doesn't much like Petra. She doesn't respect Petra because she won't train, won't even take basic self-defense or go out to scavenge or scout. This is about as far out of town as she'll go. And that's only because Fred and Eddie and their kids are out here, and she's nuts for their kids. Kids in general. Now she knew the stories, Fallon thought. And understood how Petra, who wouldn't fight, could be useful. The younger ones need people willing to take care of them, to keep them safe while the rest of us fight. She's good with them. Patient and, responsible without being a hard ass. I'm surprised she didn't have some kid hanging on her today, but I'm betting she wanted to come out and see you. Get a sense of you. Now she has. Thanks, Tonia. It helps to know. Knowledge, Fallon thought as she washed her hands, cooled her face with creek water, was always valuable. She might have thought the sexual, romantic, and personality quirks simply confused what needed doing with drama, but knowing about them would help her lead. Chapter 24. Within 2 weeks, busy, rotating teams completed work on the base and barracks, and Fallon asked for another meeting. This time she requested New Hope's leaders come to the house her mother had already made a home with her kitchen garden, her pots of herbs and bottles of flowers, with the scent of freshly baked bread and honey cakes. She asked specifically for Duncan, Tonia, Star, and, though she knew it grieved her mother a little, Colin to be included. She stood in what her mother called the great room with food and drink on the wide kitchen counter, and the furniture volunteers had brought in already arranged. I first want to thank everyone for all they've done to complete the barracks so quickly. Most who worked on the barracks and the courses don't know me, but they gave their time. Contributed supplies because the people in this room asked them to. Now I'm going to ask all of you to keep anything we talk about here tonight confidential. When she looked at Arlise. Busy taking notes, Arlise glanced up. Off the record? Yeah. At least until things are in motion. Off the record until what things are in motion? Take a chance, Fallon told herself. Her mother trusted Arlise absolutely. I'll be sending for the recruits. The more who know they're coming, where they're coming from, the less security they have. Scouts and supply teams are going to catch wind of them, Jonah pointed out. Not until they get closer. At that point we can send people out to help ensure their safe arrival. I have some names for that detail. Poe and Kim, Flynn, Star, Maggie Rydell. If you have other or different suggestions, I'd appreciate the input. Some of the recruits are really raw. Won't have serious training. Some are coming as families with young kids. All right. Off the record, Arlise agreed. Until. Okay. I'm asking that Colin continue to work with the younger recruits, but there'll be too many for him to handle when the new ones get here, so I'd like suggestions on that. Denzel. Duncan said immediately. He's good with kids. And he's better in theory than execution. I agree with that, we'll put in. Briar and Aaron have plenty of experience with instructing. What about the other bases? I'll wait for Malik, Thomas, Troy, Boris to tell me if they need more instructors. If they do, are there any in New Hope who are qualified and would be willing to travel, to spend months away? Maybe longer? I can give you a list of names. Katie looked at Arlise, got a nod. Those who don't have families, or who'd be willing to take their families outside of New Hope. I'm going to be straight with you. Fallon, there's some concern in the community that you'll just order people to train or fight or uproot to one of the other locations. She'd seen the looks, heard some whispers. She'd sensed some fear. Hannah doesn't fight. I take combat training, Hannah began. You're a healer, not a soldier. You have a skill, a calling. Why would I push a sword into your hand? She's pretty decent with a bow, Tonia put in. You're better with a tourniquet, she said to Hannah. And others are better at providing food, at building, at caring for children. At making weapons rather than using them. Or with. Fallon waved a hand toward Chuck. Technology. Chuck tapped his chest with his thumbs. I'm that guy. Why would I demand anyone fight? That doesn't accomplish anything but resentment. Why would I demand someone uproot their life, or the lives of family? Frustrated, she paused, looked inward. I haven't proven myself yet. Change comes hard, Arlise pointed out. We found that out when we first introduced rules and laws and the town council. We're bigger now than we were. So you're going to get some pushback, proven or not. You're so young, she added. That's already a problem for some. Among the uncannies, there's more unification. But even there, people get complacent. Bill patted his hands on his knees. We've got a kind of routine around here, and anything that changes it gets some worked up. Hell, a few years after we got settled here and voted on mandatory recycling, composting, you'd thought, for some, we'd instituted indentured servitude. But we got through it. And now it's just the way it is. Not everybody's happy right now you're bringing so many people in. Plenty of complaints coming in, Katie confirmed. A lot of rumors. You can leave handling that to me and the town council for now. If we have more soldiers, Hannah can focus on healing. Someone like Petra can concentrate on child tending. A cook like... She searched for the name. Sal, Eddie provided. Yeah, her. She can cook, and so on. But more? Those who complain and push against change ignore what happened to the world that was, and learn nothing from it. They choose to forget, what happened here on July 4th, and those who died that day. They take for granted those who risked their lives to rescue others. To fight back against destroying everything you've built. Katie nodded. You're not wrong, but some won't want to hear it said just that bluntly. And it's hard, Fallon. It's brutal for a parent to accept their child, whether that child came from them or came to them, is training for war. Hard for some of them to accept a child is going to lead them. She held up a hand. Don't say you're not a child. I'm aware, as is everyone in this room. But you're young, and you'll find pockets of people who'll see you as a child. They won't. After I prove myself. You said that before, Lana chimed in. What do you mean by prove yourself? It starts tonight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am your child. And I know the sacrifices both of you've made already. Simon took Lana's hand, linked fingers. What are you going to do tonight? I'm going to eliminate some nuclear weapons. For God's sake. Fallon, I know where and how. Mom, the Book of Spells is in me. I know how. This is necessary, and it's a show of power, of strength, of commitment to the light. We'll start with 5 locations tonight. She glanced toward Duncan and Tonia, then back to Katie. I'm sorry. I need them. Whatever your powers. You're 3 teenagers going up against nuclear weapons. We need to find an expert, someone with experience on nuclear weapons, on disarming. I said before, we won't disarm, but eliminate. They'll cease to be. Radiation poisoning. Mom. Duncan cut her off, gently, before addressing Fallon. Magic's still a science. You can't eliminate matter without replacing it. Magic 101. But you can alter the matter. An alchemy spell? Intrigued, Duncan hooked his thumbs in his front pockets, considered. Now you're talking post-grad work. They'll cease to be and become something else, something harmless, and we destroy the harmless. We'll also eliminate the means to launch them or fire them. Wait. Chuck waved a hand. Computers, electronics, components. Oh, baby, and the data in them. We can use those. You can't just change them into daisies or puppies. Take me along, I can shut them down. Then we need to bring them back. Jesus Christ, what I could sew with. Sorry, ladies, but it gets me hot. You could tell us what's most useful. What to bring back, and we could transport some of it to the other bases. Would you help set up communication centers outside New Hope? I'm your man. I got a couple people I'd want with me once we have the goods. In fact, you'd save time if you spread us out. They're not as good as me, but seriously, who is? You're in, Fallon said. Mom. He'll need an energy tonic. Poe and I found out. Boy, did we, Poe confirmed. Flashing, straining, and disorienting for non-magicals, Fallon finished. 2. Holy shit. Grin spreading. Chuck did a chair boogie. This is freaking awesome. Prepare for a head rush, Poe warned him. You need me too. Will's jaw dropped as he turned to Arlie's. Why? Come on. On-site reporting. With my own eyes. People trust me, Will, to tell the truth. People here and wherever we can broadcast. Fallon's right. This is a huge show of power and intent. Will, this is what I do. Just like you go out, take on raiders, PWs. You need to do this, Fallon, but you also need people to know and believe you have. Yes, you're right. But some of what we do will have to be kept out. Like the details of the spell itself. Off the record. Absolutely agreed. Make that tonic a double, Lana. Chuck and I will split it. On the road again. He winked at her. I'll get the tonic. Pale, Lana rose. You've calculated the risks? I promise you. You've calculated the risks, Lana repeated, factoring in that without you, the dark winds? I promise you. I need to go to the office, get a couple things. Video recorder, which will be off, Arlie's assured Fallon, during your spell and whenever else you say. I need a few things myself. Give me a lift. Chuck asked. I'm walking you out. We'll push to his feet. He had some things to say to his wife. I need to talk to Duncan and Tonia for a minute. Fallon gestured toward the back, then walked all the way through and out onto the patio. You could have mentioned we'd be on a mission tonight, Duncan began. I wanted it contained. You think we'd go blabbing about something like this? Tonia snapped. No, but the sooner we can go after the words are said, the fewer who know they've been said, the better. I have what we'll need in my pack, but I wasn't expecting to take a couple of civilians or bring anything back but some supplies and weapons. The computer equipment, I see how valuable it'll be. But it's a challenge. It's going to take more time, more power. A couple more witches? Your mother. No, Fallon shook her head. It has to be the three of us. That's something I know. The logistics are more complicated now, but it's doable. The spell itself? I need to pass it from me into you for it to work. All three of us have to know. And you have to understand that knowledge will be in you not only tonight, but always. How's that done? Duncan asked her. From, into, that doesn't sound like talking it through. Through the blood. Here and now. She drew out her knife. Blood to blood, power to power, light to light. You have to be sure, because blah blah blah, blood magics, serious shit, blah blah. Let's do it. Duncan held out a hand. And get this party started. Tonia mirrored his gesture. What he said. It is serious shit, Fallon replied. Both hands for all. She scored her own palms first, then his, then Tonia's. Hands clasped. She gripped Duncan's, Tonia's, breathed in. A circle of three, a circle of trust. Grant knowledge for me to do what we must. We are your children, she said as their blood mixed and heated and glowed. We are what was written. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. One with knowledge shared the dark is undone. Through the blood this gift from me, and as I will, so mote it be. It came with a jolt, through the gut, the heart, the mind. For a moment. Duncan swore his blood burned with light. Then it banked, quiet and calm. And he knew. It's so damn simple. Once you know, it's so damn simple. Logical, Tonia agreed. On the other hand, I feel like I just stuck my finger in a live electric socket. Is my hair doing the Einstein? It does half the time anyway, Duncan said. It looks fine. We should go back in. The sooner we start, the better. Hold on. Duncan still had Fallon's hand, and yeah, his tingled. His whole body tingled. Are you going to tell us where we're going? Tell them? Only the first place. It's too far away to matter. Nevada. It took time. She had to show Will precisely where on the map she intended to go, work out where they'd transport the computer equipment, the weapons, and other supplies, and she had to hope her mother's tonic would prevent the civilians from having too extreme a reaction. You're sure it's empty? Simon pressed. No holdovers inside? No military? No booby traps? I've been there, through the crystal and otherwise. It's been empty for years. Some remains, she added, glancing at the civilians. I should have told you. We've seen remains before. Don't worry. Arlie's gave Will a quick, hard kiss. I'll be back with the biggest scoop ever. Take hands, Fallon ordered. Breathe. It'll be fast. She said, and with a glance at Duncan and Tonia, flashed. They're going to be fine. Hannah slipped an arm around her mother, then one around Lana. Just fine. Beam me the fuck down, Scotty. Swaying some, Chuck tried to catch the breath the flash had stolen. He could have sworn his eyes jiggled in their sockets. Okay, hot stuff? Am I all here? Arliss wondered as the floor rocked under her feet like a ship in high seas. I feel all here. Every smoking bit of you. Hell of a ride, kids. Hell of a ride. And oh, come to Papa. He rushed toward the monitors and equipment. I thought here first, Fallon said. So he can tell us what we should take back. Can I have all of it? Can I? Just the essentials this time. Let me get this on record. Arliss switched on her camera. What else is here? It's a kind of plant, Fallon explained. For weapons storage, testing, maintenance. There are supplies, MREs. Uniforms, medicine, though most of that is probably outdated. But medical supplies and equipment I think the clinic would be glad to have. The warheads have to come first. Can you work here? She asked Chuck. I got this. The warheads are several levels below. There's an elevator. You can't take another flash so soon, Arliss, so we'll go down in that. Is there power? You're adding the light. I know magical light. No power. It died long ago. But I can make the elevator run. They went down. Several levels in what Arliss tried not to think of as a big, steel box running on witchcraft. She followed Fallon, who apparently knew just where she was going, through another warren. Running the camera and a commentary as she went. Then stopped in her tracks as she saw, through thick glass, the warheads. Oh my God. You can record them, but you have to stay here. And when we go in, you'll turn off the camera. Yes. I'll tell you when you can turn it back on. Okay. You need to turn it off now. With Duncan and Tonia, Fallon flashed. And with her heart in her throat, Arliss watched the three of them face down destruction. She recorded nothing. But she didn't forget. She'd seen circles cast before, and had seen and felt the power that could rise from them, in them, around them. But this was more because even through that thick glass she felt the pulse of it, saw the air stir. Candles lit and words spoken she couldn't hear. The three of them levitated as if they were one entity, and there, Arliss thought, was a stunning beauty in it. Liquid, the palest of pale blues. Poured from a cup that somehow spilled into the moving air, then vanished. Dirt, light as tropical sand, flung from a hand that scattered and disappeared. Wind circling. The three who stirred it rising and rising. Light glowing, brighter. Something burst, white and bright. It struck her eyes like a laser, and she waited for annihilation. But it quieted to palest of pale blues. Her breath caught when each of them drew a knife, scored their palms, let their blood drip. Clasping hands, they lowered again. And lifting those joined hands high, the warheads shimmered, sheened, became sheer, shining glass. Inside she saw whatever had been in them, the death they carried was now dead itself. She knew the Oppenheimer quote, and now thought of her lead. I am become the death of death, savior of worlds. They brought their hands down with a power that made the floor beneath her shake. The glass shattered into countless harmless pieces. Fallon, flushed with power, eyes alive with it, turned, nodded at Arliss. With a hand that trembled a bit, Errol's recorded. ******. The next day after a long night, Arliss sat with Lana on the front porch of her home. A home that years before Lana had shared with Max. It's been a while since we've done this. As the long day after the long night edged toward evening, she took her first sip of wine. I know it must seem odd to you. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I'd always hoped you and Will would get together. Now here you are, raising a family. So much has changed, so much hasn't. And one thing I know hasn't is your reporter's instincts and sensibilities. It's hard for you to hold this story. Teenage triad nukes the nukes. Everything I've seen, Lana, everything from those first days in New York, nothing compares. And holding it, yeah, it sticks. But I understand weighing the greater good over the public's right to know. Fallon wants the recruits here and those at other bases secured before I break the story. It can wait a few days. She took another sip. And though, at the time, it galled me when they just dumped us off after their first strike, I can understand that, too. Chuck and I were added weight, not even considering all the equipment they brought back. They wouldn't let me go, let me help. Even after they brought you back. Even understanding why on some level, Fallon's absolute insistence it had to be only the three of them, I felt so damn helpless. You said they didn't get back until just before dawn. Horrible night for you, for Katie. Simon and I pretended we weren't worried, then gave that up. Paced, prayed. Can I just add Hannah is a rock? She is, Arlie's agreed. She always has been. I can see leaning on that rock, and I guess Simon and I are going to have to get used to the pacing and praying. Here's a change. We're mothers now, having to face sending our children into war. Will and I talked seriously about not having kids. We're realists. New Hope is a good community, but it's not the world, and we understood we'd have to fight to keep the community. And, eventually, the world. Did we want to bring children into that? And then... Well, if you can't have hope in a town named for it where you have beautiful children. I do. She took Lana's hand. So do you. Simon's just terrific, Lana. I wanted to say that here on the porch that used to be yours and Max's. I can see how much you love him and more. How much he loves you, the boys, Fallon. He went with me early this morning to the memorial tree, to Max's star. He's such a good man, Arlie's. I know it. So I'm hoping I'm doing the right thing. She reached in her pocket, took out a flash drive. I've gone back and forth the last couple weeks about giving this to you. It's Max's. The book he was working on. Yeah, and a kind of journal. Random thoughts and observations. We hoped we'd find you. Then when we didn't, we hoped you'd find your way back, even though Star told Flynn what you'd said. Will and I decided we'd take the house. And I found this. I put it away. Held on to it in case I ever got the chance to give it to you. This means so much. Lana took the drive, closed her hand around it. So much, Arlie's. I'll give it to Fallon. It should be hers. I was afraid it would make you sad. No. It reminds me he had hope too. He was writing again. It reminds me what he did, what I did. To protect the child we'd made together. And what Simon did to protect her, right from the start. It reminds me giving up is never an option. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Every night Fallon traveled with Duncan and Antonia to repeat the spell. On the third night, they traveled throughout Russia, on the fifth Asia. They told no one. Fallon updated her maps. Plotted locations. She believed once they'd eliminated the worst of man-made destruction, they could move on. During the day she worked with organizing and housing arriving recruits. She found Katie invaluable with her capacity for creating lists, spreadsheets, organizing data, and her innate ability to welcome strangers with warmth. They need to start training. Katie sat at a picnic table outside the barracks working on a laptop. People milled around. Children played with dogs. 2 of those dogs were Jem and Scout. They need to start training. Fallon repeated. They need structure, discipline. Yes, I know. Katie continued working without looking up. But right now they're not soldiers, or a lot of them aren't. They're adjusting to a new place. And we're working to ensure there's adequate housing, supplies. Rachel and her team are still doing medical evaluations. We have over 400 of the 800 plus you expect. I know all you've done, are doing. But a storm's coming, Fallon thought. Something big and dark and soon. Still the crystal wouldn't clear for her, wouldn't show her. She sat, waited for Katie to look up. With the data you've collected, I know how many we have with medical training, with specific skills. With battle experience, with families. Katie folded her hand to show she listened. You'd already collected most of that. But not all, not as detailed. People talk to you. They don't just tell you they were a surgical resident before. They also tell you they like to garden as a hobby or paint or have a child with an aptitude for building. They tell you what they hope for, what they're afraid of. I'm learning from you how to see the whole, and not just the pieces I need to fit the whole. Katie sat back. But they need to train. It needs to start. I've asked my dad to take charge of this base. He has the experience. He'll need help, others who can train, make decisions, lead. Oh, Katie said immediately. And Fallon smiled. I agree. I know you said Maggie, and she's a good choice. There's Deborah Harness, USMC. She was a JAG lawyer. She's a shifter. And I think she'd be willing to work at one of the other bases. I don't know her, but if she comes from you, I'd like to ask her, or have you ask her. I will. And I'll have her come speak with you. We need 2 cooks, a supply officer, a communication officer. From your list and mine, we have those inside the recruits. And using people from inside and out helps them blend, take some ownership. Working with someone who knew how to run things helped smooth the road, Fallon thought. For blending. I'd like some of the recruits' experience for now to join your supply runs, scavenger and scouting missions. Hunting parties. Give me the names where you want them. We'll work them into rotation. Thanks. Katie shook her head. I want none of this to be necessary because I can remember a time when it wasn't. You can't. My children can't. So I'm going to do everything I can to work toward a time when it won't be necessary again. Isn't that what you and Duncan and Tonya are doing every night? No, they didn't tell me. She said when Fallon's face shuddered. I know they've been gone, just like I know they're exhausted and starving every morning. Just like I know your parents know. And they probably feel as I do. Frustrated none of you trust us enough to talk to us. It's not that. Oh, I'm so bad at this. It's not trust. We knew you'd worry. And you actually think we don't or won't by being kept in the dark? I'm really bad at this, Fallon repeated. I'm sorry. Yes. We've been continuing what we began the night we took Arlie's and Chuck. We've stockpiled supplies and equipment. We should be done in another week, maybe 10 days. The ICBMs don't take as much power to eliminate, but... ICBMs. Katie sighed. Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles. You know, I don't think I ever knew what that acronym stood for. I'm going to do what mothers do and give you some very direct advice. Talk to your parents. I will. I'm sorry. I'm going to accept that on a condition. Take the night off. The 3 of you need to, let's say, recharge. I know my kids, honey, and I can see it in you, too. You're running close to empty. You need to take a break. She wanted to push forward, push. Push until it was done. Everything felt so urgent. But she saw the logic in the R&R. We'll take tonight off. Good. You're forgiven. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It wasn't as quick and easy with her parents. She wanted to talk to them both at once, and without the boys around. Though now that she considered things, she imagined Travis had felt what they'd been doing. She had to wait until after dinner. After chores, after Ethan, bubbling, left for his sleepover with his new best friend Max. She eased into it, discussing first the people chosen to work with Simon, the suggestions for other bases. Asking her mother to initially supervise the cooks and meals at the barracks. Stalling, she admitted, and ashamed she hadn't let herself see the worry in her parents' eyes. I want to start off saying I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you what Duncan, Tonya, and I have been doing. It's my fault, all of it, because I made it a provision we keep the mission secret. You put a lot of worry weight on your mom, Fallon. I know it. I put more weight on by convincing myself I was doing the opposite. But, Lana shook her head. Don't qualify. Just don't. I've known what you are to the world, some of what you'd face since before you were born. So has your father. We raised you, however hard it was for us. So you'd be strong and able to pick up that sword and shield. Deceiving us, keeping us out of what you do? It demeans that. It demeans us. Really, really bad at it, Fallon thought again. She'd get better. Mom. There's no one in the world I need more than the 2 of you. No one I trust more, no one I love more. I'm going to make mistakes. And I know when I do they can have terrible consequences. That scares me more than anything. I should have told you, that's respect. I won't make that mistake again. Something cold crawled up her spine, had her shifting. What is it? Lana demanded. I don't know. Something. Probably guilt, but she looked up. Saw nothing but stars and a hanging white moon. It might be you're a little worn out, Simon suggested. Keeping this secret. Bouncing and flashing all over the country, turning bombs into broken glass. His eyes narrowed on her face. What'd I get wrong there? It's just we've been alternating sites in the US. with sights overseas. Like, Russia, Asia, Europe. You've been to Russia? Simon broke out in a grin. You flashed to Russia? Lana's reaction wasn't a grin. For God's sake, Fallon. What if you'd lost the connection on the way, dropped into the damn ocean? What if, and this is exactly why you didn't tell us. Exactly. She closed her eyes, drew in a breath. My mistake. And I'll try not to make it again. But Fallon felt that chill a second time, and something pushing to get in, to open. Do you feel that? It squeezed at her heart, twisted in her belly. Do you feel that? What? Even as Lana reached for her, she sprang up from where she'd sat on the porch. Something's coming. She heard the engine, saw the headlight. Laid a hand on the hilt of her sword, then relaxed it again. It's Duncan's bike. It's Tonya on Duncan's bike. She waited. Something's happened. Something's happening. Something's coming. Something's here. Tonya stopped the bike, turned it off. Hey. She got off, walked to the porch. Anyway, Duncan said he'd already talked to both of you. Duncan? Fallon repeated. Yeah. He tracked me down at the barracks. And came to talk to me at the community kitchen. I got flowers, Lana added. Come up, sit down. He's such a suck-up. Tonya offered a wan smile. I don't have any flowers, but I'm just as sorry as he is. Apologies, sincerely. It's my fault. I made it a condition. Conditions, bull. Tonya shrugged as she came up the porch steps. We agreed with you. We know it, you know it. We were all wrong. And don't try to hog my apology. Let's call it a clean slate. Simon glanced at Fallon and his easy smile slipped away. You okay? Baby? Can you feel it? Can you hear it? Crows circling, wings slicing. The fruit and the flowers. Dark masked by innocence. Blood of the blood, bone of the bone. Can you feel it? I can now. Tonya, a hand on Fallon's arm, went pale as the moon. I can now. Oh God, oh Jesus. Duncan. They flashed together. What the hell? Something's coming. Simon rounded on Lana, grabbed her hand. Don't even think about going without me. Let me get the rifle, a sidearm. Hurry. She ran inside with him, shouted for Colin. Pounded up the stairs for the knife she'd carried out of New Hope. Colin rushed out of his room, sword in hand. Get Travis. I'm here. What is it? I'm not sure. Go to Fred's, tell her something's coming. Something's coming to New Hope. Tell Eddie to come. Tell him to get everyone he can. Lana spun to Colin, took his shoulders in her hands. Stay with the children. Mom. Stay with them, listen to me. Listen. If this gets through us. Keep the children safe, Colin. I will. He looked at Travis. We will. I love you. She sprinted downstairs, grabbed Simon's hand. I love you, she said again, and flashed. Chapter 25. Since they were taking a night off to recharge before hitting the next sites on Fallon's list, Duncan wandered down toward the community gardens and park. Some of his friends talked about hanging out, playing some music. He hadn't had much of a chance to do either, or even think about getting his hands on his girl of the moment, Carly Gents. Trouble was, he admitted, he hadn't much missed getting his hands on Carly. They'd hung together most of August, into September, but now as October came calling. He liked her fine a lot, really. She was just the sort of girl he liked getting his hands on. Curvy, fun, uncomplicated. He just needed to unwind, he decided. Fallon kept him wound up, in all sorts of ways. He liked her fine, too. And holy hell, they did good work together. He respected how she got things done. Dealing with the bombs, building an army. He admired her skill with a sword. He'd watched her one night before they'd met for the mission. He'd sat on the roof of the barracks, just to chill, and out she'd come, sword in hand. She'd conjured 3 opponents. Took them on at the same time. Took them out. He looked forward to testing his skills against hers in practice one of these days. But the fact was, she wasn't anywhere near curvy. She wasn't a hell of a lot of fun, and she was seriously complicated. He didn't know why he wanted to get his hands on her, wanted them on her more than he wanted them on Carly. Or anybody else. Maybe it was the power connection or the blood connection. Maybe it was just that she was different from anyone he'd ever known. Whatever the reason, he knew thinking about her that way made him itchy. So he'd stop thinking about her that way, and for tonight at all. He'd hang out in the park, listen to music, watch Denzel smoke his guitar. Denzel handled a guitar, a banjo, even a violin, like he'd been born to play, just like he handled any sort of ball. God knew he handled them better than he did any kind of weapon. He needed to spend more time with Denzel, improving his skills, tightening up his form, and convincing his friend to focus his talents in some other area. He was never going to be a warrior. Maybe he'd enlist Petra on that mission since Denzel was gone over her, and Petra seemed good and stuck on him. As if thinking about her conjured here, he heard Petra call him name. Turned. Smiling, she walked toward him carrying a box. Heading down to the park? He asked. Yeah. I'm meeting Denzel. Is Tonya coming? She'll be around. She had something to do first. I've hardly seen her lately. Lots going on right now. I know. All those new people. It put a cloud in her eyes. Anyway, I hope Hannah comes too. She'd latched onto his sisters from the first, Duncan thought. I think she's already there. Stalwick's bringing his keyboard, and they're hanging a lot lately. Oh, he's really good. I like music. I like it so much. And it's a perfect night, isn't it? Cool, but not cold, all the stars, the moon. Just so perfect. Yeah. But he felt something, a chill, a twist. Looking up, he half expected to see clouds swirl over the moon and stars. Nothing like music outdoors, and we won't get that much longer. I can hear them. They're already playing. Do I look okay? She stopped, fussed a hand over her hair the way girls did. Mina really doesn't like mirrors in the apartment, so I only have a little one in my room. Yeah, you look good. She beamed at him. Almost bobbled the box. What you got there? Smells sweet. It should. Cupcakes. I worked in the community kitchen today and got permission to make cupcakes for tonight. I was in there today. Didn't see you. You must have come in during one of my breaks. Here, try one. I really hope I did them right. They look right. He glanced in the box as the swirling peaks of white frosting sprinkled with color and texture. Fancy. What kind? I think they're from one of Mrs. Swift's recipes. Yellow cake with a raspberry filling and whipped cream icing garnished with wild violets. He lifted his eyes to hers, big, innocent blue. A shy, hopeful smile. Fruit and flowers, he said. That's right. I hope they taste as good as they look. She held the box out, stood smiling with the fairy lights of the park and gardens glowing at her back, with music winding through the air. With the moon, full and white showering over her. He took the box and, for an instant, just a finger snap, saw the dark glee in her eyes. Keeping his eyes on hers, Duncan flipped the box over. The pretty cupcakes hit the ground, and there oozed out oily black while the bits of violets turned to tiny, slithering snakes. Petra laughed. Now look what you've done. Hey, Dunk. You trying to make time with my girl? The sound of Denzel's voice turned his blood cold. Stay back. Get everybody out. What the what, man? As Petra laughed again, Duncan struck out. She moved fast, faster than he'd prepared for, and had Denzel as a shield in front of her, had a thin black blade pressed to his heart. I can't move. Denzel choked the words out. Dunk. I can't move. Petra, let him go. You're not interested in him. But you are, and that's enough. Now if you'd fallen for me as planned, I wouldn't have had to put up with him. Wasn't I pretty enough for you, Dunk? Sweet enough? Helpless enough? This is because I didn't go for you? Oh, please. You're just a means to an end. You and your idiot sisters. The music still played, voices still sang. Had she put up some sort of barrier, or were they still just far enough away? How could he use it? Right from the start then. But this isn't from the cult shit. You got black magic going, it stinks up the air. In the hope of keeping her focused only on him, Duncan flicked his fingers, shot light. Burn the slithering snakes, the oozing poison to ash. Yeah, that's a smell. So it's not from the cult. Another means to an end. I spent almost 2 weeks in that sty. Weeks? Your power's so pale and weak you can't do mind illusion? Anyone who survived the attack would swear I'd been there nearly 2 years. Even 2 weeks was disgusting. Of course I did take little breaks, have little bits of fun. The man you watched burn, and wasn't that a lovely light, only thought he was my father because I made him think it. Just as I arranged for your pitiful rescue group and the PWs to attack that night. Got wasted. Denzel's head lolled. How many beers we slam, bro? In the park someone shouted, someone screamed. And the music cut off. Petra swept a hand back and sent people flying, tumbling in a tidal wave of wind. Duncan. Denzel's eyes blurred. Too much beer. Gotta go home, man. I hate to be interrupted. Petra tapped a finger to Denzel's lips, seared them together. Don't you? And I've held this in for so long. He could fix it, Duncan thought. He could fix Denzel once he got him clear. But everything he'd tried hadn't touched that thin, black blade. The rescue was a setup to get you into New Hope. You set up the ambush too. You're not a complete moron. Didn't work. Her smile widened. Didn't it? Yes, it had, he realized. Of course it had. Fallon, you wanted to draw out the one. Not a complete moron. It took her long enough to get here. I've had to live with that pious bitch all this time, run around after a bunch of brats. That's over now, and so's the pious bitch. I didn't have time to finish off the brat. I had cupcakes to deliver. Oh, and just a quick stop on the way. Carly won't be joining in the fun tonight. Or ever. He felt it like a blow to the gut. Why? You liked her better than me. She lifted a hand. The clouds he'd imagined rolled over the stars, smothered the moon. Crows circled, screaming. Denzel moaned. God, I'm bored with him. With a flick of her hand, she broke his neck, and Denzel slid bonelessly to the ground. On a cry of rage, of grief, sword flashing, Duncan leaped forward. Petra threw up her arms, swooped high on wings. One black, one white, just as one side of her hair faded to midnight, the other to moon pale. Did you feel it coming? She shouted as she hurled fire and power at Duncan. Did you feel the storm coming? He slapped her weapons and power away with his sword as Fallon and Tonia flashed beside him. I am the storm. Fallon hurled her own fire. Petra tucked her wings, dived under the flames, then speared again. At last. Hello, cousin. Lightning, black, glistening, tore through the sky, struck the ground. Grass, green with summer, flamed. And the whirl of wind swept the fire toward the playground, the gardens, the memorial tree. Even as the gazebo erupted, shooting hunks and spears of wood, Fallon brought the rain. Smoke billowed from the smolder, hazed the air. You spoil my fun. Petra slapped away a trio of arrows Tonia loosed. Mummy, they're so mean to me. Suddenly Allegra appeared, pale hair streaming. White wings spread. There, precious. With a laugh, she stroked a finger down her daughter's cheek. Can we kill them now? Can we? Of course, my treasure. But we want them to suffer first. Don't we? There must be pain and blood. On their suffering, on their screams, we feed. She snatched the arrow aimed at her heart out of the air, hurled it back. Tonia dodged it. But not the vicious fist of power that flung her up and back. With a delighted giggle, Petra tossed balls of fire as Tonia lay crumpled and dazed. Duncan leaped to shield his sister, slamming the balls with his sword, ignoring the shocking burn as one slipped by, grazed his side. I'm okay. Swiping blood from her mouth, her nose, Tonia shoved to her feet. Just woke me up, that's all. I'm a distraction. Fallon. She stood alone now, face lifted, sword sheathed. Do you feel their pain, whelp? I do. And I see beneath your mask. Your beauty's false. She stared into Allegra's eyes, streamed vision with power, and watched the flowing hair dissolve to a straggle. Watched it recede to leave part of the scarred scalp exposed even as one of the crystalline blue eyes drooped, the cheek puckered. The pure white wings blackened and frayed. Enraged. Allegra pounded lightning, flame, wind. And Fallon saw tears of humiliation spill from the ruined eyes. "My father did that to you," Fallon shouted. "And my mother. So now your face reveals your heart. Ugly and twisted. But I'll end you. At your 6. Duncan shouted as he inflamed his sword, deflected the attack. "I know," Fallon murmured, and whirled as Eric flew at her back. She'd been waiting for him. Waiting, she knew, since before her first breath. She drew her sword, struck, sliced through the edges of his left wing. The shock sent him careening to the ground, the force like the thunder that boomed overhead. "Hold them off me." She wanted to see his face, his true face. And the bubbling thirst for vengeance burned in her blood. "You took his life, your brother's life, for power and greed. I'll take yours." He rolled away from the strike of her sword, flew up, wavering where Allegra folded him in a wing. His true face, Fallon thought. Like raw meat when I gone, his lips seared and drawn back by scarring. She heard others coming fast. Heard the shouts as Petra, hissing like a snake, flung fire, toothy black darts. When her parents flashed a few feet away, Fallon's heart stuttered. "Get back. Get away from this." In the chaos of smoke and flame, of clashing magics, gunfire, and calls for help, she pivoted in front of her parents. "You did this to me." Allegra screamed down at Lana. "I did. And I can do it again." "Not yet, not yet." Fallon saw it, that wild red haze of power, saw it in the way her mother's hair streamed back in her own storm. "Not yet. Tabes. Ionsa." The owl exploded out of the sky, a white streak through the dark. With talons and beak he tore through the crows, sent mangled bodies falling. "Failed ban. Garda." The wolf charged through the smoke, fangs gleaming, to stand in front of Lana and Simon. "Leok." Through the haze, he galloped to her, and she thrust her sword toward the boiling sky. "I tilt." As he rose, wings spreading, she leaped on his back. Not alone. Lana pushed that fury, barely banked toward Allegra. "Duncan, not alone. I can help from here. Please. Tonia. I'm good." She lifted her bow. "I've got this." "Arrows," she shouted. "I need more arrows." Trusting his sister, and hoping like hell he could hit a moving target, Duncan flashed. He nearly overshot as Fallon wheeled the horse to the left and slammed hard into her back. "God damn it." "Sorry. Blame your mom." "Later. You want your uncle. Let's go get the bastard." "But Petra's mine. Do you hear me? She's mine. Vengeance." She heard it bubbling in him as it did in her. Did it strengthen or weaken? They rode through a rain of fire, slicing spears of lightning into heat that boiled the air. She blocked attacks with her shield, deflected with her sword, and would have taken a hard hit if Duncan hadn't slapped a bolt away. They hit the edge of her mother's fury, and Duncan hissed out of breath at the toothy red flood. "Shit. Push through it. Just push through it." But it shifted away. "It's my mother's power. It still fucking bites. Move in. I know what I'm doing." They circled the 3, striking power to power. Whirlwind spun, spinning flames she met with fists of ice, sweeps of driving rain. And Fallon's mind cleared just enough of her own fury for her to see. They flanked their child. Shielded her. Took strikes for her. Loved her. "Can you talk to Tonia?" "Mind to mind." "A little. Sometimes. Not like selves. We need to draw them away from the park, from town." "No." "Do it now, call Tonia." "Do it with me, I have elfin blood." "Tell her to train everything on Petra. Everything she has. On Petra." Duncan fought to open himself, felt a blaze of black lightning scorch by an inch from his face. Sweat dripped into his eyes, his side pulsed with pain. But he felt the click of connection. A glance below showed him Tonia looking up and notching another arrow. And to his horror, Hannah on the smoldering grass using her body as a shield over one of the wounded. On Petra, Fallon told him. "Concentrate on Petra. Everybody. Everything." The barrage was brutal. Arrows flaming. Fire shooting from sword strikes, bullets winging, and the thrust and push of light against dark that rocked sky and earth. They shielded her, losing the force of attack and defense, blocking missiles and magics in panic while Petra, Fallon thought, cool-headed now laughed. Not just a twisted heart, not just a twisted gift. A twisted mind. "Hey, cousin!" Fallon shouted it, putting a taunt in her voice. "I guess you don't want to play since you're hiding behind Mommy and Daddy." Allegra threw a bolt that stuck Fallon's shield with enough power to shoot shock into her shoulder. "Maybe you're just shy." Drawing in, Fallon punched with the shield to thrust the bolt back. Understanding now, Duncan filled his shout with contempt. "She's not worth it. Cowardly little bitch. Weird looking, too. Let's just finish this and go have a beer. I'll kill you both." Face clenched in fury, Petra swung clear of her mother's wings. She flung fire, bolts, angry power with her eyes, one blue, one black, mad with rage. Fallon blocked. "Wait," she said to Duncan. "Wait." And when she raised her sword, shot light through it as bright as the charging horse, Eric screamed. He flew in a gale of wind, shoved his daughter away, and took the blade. Fallon's strike cleaved off his wing, scorched across his chest, burned down to his belly. As he fell, and with Allegra's shriek shaking the air, she took Leok into a dive. "Now, Mom, now!" She saw her mother's full power, old grief locked with new, love joined unbreakably with love. The red haze rolled. Allegra wrapped herself around Petra, shot high as the killing edge clawed at her. Mother of darkness, Fallon thought. And mother of light. Let it go. Mom, let it go. Help me clear the air. Duncan. I have to see. They're gone. Still. She urged Leok into a climb, searching. Are you hurt? She asked Duncan as she scanned the sky, as she saw the first stars blink back through the thinning haze. Not much. Not as much as they are. We need to go down. When Eric fell on the edge of the cornfield, Simon left Lana's side. He knew the sounds of a battlefield, the cries of the wounded, the calls for medics. He knew the stench of it, smoke and blood and death. Just as he knew death when he looked it in the eye. Eric, what was left of him, still breathed, but it was short and bubbling bloody froth. No medic, no magic would save him. You're done. Maybe you'll live long enough for my women, my incredible women, to say what they have to say to you. Who? Eric wheezed, coughed up blood. Who are you? I'm the man who brought the one into the world. She came into my hands. Sidearm aimed, steady. Simon glanced over briefly as Fallon brought the horse to earth, leaped off, ran toward him. Then he saw sweat mix with the blood on Eric's face, saw the shaking hand form a black dagger. As Eric lifted it to throw, Simon put a bullet into him. That was for Max Fallon. You son of a bitch. Breathless, Fallon looked down, saw the dagger dissolve into muddy ash, the single eye glaze as it stared up at her. I wanted to be the one who ended him. You did. Fallon shook her head, sheathed her sword, took Simon's hands. No, you did. Then her mother's as Lana ran to her. You did. It was always meant to be you. Not standing in for my father. Because you're my father. Standing for the man he betrayed, the brother he killed. You're hurt. Fallon glanced down at herself. Some cuts, some burns. Not really, but others are. She turned to her mother. I underestimated you. You're not the only one, Simon agreed. I won't do that again. Right with you. You'll help with the wounded. Yes. You first. I'm your mother, Lana said when Fallon started to object. You first. While her mother tended her. She studied Eric and found the rage that had driven her ebbed just like the burning under her mother's touch. He'll be inflamed with spell fire. And the ashes salted and taken away to barren land to be buried with the head of a snake, the fang of a jackal, the head of a crow. She looked at Lana. You hurt her again. Not enough. They'll come back. They'll come back, but this time we don't run. No, we're done with that. Go on. She touched Fallon's cheek. People need to see you. I'll help the medics. and your father will deal with that. She looked down at Eric. Yeah, I will. When Fallon moved off, Lana turned into Simon. Max died here, right here where Eric fell. Fallon's sword sent him here. And you finished it. Right here, Simon. Max tried to stop him. I tried. You and Fallon did. It matters, I think. It was you and Fallon. It's done. He kissed her. Go help patch people up. I'm going to get a couple of guys to help me move him more into the open, and we'll keep a guard on him until we can do what Fallon wants done with him. It relieved Fallon to see familiar faces as she moved across what had, for the second time, become a field of battle. She saw the wisdom in Fred and some of the other fairies recharging the earth where it had been struck and scorched, and people gathering up the ruined remains of the gazebo. Some wept. And there should always be tears over blood, but most dealt with what needed to be done with a grim determination. She stopped Hannah. Can you tell me how bad it is? Dead, wounded? A lot of gashes and burns and shock. Some serious injuries. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. Stars 1. She took a hard hit, but she's fighting treatment. She panics if they touch her. I know Flynn's trying, but he's hurt too. And Antonia. Fallon gripped Hannah's arm hard. How bad? Rachel says 2nd and 3rd degree burns, probably a concussion, whiplash. I'm not sure. Mom made her go to the clinic. She couldn't make Duncan go, and he's hurt, too. Fallon looked to where he sat, his arm around a woman who held Duncan's dead friend. Who rocked, who keened. Denzel. My son. I loved him. We all loved him. And I heard Duncan tell Will to check on Carly and on Mina and her little boy. That Petra, oh God, that she said she'd killed Carly and Mina. I have to go, they need me. I'll come to the clinic. I can help. I'll be there. First she went to Duncan. He didn't look at her, just held the grieving mother, kept his eyes on his friend's face. But he jerked away when Fallon laid a hand on his wounded side. Leave it alone. You're more help uninjured. Despite him, she pressed her hand against him, slid her power in. Searing, she thought. And deeper than she'd realized. She had to clamp her teeth on the shock of the burn, kept them clamped until it eased and she could breathe clear again. Rachel will want to have a look at you, she said, and rose, began her walk to the clinic. Scores injured, she saw as she went in. Some huddled in chairs with their wounds, others lay on gurneys. Some wept, some moaned. Some just sat with eyes glazed in shock. Her mother, hair pinned up, worked with other healers. She stopped by a girl she recognized as one of Tonia's friends. April. A fairy who shivered with shock under a blanket. It's not bad. They said it's not bad. Do you know where Barkley is? I was with Barkley. I'll find out. Look at me. April, see me. It's not bad. It'll be better. Cuts, burns, shock, the system jolt of a lightning strike only feet away. She soothed it, closed the little gashes, healed the burns. My mom's probably looking for me, worried. And Barkley. Your mom will find you. Sleep now. Fallon sent her into a light, healing sleep, moved on. She found Flynn in one of the exam rooms with Lupa at his feet. Flynn had blood on his face. On his shirt, raw burns on both hands. And still he pleaded with Star. You have to let them help you. They can't help you if they don't touch you. You know these people, Star. I knew Petra. There was a wildness in her that was pain, Fallon knew, and delirium. Her body shook from the burns that covered her arms, her legs, and dripped with what Fallon scented as infection already setting in. A graze on her face used blood. You know me. Fallon closed the door behind her, stepped to the gurney. I've come to ask your forgiveness. I thought you might have been the one who betrayed us. I know. Don't touch me. I was wrong. I had you come to the meeting to see if things we spoke of, things we did, would be passed on. I set a trap for you, and I was wrong. I'd never betray you. I know. Forgive me. Show me forgiveness by letting me help you. I have need for the brave and the true. You're both. Without help you'll die, and I'll lose a warrior and a light. Flynn will lose a friend and a sister. Look at me, Star. She'll fight a trance. Flynn told her. She won't fight me. Do you see me? She asked Star. I see you. You see the light in me. I see the light in you. Trust what you fought for. Trust me as I trust you. She took her deep. Get my mother or another powerful healer. Tell her the burns are infected. She'll know what to bring. Where's Rachel? Surgery. Get my mother if you can. And have someone tend to you. After Star. I'll get your mother. She began, and the pain turned her legs to water. She had to stop and start again, stop and start. She had the power. Fallon thought, but her experience remained limited. Pale, drenched in sweat, she looked over as her mother came in with a tray of magical supplies. Too much, Lana said sharply. Ease back. Right now. I think she's dying. It won't help you to die with her. Slowly, Fallon. Layer by layer. Lana set the tray down, glided hands, light as clouds, over Star. We have to let the poison out. We need the athame, the cup, the healing powder. Watch. She drew the knife. Fallon gave her over a seeping burn, caught the drainage in the cup. Then another. And another. Salt it, pour it out, wash and purify the cup. Next, we heal slowly, layer by layer, use the healing powder, and do it all again and again, until she's cleared of infection. They worked for more than 2 hours, and most of it under Flynn's watchful eye. Finally, Lana mopped her face, laid a hand on Star's forehead. She's cool again. She won't die? Lana turned to Flynn. She should have died. Anyone without her iron will would have died. She'll have scars, inside and out. We can only heal so much. But she'll live. And she'll need someone she trusts to coat the burns we couldn't heal through with a balm I'll give you. Twice a day. Can you do that? Yeah, she'll let me. She might let Fred. She'll let you now. He said to Fallon. She ran straight into a fireball. It would have taken out at least 6, but she ran straight into it. Do you know how many dead, how many wounded? Fallon asked him. 9 dead on the field, another 2 touch and go. Wounded? 50, 60. It would have been worse if it hadn't been for you, Duncan, Tonya. You, he said to Lana, and your man. It would have been worse if the recruits you brought in hadn't come swarming to fight. Flynn looked over at Lana, smiled a little. Your son rallied them. Colin. That's the word anyway. I'll stay with her until she wakes up. She won't wake till morning, Lana told him, and he shrugged. I've got nothing else to do. Fallon left the clinic, walked back to the field. The fairies had done their work, greening the grass, healing the trees. She imagined the non-magicals would do theirs as well, rebuilding the gazebo, the playground. Symbols, she thought. They would not stop building, surviving, fighting, living. She walked to Eric's body and the 2 guards. I'll deal with this now. Your father and Will, they said we should help you with him. I need to do it alone. She waited until they left her. The choices you made brought you here. I swear on my life over your death, your woman, and what you made between you will end as you did. Not for vengeance. For justice. From where he sat in the shadows with his grief, Duncan watched her call the fire, spread it over the body at her feet. He heard the words she spoke, but only understood some of the Irish. Fire of light. Body and soul. She took handfuls of salt from a pouch, spread it over the ashes, drizzled liquid over it that squirmed then stilled. With fingers curling through the air, she brought what remained of Eric Fallon up and into a box. She sealed it with a finger, with a line of light. Slipping the box into the pouch, she called her horse, her wolf, her owl. Then, lifting her sword toward the moon, vanished. He thought he saw, as he sat in the shadows, light streak across the sky, send a shower of stars like rain. The one rides to honor her blood, to protect the light, he thought as he got to his feet. And so, until the end, would he. Epilogue. Exhausted from the battle, from the healing, from the travel and the ritual, Fallon tended her horse and freed her owl and wolf to hunt. She wanted her bed and nothing else. No questions, no comfort, no dreams. Tomorrow, she'd speak to Colin. Tell him her pride in his quick thinking, in his willingness to stay back with Travis and Ethan and protect the children. Tomorrow she'd talk to the recruits, visit the wounded, speak to the loved ones of the dead. Tomorrow she would plan and plot, but tonight she only wanted sleep. She went in the side entrance, forced herself into the shower to wash away the blood, the grime, the stench of battle, the smoke of spells. She came out of the bath, intending on falling into bed. Duncan sat sprawled in the single chair she'd put in her sitting area. That was jolt enough, but the second was remembering she wore nothing but skin. She hurled a curse at him, and embarrassed herself only more by the instinctive move to cover herself with arms and hands. Get out. I didn't come to catch you naked. It's a nice bonus. But it's not on me you're not wearing anything. I need to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you or anyone tonight. I'm tired. I'm naked. Go away. If my father catches you in here, he'll knock you senseless. I'll risk it. Duncan flicked a hand at the dresser, yanking open drawers. Put something on if it bothers you so much. I've seen naked girls before. You barely qualify. He closed his eyes, held up a hand as a ripple of pain moved over his face. I'm sorry for that. No call for that. Get dressed, would you? I'll wait outside. He walked out, wandered. He wondered if they'd put water in the pool. He wondered why people wanted a kitchen outside. He wondered why he couldn't have stayed away until he had better control of himself. He heard her come out, kept looking up at the sky. I was still in the park when you dealt with your uncle's body. Don't call him that. You're right. Where did you take the ashes? Away. Far. Where his whore and his bitch won't find them, won't find solace in mourning him. Good enough. He turned, saw she'd put on a t-shirt, cotton pants, was barefoot. I brought her here. She set it up so Tonya and me, we'd be the ones to bring her to New Hope. She bragged about it after. She had cupcakes. Cupcakes? Raspberry and wild violet. Fruit and flowers. She offered me one, and then I knew. All the time she's been here, I didn't see the dark in her. Did you look? Not really, not especially. I bought it. I helped save a traumatized kid. I'm a hero. I looked. In her, in Star. Star? I saw almost nothing in either. Both block. Tonight, I could in Star, could see she blocks rage and grief and fear. It wasn't until tonight I saw what was in Petra. You've had days. I've had years. Just you. She arched both eyebrows. Is that because you're a hero? Kiss ass. If you hadn't warned me about the damn cupcakes, the fruit and the flowers, I'd have taken one. Poison and black snakes. I'd be dead because a pretty girl baked me a goddamn cupcake. He looked older. She realized. Closer to the man at the circle of stones than the boy on a motorcycle. I don't think so. I think before you took it, you'd have seen. Well, we'll never know, will we? I didn't take her out on the spot. She had more than I bargained for, and that was stupid. Stupid. Maybe, but she was prepared and you weren't. She was someone you helped. Someone you thought needed help. I didn't move fast enough, hard enough, so she got Denzel. Then I could only think of making her let him go, keeping it between us. She snapped his neck while I stood there. Snapped his neck like you'd break a stick in two. Grief soaked his words. He didn't mean anything. He was harmless. She killed him to hurt you. To damage you. Fury slapped back. You think I don't know that? His grief nearly flattened her and opened something inside her that made her step to him, made her put her arms around him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your friend. Duncan stiffened against the comfort, then dropped into it. He never hurt anyone. Lots of big talk about being a warrior, but he never hurt anyone. It wasn't in him. And she killed him like he was nothing. She killed Carly. Her father found her in her room with her throat slit. She killed Carly because shit. You loved her. I'm so sorry. No, not. We just got together sometimes. She was as harmless as Denzel. She wasn't a threat. She killed Mina and would have killed Bill Anderson, but he was over at Will's. He wasn't home when she went into his place and wrecked it. Why did she do all that? They didn't matter. I mattered, you mattered, Tonia mattered. She started to draw back, but he was holding on now. So she gave it another minute. You didn't look straight into her. He pulled back. Fuck that. What's that mean? You saw evil. You saw the dark and the vicious. You didn't see the product of the two who made her. One black wing, one white, the weird hair and eyes. I get it. You didn't see those as symbols. You didn't see the dark in her. Merging from them is twisted. It's flawed. You're saying she's crazy. I'm saying she's crazy. He paced away. Well, that makes perfect sense. She's sly with it, a rabid fox. And they're patient, Duncan, really patient. All these years they waited, plotting, planning. They sent their child to infiltrate. She could have done a lot more damage once she was in. She could have done more than plan an ambush. She probably did. Little things. An illness, an accident. When we look, we're going to find the place she held her rituals. We'll purify it. We hurt them. As my father did in the mountains, as my mother did on that same field. They'll take time, again. And so will we. Petra's father died for her. She won't forget it. I know. They loved. That's not love. It is. As real as any. Parent for child, child for parent. Mate for mate. They loved. Now they're grieving and they're hurt. So are we. Sticking his hands in his pockets. He looked up at the stars. She liked killing. I saw that when she killed Denzel. It gives her joy, causing death and pain. I understand that better now. I felt for a moment. I felt joy when I put my sword in Eric. I never want to feel that again. I got that, he murmured. I get that. We wanted revenge, both of us, so there was chaos. People fought. But there was chaos. There won't be the next time. We'll get more soldiers, make more, and we'll have leadership instead of chaos. She let out a breath. I failed. Bullshit. I failed because I went with impulse and anger. Remembering, she rubbed a hand over the cuff on her sword hand. I wanted Eric's blood on my hands, and I got it, but I forgot strategy, tactics. Not altogether. Mostly then. You had my back. So, thanks. I guess we're even there. How's the side? When he shrugged, she made an impatient gesture. Lift up the shirt. It's fine. But maybe you want to see some skin since I saw so much of yours. Don't be a dick. She laid a hand on his side, palm to skin. Still some heat. She cooled it, remembering her mother's advice. Slowly, layer by layer. There is Tonia. He grabbed her as he had before, yanked her to him. I need this, he said before his mouth took hers. She knew need, and it confused her. She wanted. Didn't want. Her blood beat so fast, she heard it in her head like tribal drums. Her mind ordered her to pull away, but she gripped his hair. Let out a sound of shocked pleasure as his tongue swept hot over hers. He had visions of a windswept cliff over a boiling sea and her. Of a forest so green the air tasted of it, and her, always her. A circle of stones under a sky red as blood, and her calling the thunder. Of a bed in the moonlight, bathed in it, and her under him, moving, her eyes like storm clouds. Visions swam and swirled through him until dizzy with them, he drew back. Did you see that? Do you feel that? I don't know. I don't know. I can't think. I have to think. I can't do this. Stormcloud eyes met his. I don't know how to do this. I could walk you through it, but he turned, paced away, decided the best place for his hands was his pockets. I think I need some space. I need to take some space sometime. And I need some distance from you. I guess you need it from me. I can't be distracted by... Shut up. He strode back to her. And the air seemed to quake and sizzle around him. I really don't like being called a distraction, so just shut up a minute. Which one of the bases could use me as instructor? I'm good at it. It'll be hard for Mom, but she'll deal. I can help recruit from wherever that is. I can scout and report and help train. And take that space, take that distance. It stunned her. Worried her how much she wanted to insist he was needed here. How much she didn't want him to go. You'd help most with Malik. They're so raw there. And there he could train and be trained. She realized. Okay, I'll go there. A couple of days and I'll go there. How long are you figuring at this point before we try for DC? 2 years, minimum. We'll need to. 2 years. He interrupted. I can do that. That was your sentence, right? 2 years. But I can flashback report. That'll make it easier for Mom to get used to it. He stood in the moonlight a few paces from her. I'll come back and I'll come back for you. You've got a couple years to think about that. We have a war to wage and win, Duncan. Everything. Just everything depends on it. We have lives to live, or what's the point? I'll help you build and train your army, Fallon. I'll fight with and for you. And I'll come for you. He smiled. You still didn't say no, he said before he vanished. Alone, Fallon stood where she was. 2 years, she thought. So much could happen. Lives lost, lives saved. When she thought of 2 years, she had to think strategically, not emotionally. He stirred too many emotions. Space and distance, that would be good for all. She had an army to lead, battles to plan, magics to make. 2 years. A blink of an eye, an eternity? Whatever it was, it started in the morning. She went inside, laid on the bed without bothering to undress. For the good of all, she'd send him away. Would either of them be the same when he came back? Half asleep, she lifted a hand to light her candle, and in dreams saw it guiding his way, her way, as they traveled their own paths. Was it love? Was it need? Was it duty? Could all three find a way to be one? Outside, the moon swam in the star-filled sky. This storm had passed. The next had already begun to gather.